of you to this Quarter 3 workshop on forest fire risk reduction, innovations and strategies organized by National Disaster Management Authority in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoEF&CC, NIDM, FRI, Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy and Central Academy of State Forest Service. We are delighted to have such an esteemed gathering of experts, policymakers, and practitioners committed to advancing strategies for forest fire risk reduction. We request you to kindly take your seats as we begin the session shortly. To begin the session, I would now request the dignitaries to the dais. Shri Rajendra Singh sir from NDMA. Can I have a round of applause, please? Hasnain sir from NDMA. Dr. Jagmohan Sharma, Director, IGNFA. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Renu Singh, DG from FRI. We welcome you, ma'am, to the dais. Rizvi sir, to the dais. And our JS Ramesh sir from NDMA, please welcome to the dais, sir. To begin today's program on an auspicious note, may I request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly join together for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. This tradition is a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment, dispelling darkness and guiding us towards learning and progress. As it's early in the morning, I would request everyone to have a better applause, please, so that we can start the session on a very good note. Thank you so much. We have with us Dr. Vatsa sir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, our esteemed dignitaries, for gracing the occasion with this gesture that marks a bright beginning to our workshop. To formally begin, I have the honor of inviting Shri Rajendra Singh, Member NHOD NDMA, to deliver the opening remarks.
Honorable dignitaries on dais, Sri Jagmohan Sharma ji, Director IGNFA, Mrs. Renu Singh, Director FRI, my colleague and friend from NDMA, General Hasnain sir, Dr. Krishna Basji, my colleague from NDMA, Safi Hassan Rijvi Saab, and Rakesh ji. A very good morning to you all. It is my privilege to be here with you today at this National Consultative Workshop on Forest Fires Risk Reduction, jointly organized by NDMA and MoEF&CC. I warmly welcome all participants, many of whom have already traveled from remote districts and forest front lines to share their insight and experiences. This platform has evolved into a much needed ecosystem of shared learning, strategy building, and innovation. Forest fire risk management is no longer a seasonal concern. It is now a year-round priority with cross-sectoral relevance from biodiversity conservation and tribal welfare to climate adaptations and disaster resilience. Let me begin by acknowledging a hard truth. The forest fire risk landscape is changing, and it's changing rapidly. Although the forest fires are not new to India, the nature of fires is becoming more erratic, their behavior more aggressive, and their impact more devastating. We are witnessing new ignition patterns, longer fire seasons, and fire-prone areas that were previously unaffected. There have long been a seasonal phenomena in regions like Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and northeast of states. However, their frequency, scale, intensity have grown alarmingly in recent years. And with every passing year, the stakes grow higher, not only ecologically, but socially and economically. This rise can be attributed to a combination of factors like prolonged dry spell, rising temperature, erratic rainfall, increased anthropogenic pressure, further exacerbated by climate change. Forest Survey of India data, as well as ground report, consistently highlights increasing fire alert and area affected. In recent seasons, tragic incidents such as those in Almora in Uttarakhand and Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu have drawn national attention. These incidents are a wake-up call. Forest fire now pose not only an ecological threat, but also a socio-economic and public safety challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, preparedness is the cornerstone of disaster risk reduction. It is no longer sufficient to react. We must anticipate and act in advance. NDMA has consistently emphasized the need for multi-layered preparations, and this workshop serves as a platform to operationalize that vision through 6 focused technical sessions. And these technical sessions, everybody is aware because the program has already reached to you. I will not talk much about it. Each of these sessions has been carefully curated to cover the full life cycle of forest fire management, from prevention to response to recovery. I am especially glad that we are devoting attention to National Forest Fire Mitigations Program, which will be later. Special first session is on that only, and Dr. Krishna Bhaji, whose brainchild was that plan, he is going to throw lights on entire program. And this is the moment to align our institutional strategies, funding mechanism, and ground level realities with the vision and objective of NFF MP. It's also an opportunity to move beyond silos by encouraging dialogue among disaster managers, forest officers, scientists, technologists, and community leaders. The famous 5R, last time also I have said, but again I will repeat. So allow me to draw your attention to 5 integrated phases of emergency management, the 5 R's. Review and analysis, study of past fire to understand pattern and vulnerabilities. Risk reduction, prevention effort such as fire line creations, early clearing of dry biomass, and awareness generations. Readiness, equipment and training personnel, especially in vulnerable districts. And response, timely deployment of resources, effective coordinations, and real-time firefighting. And finally, the recovery, post-fire actions, including reforestations, biodiversity assessment, and livelihood restoration. Finally, I like to share my 3 points with you people. And these 3 strategic takeaways that could guide our collective work in the months ahead. My first point will be decentralized fire intelligence unit. Each vulnerable forest division must evolve into a mini command and control hub with predictive capabilities, fire mapping, mobilized base alerting system, and rapid response team. This model can decentralize preparedness and quicken first response. My second point is integrations with Gram Panchayat disaster plan. Forest fire risk must be embedded in the village disaster management plan, BDMP, under the district disaster management plan act. This will ensure that mitigation action such as clearing fire lines, guarding fire-prone patches, or conducting mock drills become a part of this local development narratives. And my third point will be is youth-led forest fire volunteer corps. Inspired by Abda Mitra scheme and presently Abda Mitra scheme, it is just started 2 months back, where we are going to prepare 240,000 school children, NSS, NYKS, NCC, Bharat Scout and Guide. We have already made 1 lakh Abda Mitra. This is 240,000 by 2026, and we are going to finish this training also. We propose to work with MoEF&CC and State Forest Department to build a national cadre of forest fire volunteer, especially in buffer zones. This will help blend community traditions with institutional training. Let me conclude with a couplet that reminds us the human and ecological cost of inaction. किसी शायर ने बहुत अच्छा कहा है, ज़मीं की खामोशी में भी एक तहरीर होती है. तहरीर मीन्स लिखावट या स्टोरीज. ज़मीं की खामोशी में भी एक तहरीर होती है. जो जंगल जलते हैं तो सिर्फ राख नहीं होती है. Even the quietest land hold stories. When forests burn, what remains is not just ash, but lost histories, futures, and hopes. So that is, we have to care. Let this workshop be more than an event. Let us be a catalyst, a turning point, a commitment that when the next fire season arrives, we will not be caught unprepared. Let me close with the reaffirmation. The health of our forest is not just an environmental imperative, it is integral to our national resilience and to well-being of millions who depend on this ecosystem. Let us stand together as policymakers, scientists, forest managers, and citizens to ensure our forests are safe, our people are prepared, and our response is swift and coordinated. In the 2nd century AD, the Indian scholar Nagarjuna wrote about verses on dependent arising. And there he mentioned Pratyuddha Sampurna path. When he said this, it is interdependency of human life with nature, with forest and social world, and how to reduce vulnerability of our current global system. Global system is increasing day by day. You are all are aware. But जंगलों को कैसे बचाएं, अपने इकोसिस्टम को कैसे बचाएं, अपने नेचर को कैसे बचाएं, that is more and more important. आपकी यहाँ तक की दूरी, आपकी यहाँ तक की यह यात्रा एक भौगोलिक दूरी नहीं है. यह बन जाती है आपकी ज्ञान, करुणा और उत्तरदायित्व का एक अदृश्य सेतु बन जाता है जो आप यहाँ से लेकर चले जाएंगे. एनडीएमए और MoEF&CC की इस वर्कशाला को आप एक कार्यशाला ना समझें. ये आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है मेरी. इसको सिर्फ एक प्रयोगशाला, एक कार्यशाला ना समझें, आए और गए. यह बल्कि यह आपके और हमारे विचारों की एक उर्वरक भूमि है जो कि आने वाले भविष्य के लिए समाधान निकालने में हमें सहयोग करेगी और पूरे राष्ट्र को सहयोग करेगी. तो आप लोगों से मेरी विनती है कि जो भी आपके यहाँ पर आपके यहाँ जो समस्याएं हैं, जो आपके यहाँ आपने देखा है, जो आपने गुना है, जो आपने सीखा है उस चीज़ से, उसको हमारे साथ शेयर कीजिए ताकि जो 890 करोड़ की हमने जो फॉरेस्ट मिटिगेशन स्कीम जो लॉन्च की है, हम चाहते हैं कि इसके माध्यम से हम कम से कम कुछ हद तक उन आपदाओं पे उस फॉरेस्ट फायर को कंप्लीट कर पाएं. Thank you very much for patient sharing. God bless you all and all the very best to this workshop.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful speech, and I would now like to ask for the felicitation program. It's a pleasure to welcome and felicitate the dignitaries with a bouquet of flowers. I would first request Hasnain sir. Hasnain sir, please kindly felicitate Dr. Jagmohan. Can I request everybody to have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Singh sir, Krishna Vatsa sir, to please felicitate Miss Renu ma'am, Dr. Renu ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now for the next session, I would request Dr. Jagmohan sir to have a few words for this session on this inaugural session.
very good morning to everybody assembled here today for a very important cause that forest officers have always been living for. On the dais, Shri Rajendra Singh, Member and HOD NDMA, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hussain, Retired Member NDMA, Shri Krishna S. Vatsa, Member NDMA, Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, Dr. Renu Singh, Director FRI, and I trust am I missing one member? Yes. Yes. Shri Rakesh Kumar, Joint Secretary. I thought I'm missing one of the members of NDMA, but I'm not. Thank you so much. Senior forest officers present here, the officers and staff from NDMA, institutes and individuals, those have interest and concern about forest fire, researchers, students, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today and attend this workshop as a person who has been engaged in matters of forest and forest fire for last 3.5 decades. For me, this is not a technical thing. Fire is about what we care most in forests. Fire is something, if we come across one, we cannot go anywhere else but to the spot and try beat that fire. Foresters have spent their lives beating fires of all levels. Even the chief conservator or the principal chief conservator, if he is moving through an area and finds there's a fire in forest, will not proceed ahead, will stop there, will arrange for dousing of fire. Fire for Forest Service and forest officers is not about some damage is happening and we try to contain it. It is about we cannot let that happen, and we do that with making supreme sacrifice. As an example, you understand in year 2023, 4 foresters in state of Uttarakhand, while dousing fires, burnt themselves alive. They were not supervised by anyone. They were not being told to douse that fire. There was no authority commanding them. It was just the sheer motivation. Because people who work in the sector of environment are so much immersed in the sector that they find it a way of life. If the country has adopted mission life today, the forest officers have been living that mission for ages. Forest officers are a very different community. They do not have the enemies that are known who they have to deal with, but to them, everything that is there in nature is worth conserving, and that's what the society is gaining from. But today, gradually, we found that apart from the anthropogenic pressures that are there, because of which harvesting of forest resources, or particularly forest fires, have happened, up to now, nature had capacity to regenerate itself, and the forest could come back. But gradually now, the climate-mediated scenario that has emerged, the very productivity of forests is going down. There is a reason to have more structured strategy to go about talking about fire. If NDA has come today with partnership in forestry departments, I welcome them. There would be at least some second people available to us to work with. Otherwise, despite the 73rd and 74th Amendment to the Constitution, when this country gave responsibility of conservation of resources, managing them for their own benefit to village communities, we understand what is the status today. Forest fires in India are not natural. They are not natural. People put it. We have to bring about a behavioral change. How does it happen? We do not know. We are at a loss. The foresters at present are only applying themselves, confronted with a situation with no resources. If the 890 crore starts to flow from NDMA side, because government is now taken cognizance of the fact that it is so essential that investment must happen. Forest officers have been driving that process by their sheer dedication, motivation, and at times giving their lives. That is what we have invested in fires in this country. And despite all those incidences, we find that forests are still in good shape. But future appears to be more challenging, more demanding on us. Now joining hands have become very important. No longer should, after a forest fire, the finger be raised just on forestry department. Fire is not a technical matter. It has social origin. People put it, and after that, no one is able to douse that fire if the proportion goes high. And you know from the developed countries, what they are facing. Despite all resources we think they have and technology, they are not able to contain the fires that happen. So please do not expect that humans can deal with what nature creates or destroys. You can't. You only have to save yourself, rescue yourself from that. So should the situation of rescue not come, you see that you do not put fire to forest. Forestry departments have been doing what they could, and they have done more than what they can, and that too without money. If the country now thinks that something should happen in month of October before fire season, we need to see, the foresters are watching as to how much this process will get sustainability, how much will be the concern. We can talk lots of things, and we have been talking. So I'm advised to talk to a villager, make him ready for not to put fire, and then come along with me when fire happens. Those changes do not happen on project basis. With the kind of thin attendance of us on the ground, we losing lives from the department, that day is still far off, unless the whole country joins hands. No longer should in those meetings finger be raised on forest officer. Forest officer must find a place on the higher table where discussions happen and decisions are made. I think this is the moment which brings about the preparation for that day when it so happens. I'm so happy today that the National Disaster Management Authority has structured something. There is relief force available to this country today after 2005, what we witnessed as tsunami on Odisha coast. The country is preparing. Country wants to respond. But that sensitivity, before it develops with the common person, has to develop within government. And I request everybody, I appeal to them, and I have no hesitation in demanding of them that they have to be sensitive to it. They have to participate. They can't just be raising fingers and saying that's somebody else's job. No. If you leave forests apart, then it may be just technical forestry and foresters can do it. But there's so much of interaction from the society that it's socio-economic thing. No issue of forest today is forest technical issue. It's all socio-economics that is mattering. Because as much of technical forest issues will be there, the forests have their autonomous capacity to regenerate. They will come back. But don't push them too hard. You are compromising your own capacity to sustain yourself. You are doing all of this in self-interest. You do this in your self-interest. You want to sustain your species. And that is the moment that has come, and now you are planning that, let us join hands. Yes, we must. But there's a responsibility towards everything else, nature, which gives you the capacity in the first place. You may have all goods and services, but you'll not have air to breathe, or water to drink. What avail is all of that, or any of it? So this is a very important moment. We are at the crossroads. I need to understand, among the definitions of disaster, the listing of disasters, how much time will it take for anyone to list fires there? They are taking that proportion. Let me do it in anticipation of larger fires tomorrow. The globe is going to be warmer. And the perfect situation is not just cleaning floors or drawing those fire lines. No, that's inadequate, insufficient. That had a purpose. But in today's proportion of what happens, that's not a solution. That's not a solution. So this community, which has worked for forests, which have engaged with fire, is now finding new partners, partners who are capable, partners who can help in decision making, partners who can make this voice reach where it must, so that the whole society reorganizes us for a purpose that becomes at village level we talk about disaster, and it should not be about disaster relief, rather it should be about creating a situation at local level that ecology is very strong and people understand it, appreciate it. There is no subsidy given in this sector. Every other sector you find there's a subsidy. Why would people not reduce their dependence on forests? And if fire happens, the productivity goes down, the production goes down, and dependency goes up. It's a vicious cycle. Who's trying to make sense of it? So let us not talk about very easy solutions or the rhetoric that we have been confronting without support for decades. Some actual thing has to happen, and it's a very challenging task. And we understand if fires are man-made, then those people have to be onboarded. For them to be onboarded, we need to understand what kind of investment is required in them, what kind of monetary and what kind of other investment. If at village level I have leaders who are influencers, then I need to understand why are they not successful in holding the forest fires, not containing the forest fires, not able to motivate them. Why is that responsibility again put on a forester who is actually equipped for something else than convincing anybody? But she's also doing that job today out of compulsion because system does not have any other agency. She will continue to do it. But meanwhile, let us equip ourselves better. Let the system provide for more. Let system engage more. It's only been the engagement of the forestry sector till now. It has to be larger engagement of whole of government. I'm very thankful to NDMA for all the effort they have put in. And we look forward that NDMA's engagement in any of the things that are environment-based is increasing beyond the rescue operations that we conduct or we try to provide resilient infrastructure. That's just one part of it. That's human capital. We talk about natural capital, which is irreplaceable. The economy, the neo-economics does not understand it. It does not understand. It talks about replaceability of natural capital with any other thing, and they are so wrong about it. So a new discourse has to develop. This discourse has to involve partners from outside the forest sector more and more, and it should become a common purpose, a common objective of the whole society. Then only we sustain. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, bringing us together, making us think, and making us hopeful that yes, there are others who are as concerned about this matter as we have been for decades. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and valuable address, which will certainly guide the discussions ahead. Sir, we are really privileged that as you lead in the prestigious institute of Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, and it's a great pleasure to have you with us here. Now, moving forward, I would now request, it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Renu Singh, who is the director of the Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. I would request her to present her remarks, ma'am.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Shri Rajen Singh, HOD and DMA, Dr. Krishna Vats, Member NDMA, Lieutenant General Retired Syed Ata Hasnain, Member NDMA, Dr. Jagmohan Sharma, Director IGNFA, Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, Shri Rakesh Kumar, Joint Secretary NDMA, senior officers and representatives of state forest departments, NDMA, research organizations, esteemed participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm truly delighted to be a part of this important consultative workshop on forest fire, risk reduction, innovations and strategies. Today, we all have gathered here with a shared purpose to address the very pressing issue of forest fires that poses a significant threat to our environment, biodiversity, and the well-being of our communities. Forests, as we all know, play a very vital role in maintaining ecological balance, supporting biodiversity, and mitigating climate change. Unfortunately, the escalating frequency and intensity of forest fires present a significant threat to these very precious ecosystems. It destroys not only wildlife habitats and biodiversity, but also causes soil erosion. Forest fires also contribute to climate change by emitting huge quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. According to an estimate of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, annual carbon emissions from forest fires range between 2.5 to 4 billion tons of carbon dioxide. So you can see the intensity and the impacts of these forest fires. The World Meteorological Organization has also warned that climate change and land use change are going to make forest fires more frequent and intense, and there will be a global increase of extreme fires up to 50% by the end of this very century. In India too, forest fires are becoming very common and a cause of serious concern. The incidence of forest fires in the country is on the rise, and burnt areas are increasing every year. However, I think the major cause of this menace is the piecemeal approach to this very important problem of today. Both the national focus and the technical resources required for sustaining a systematic forest fire management program are lacking in the country. Important forest fire management elements like strategic fire centers, coordination among ministries, funding, human resource development, fire research, fire management, and extinction programs are grossly inadequate in our country. I would like to congratulate NDMA for bringing together different agencies and institutions having great stakes in forest fire and disaster management. Today, we need a collaborative and coordinated approach involving various stakeholders, including government agencies, local communities, NGOs, research organizations, and the private sector. The collective knowledge, expertise, skills, and resources of these diverse stakeholders are essential for the success of our collaborative efforts and approach. We also need to recognize the diverse landscapes and ecosystems that make up our nation. The strategies we develop must be adaptable to the varied topographies and climates that characterize different regions of India. What works in one region may not be directly applicable to another, and therefore, a nuanced and context-specific approach is essential. Today, climate change is altering the dynamics of our ecosystems, influencing temperature patterns, precipitation levels, and the frequency and intensity of extreme weather conditions. These changes in turn contribute to an increased susceptibility of forest to wildfires. We need to examine these intricate connections, seeking to comprehend how climate change scenario will influence the vulnerability of our forest in future. As we delve into the intricacies of climate-induced forest fire vulnerability, we must remain mindful of the broader implications for biodiversity, water resources, and the livelihoods of communities that depend on these forest ecosystems. Today, I would like to urge all the participants, all the delegates of this workshop to approach this workshop with a spirit of collaborative inclusivity and innovation. This workshop provides us an invaluable opportunity and platform to join and share our experiences and develop a comprehensive strategy to combat the menace of forest fires. I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that would emerge out of this consultative workshop today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. May I now invite Dr. Krishna S. Vats, member NDMA, to kindly.
I would also like to thank the members from the state district management authorities who have also come here from far-flung areas. It is a matter of great joy for us for having these two actors meeting each other. I'm sure the workshop as we go forward will kindle a lot of thoughts and ideas as to how to go about in a collaborative manner in addressing the issue of forest fire. I thank one and all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
So can I quickly jump in? I'm sorry I was not programmed to speak, but I just wanted to share with the members and all the audience one recent experience I had when I was invited to Dehradun by Dr. Jagmohan to address the probationers at IGNFA, and then Dr. Renu to see what FRI and what DGFRI does. So it was my first visit, and I am very sad that it was my first visit in 36 years of service. It was one of the most fascinating experiences to speak to 100+ forest probationers. It is something that NDMA should internalize, that every year we must insist, even if the director of the time doesn't invite us, we must say, why have you not called us? Because being in touch directly with the probationers is something that is really, really important. It's critical. Apart from giving them gyan, I also learned a few very interesting things, that the caliber of the probationers. They were talking of AI resilient games on phones. Now, I had never heard of the term of prompt engineering, AI resilience, all of this really new age, top level, for-profit world, which Google and Meta only talk about, is being spoken of by probationers of the Forest Service. It is a matter of pride for the country that we are getting such A-class futures for our forests. With regard to FRI, I was amazed to see the 6 museums that are present in FRI. I had never heard the word xylarium. I thought she's making a fool out of me, but actually when I did go and see, there were these several books over there from the distances I could see it, but when I went close, there were blocks of wood. So they have archived 20,000 pieces of samples of wood from all over the world's forests. It is a must-see. And then the insect museum, I mean, it's just amazing. And the manner which it has been kept in. So the archive of India's biodiversity, which is what Renu ma'am spoke about, the link between climate change and forest fires, The archive of biodiversity is exceptional for all of us who are in the disaster management community. As she told us and as Dr. Jagmohan told us, the future of forest fires is not looking very good. All of us must visit that place and see for ourselves what's going on. So thank you for all for coming, and especially for these two senior officers to come and grace the occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and Dr. Rakesh, sir, both of you, for this remarkable remarks. And now we have come to the end of the inaugural session, and we are delighted to have such a wonderful session. We are looking forward a very good session for the coming day. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the inaugural session. We now break for tea, and we will reassemble at 11:15. Kindly please reassemble at 11:15 so that we can start the next session. 11:15, 1-5.
चेंज कर देना, उसमें ऐड कर देना ई विक्रम करके।
पीपीटी वो खुद प्ले करेंगे या हम आके करेंगे? ठीक है, क्योंकि हमें सेशन वाइज कुछ पता नहीं है ना।
सेशन वाइज आपके पास वो नहीं है एजेंडा? इसमें नाम रहेगा सेशन वाइज।
Hello everybody, I would like you to please assemble for our first session of this workshop. As we welcome back to this session of this workshop, the topic of this session is Overview of National Forest Fire Mitigation Program. The session will be chaired by Dr. Krishna S. Vats, member NDMA. We will first have a presentation by Shri S. Rakesh Kumar, Joint Secretary NDMA, followed by insights from our distinguished panelists. The panelists for this session are Dr. Renu Singh, Director IFS, Forest Research Institute, Dr. Manmohan Sharma, Director, IGNFA, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Jangnia, DIG, MoEF&CC, and Sri Vishwanath, IFS, Conservator of Forest from Orissa. I would request everybody to please come to the dais. As we begin the session, I would please request all the panelists to be a little be crisp on the timing, as our chair Vatsa sir will be also looking into it. But I will please appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to you, Dr. Sharma, Madam Renu Singh, all the distinguished panelists, all the participants, experts, colleagues. It's such a good feeling to be here discussing the national program in forest fire management. Let me set the context. The program has come through 3 rounds of intense battles. The first round consisted of the ideation, the formulation of the program, and the approval of the first round consisted of the ideation and the formulation of the program. It took us more than a year just to formulate the program. There were so many consultations, so many ideas, and bringing them together in the program was a huge challenge. But that was easier. The second round actually consisted of the process of approval. That was, a real ordeal, going through the entire process, presenting the program, dealing with all kinds of issues, and the process itself is so long drawn. But finally, we got the approval. And we thought when the approval came, we are through. It's a great moment for us. We will savor the moment. But then the third round of battle started. That was to prepare the state level programs. And it took us 7 months, 8 months now to get all the state level programs done. The program was approved sometime in December. We are in August, and there are still 2 states which have not submitted the program. So you can imagine we have lost the count of meetings that have been organized just to push this program. So, with huge amount of effort that has gone into the program, we are here, and it's definitely a moment of great satisfaction that we are now looking into the integrity of the program. So the program represents a great opportunity for us. I was talking to Dr. Sharma, and I mentioned to him that while we are dealing with the forest fires, it's a problem that is growing worldwide, and we need to institutionalize the forest fire management in many ways. So how do we institutionalize it? And maybe we will issue the detailed guidelines about the managing the program, because if in course of managing the program, implementing the program, if we are not able to institutionalize it, it will be a serious kind of weakness, failure. So we must look at the program, not just a 3-year program, but as a long-term opportunity for building capacities. So the first thing is the institutional part. And it's very, very important that we develop the right kind of institutions, because I don't think that this program will stop here. We will continue the program maybe at a scaled down version, but the program will continue. We will continue to get some resources from the disaster management funds, from the CAMPA, from all the other resources. And maybe climate finance is also emerging very fast, so we can also tap the climate finance. It is an issue related to climate, so we will tap those resources also to continue the program in several ways. So we need to develop that state level institution, whatever we want to call it. In the program, we are calling it perhaps the PMU, that you need to set up the PMU, and it is a PMU that will continue for the long time. Two, very, very important, that this program, the SFD, State Forest Departments, and the SDMAs work together collaboratively. This is a point we would like to emphasize time and again, that this is a collaborative project, and in many states, we have seen the disconnect, and we will try to again reach out to all the state governments so that this disconnect is addressed. So this is the first thing. The second thing, which is extremely important, and maybe in course of the discussion today, we will bring up some of these points, how we are providing the technical assistance for the program, because it is the quality of the technical assistance that will determine the success of the program. It's not just about the conventional, usual business, business as usual. We are looking at upgrading the forest fire management practices. We want to upgrade the equipment. We want to upgrade the ways of dealing with the forest fires. And it's very, very important that the best technical assistance is available to the PMU and all the forest officials who are dealing with the subject. So let's discuss the technical assistance part very, very carefully. The third part, which is also important, is the monitoring part, how we are monitoring the program. And we would definitely be monitored very closely. I'm saying that because there was a lot of reservation. Why is SDMA, why is NDMA getting into this area? This is an area that belongs to the Forest Department. We said that no, this is an area that is of wider national concern. It is very, very important. It's a serious risk to the country. So we definitely need to work together on this. So definitely we will ask to produce the results, show the results on the ground, how we are reducing the impact of forest fires, how we are upgrading our capacities, our resources to deal with the forest fires. So some of these results would be monitored very closely. We should be able to show the results. We should be able to set up the monitoring system. So this is the third part, which is extremely important. The fourth part, of course, is how we are collecting the data and managing the data, because of course monitoring cannot be done without collecting the data, without monitoring the data. So how are we setting up the data management system so that we show the results And we have the data which can support us. It's data related to early warning, it's data related to occurrences of fires, it's data related to the training, the capacities, the equipment, all that is available at different levels. So this is very, very important part of the project program management. So all the important issues need to be pursued very, very carefully. We need to be very professional in dealing with the program. So this is, and I will come back to several other issues which are extremely important for the success of the program. But now I will first request Rakesh ji to present the program. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais and the august members in the audience. Vatsa sir has very eloquently laid out the main themes of the discussion for the workshop today. My responsibility today is to do the hard job of actually bringing the facts of the programs before the participants here. Since I'm aware that the participants here are people who have worked in the field of forest fire management for more than perhaps 25 years, and which would mean that we would like to bring in a different aspect of forest fire management, which hitherto was not being done by the forest managers on the ground, by looking at forest fires not just as a fire management, but as a disaster management. So I'll just set the context. I am sure my colleagues from the forest department would already be aware of this, but for the larger audience, the members from the SDMAs and from the institutes who have joined us today, this is just to set the context of what we are looking to address. So forest and forest fire, we all know that forest cover of India, which is around 7.15 lakh square kilometers, which forms around 21% of the total land area of the country. If we are looking at global scenario, it's around 4 crore square kilometers, roughly translates to around 31% of the global land area. I have made the presentation in a manner that it's map-based so that we are able to actually look through the different aspects of the map as we go from slide to slide. Now, once we look at what was the forest area and subsequently which are the forest-prone forest areas, fire-prone forest areas in India. As per the assessment of the ISFR in 2021, it says around 2.58 lakh square kilometers are forest-prone, which translates to roughly around 36% of the total forest cover in India. Globally, if we look at it, it's around 3% of the total forest area, and in the tropical forests, where the temperatures are the maximum, it's around 4%. Looking at what has been the loss globally with respect to the forest fire incidences, as you can see the graph actually shows year-wise loss of forest in totality, and the red part of it is actually the ones which are attributed to fire loss. We see that from the initial years, from being less than perhaps 10 to 20%, that's almost climbed to 50% as we look at it now. So that's a thing that is a matter of worry, because now almost 50% of loss could be attributed to forest fires. Looking at how it translates for us in India, so I've actually taken two pictures, which are basically 2-year temporal assessments. So it's for year 2021, which is on the left-hand side, and 23-24, which is on the right-hand side. So these are basically, I've called it forest fire density maps. It is essentially the triggers of forest fires generated by satellites. So once we look at it, it's very clear that what we see in the left and right are completely different pictures in terms of the increase in density that we are seeing in the amount of forest fires reported. So this, within a gap of 2 years, that is alarming as well. This is something that we all have been looking through, and I'm sure when we put it across to the experienced foresters, so this should come across as being very pedestrian, but I still chose to do it. I was advised by Rizvi sir, please remove this, but I still insisted that I would go with this. The reason behind this was, this is a very static slide that we have whenever we discuss about forest fire management. Now when we look at it, topography, people, fuel, all these have perhaps more or less remained the same over a period of time. So I would rather call them near static attributes. But what has been dynamic is the weather part. That was essentially why I chose to actually put this graph here, in order to attract the attention of the audience to the fact that perhaps what increased density of fire that we have noticed in the previous slide could all but be attributed to the weather factors that we are looking. In order to substantiate that further, I have actually tried to pick up the weather parameters across India in order to actually substantiate how this may be translating into more incidences. So looking at a change in the annual mean temperature trend, so the pink ones are the increasing ones. So we could very easily see that this for I think it's for 120 years span. So as we look through this graph, and what was worrying was, these are basically isohates. The increase in temperatures are those lines with the same lines. Within them, there is an increase in temperature of the same nature. So when you look at Uttarakhand or perhaps Himachal area, it's around 2.5 degree rise from 1991 onwards, historically mean. So that definitely is very worrying. And next slide, when I take you to the rainfall pattern, so this we are looking at the southwest monsoon. When I say JJAs, it's June, July, August, September pattern. When this is analyzed, we can very clearly see that there has been an increase in precipitation on the western borders. However, we could see that the Indo-Gangetic plain is completely strewn with the red color, which is suggestive of the fact that there has been a very distinctive change in the rainfall pattern in the southwest monsoon that has happened. And this is for a period of 10 years, from 2012 onward to 2022. Similarly, looking at the retreating monsoon, if you look at the months of October, November, December, again we would see that the same pattern actually stands still for Indo-Gangetic plain. We still have the redder areas there. Of course, there's a bit of more rain from the western and eastern front. Generally, when retreating monsoon happens, you have very little rain otherwise on the western borders. Which is like Maharashtra and otherwise, and the greater precipitation is for the south when the retreating happens, or from Odisha that goes. This is also a significant change that we are observing from otherwise which has been a normal pattern of monsoon or hydrometeorological data. Looking at historical context, there's been big fires that have happened. I've only listed up the ones which were major. So there's a sequential increase on the larger ones and the loss of life on those counts. And the recent ones on the right-hand side. So we might see in Maharashtra alone, there's been around 1,200 odd large fires within a span of 3 months. And that's a sharp increase from earlier 515. It's almost 60, 70, means 120% jump. Similarly, in Madhya Pradesh, it's reported around 21,000 fires since November alone. Uttarakhand, Himachal, there's been reduced precipitation in terms of snowfall, and we have seen in the earlier slides how the rainfall pattern has changed. In this context, I think this was a step taken by the national authorities to declare forest fire as a disaster. Now, this is where this project was born. So this enabled actually the fire management aspect to be addressed through the mitigation fund that is available under the National Disaster Management. While we were looking at the project, I must also bring to fore the hard work that has been done by my predecessor, Kunal Satyarthi ji. I'm sure many of you would know. in actually realizing the vision of the members and bringing it to a format where it could come out as a project. How this is uniquely placed is this is for the first time, as Vatsa sir was mentioning. There is an interaction between the disaster management managers in the states and the forest managers. And the crucial, the handshake between both these actors will be very decisive in how we actually manage forest fires efficiently and effectively on ground. Now, while we were looking at the program design, it was required that we target it to a particular area which is actually prone to forest fire. So we did something called as a vulnerability analysis, and that took the data of FSI and NRSC, based on which 144 districts in 19 states were chosen to be targeted through these projects. This is the important part. In all the programs and plans that we talk about, there's a very good planning, but there's no funding to actually back it up. The good part here is this has been backed by a substantial budget of around 800 odd crores. And this is split between the center and the state in 90-10. And that is a uniform application all through. We are aware that in central sponsored scheme is basically a split of 60-40 otherwise happening. And then I've already told it's in 19 state and 144. The graphs actually indicate the amount of money which has been earmarked for different states. We could see that it's around 200 crores odd for Madhya Pradesh alone. How is this different from the other management aspects that we have done, which is what I just said? Since now it is come under the ambit of a disaster, so we follow a disaster management cycle in this project also. While the project has been named as a forest fire mitigation project, but it doesn't just look at the mitigation aspect alone, which is what generally as foresters we do. This also looks and emphasizes on the preparedness. It also looks at the response and then the recovery. While we do in forests as traditional managers, we do mitigation as well as the recovery. But the preparedness part and response is a thing that we just do as a part of our duty. Our people know how to handle that, but there's no systematic approach to actually do that. Smaller fires are easier to tackle that way. Larger fires actually risk the loss of life for even staff and the people nearby. In the squares, I've just mentioned the aspects that have been included as a part of this scheme to be taken up by the states to pose their projects. This would actually lay down the exact allocation of the resources as well. So as we see, mitigation has got somewhere around 54% of the total allocation in the project. Similarly, in preparedness and response, around 26% has gone, which I think is perhaps a significant allocation that has gone into it. It emphasizes on preparing a MIS and a GIS-based response and alert system, and which is very significant. Otherwise, we know how in states and districts, very little funds get allocated for such kind of a scaling up of initiatives. Emergency control room and fire control systems, and we are also looking at doing a fire disaster management plan on that. Similarly, for forest fire assessment and recovery, around 2% has been allocated, and for program management, it's around 1.89. I would want to draw your attention to the fifth component, which is around 12%. These are for those unforeseen expenditures that may occur because we are targeting 144 districts. It might so happen that there may be a big incident in some other place and which needs a fair bit of expenditure to be incurred to manage that. The states are at their capacity to actually pose their requirement onto this. These funds can also be taken as a gap filling for the initiatives that the states and UTs have already taken for their own projects. So suppose the project for the state was, let us say, 30 crores, but since they have started work and they end up realizing that they need 2 more crores additional, so this is a fund that they can easily use for doing that. This is something that has already been spoken by Vatsa sir, so I don't want to elaborate, but just to actually touch upon so that everybody is aware. Technical assistance and institutional support is the backbone of this forest management project. where we are saying that ki data and monitoring support by the technical institutes. These technical institutes who are partnering are also separately being funded for that. So I'd request all the states and UTs to feel free to actually approach these organizations, pose their requirement as to if it is a digital database that they want to create, if it's the satellite real-time imagery that they want to seek. Please feel free to approach them and get their help on that. Similarly, for training and capacity building, because we are looking at a different chain of action when we are looking at forest fire being a disaster management thing. So we have these institutional agencies, which Director Sir is here, Rizvi Sir is Executive Director NIDM, CASFOS, I know Vikram is here. These become the major inputs, because ultimately if the institutions have to run, the capacity has to be built, and sufficient allocation has been made for capacity building. It is incumbent on organizations or the institutes to see to it that this is actually used with and efficiently done. I would like to point this out, while Sir has already mentioned, we are looking at this as a 15/5 FC grant, which is supposed to be finishing this year and by March 26. However, Sir was also indicative that it is to be safely presumed that it is going to be continued. But I am also, it's a word of caution that it would also depend on how better it has been utilized during this year. So I'd urge all the states and UTs, we've already lost 6 months. So this is the, the pleading coming from the project manager here. We must look at accelerating expenditure as well as the actions on the ground. 1 year I feel sometimes is very less, but still if we start, we would be able to cover good amount of ground. Operational support part, now this is one step that we have gone ahead from what we were doing earlier. I think few of the members have earlier mentioned, HOD sir was mentioning about Abda Mitras on the ground, which are the functional soldiers, foot soldiers on the ground that can be summoned when there is a fire incident that happens, and they act as a force multipliers. We are also taking it to a next level of doing a Yuva Abda Mitras, and this has also been a very focus area from the highest political circles in our country. Achha, right sir. Achha, my time is closing sir. I'm sorry sir, I'll just close. And the other part is at the national level, there is a escalatory channel to even call for assistance of NDRF and IAF. So this is also two important thing that we know. Now it's a done thing that you should be able to call for help and assistance whenever you require, and they would have to respond. Since the time is less, monitoring mechanism has already been spoken by sir, so I do not want to bore people on that. Database, I've already said, sir has also emphasized, we need to be moving into a process which is end-to-end IT-enabled workflow, which can actually capture the data as and when the work is done, rather than looking at a data being generated by seeding kind of a workflow, which doesn't happen otherwise. So this is something that the states and UTs may work towards. Knowledge sharing and exchange of knowledge through interstate exchange trips is also something that has been inbuilt into this scheme. Now coming to the brass tacks, which is actually, my supplication. We have received proposals from 17 states, and out of which I think, except for 2, 15 have been forwarded for release of funds. So the 15 states may be in readiness. They may want to take advance action, which would be required to take this program forward. We are still to receive proposal from 2 states, Maharashtra and Arunachal. If the representatives are here, I would exhort them, please kindly use this opportunity. If there is any difficulty, feel free to contact us so that we can help actually generate the proposals for you. Thank you very much.
That was a very comprehensive overview of the program, and I think that sets the context for the discussion today. Now I invite Dr. Jagmohan Sharma, Director IGNFA, to speak about the program, the opportunities that the program presents, and several ways that unfold before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are seeing a program of the proportion which has been presented to us for the first time in the country, and this is very welcome. I would take this as an opportunity to strengthen the institutions that we have in the forestry departments, to strengthen our capacity to deal with fires in terms of the data, the storage of data, the planning process, and being able to do that in such time, and demanding, raising a demand from there for investment, and that investment gets released in time and departments are able to take those preparatory steps. I would think in that regard departments have a very heavy responsibility of one, looking at the previous experience, identifying gaps there and trying to fill them, and also to be able to anticipate as to what more may be required. The project though provides for about 12% of contingency, as I could make out from Mr. Rakesh's presentation, that for any big event further assistance could become available. And this would be, it will be some kind of support to the forest ecosystems that are at present struggling to keep up with pressures of various kind, fire being only one of them, apart from the climate mediated other other impacts on forests and their productivity. The post-fire recovery remains a neglected area in case of fire incidents in the departments, because primarily the mandate has been so much and the resources have been so thin that most of the time you depended on nature for regeneration after the fire incidents. So on one hand, we are trying to develop information as to if the intervention is necessary after fire, and if yes, at what point in time, how much you should wait to see if regeneration is happening, areas coming back, and when should you intervene, and in case you do intervene, what kind of intervention. So such knowledge creation has to happen and become a part of the system on more regular basis. But as a person, internal person from the sector, I understand the project-based focuses are many times turning out to be distractions, because this is one department which remains engaged with one or the other activity through the year. There are seasons. This department has seasonal things. So it appears now fire season there is a fire season which naturally is there. During that season, before that season, we need to make preparation, and during that season, when we try to act, up to now, it has not been possible to undertake very many activities, but only making people available on the ground in case of any contingency, and most of the time there is inadequate positioning of people, and they are very thinly put on the ground. So this project will give an opportunity that the presence is enhanced. This will give an opportunity and better confidence for the people to, the staffs to deal with the situation on ground through supplements of different kinds, to just share with the people who are interested in this, that on any particular day when people are fighting fire, then for continuously 4 days, 5 days, they are in field who are beating the fire and remaining available without food, some food arranged from somewhere for which there is no provision most of the time. So there are a number of constraints. I trust those expenditure which are so essential, which are known, and system is ignoring them and fending for itself as to arrange them. The project gives an opportunity to build an environment that the people who are on the ground are able to work with more enthusiasm. So, but overall, I would think a great partnership is getting forged. Great attention is coming to this sector. In October 24, if this has already been listed as one of the identified disasters in the country, it is timely. And I congratulate NDMA for that effort, and I trust the project will continue in the next cycle of 5 years, and beyond it. Also, we need to see how does it become so institutionalized that this is going to remain. Actually, it is going to increase further in a warmer world. So if it be so, then more support would become necessary, and not only in terms of providing to the forestry departments, but also the people who are at receiving end. So the people who are impacted by fire incidents, when their livelihoods are impacted, how are we able to help them is the question, because all of this is required for, we are welfare state, but we aspire to be well-being state, and even welfare is being compromised when you don't have air. If fire is happening in Canada and you have to close airports and the PM levels in America are going high, it's a very difficult situation, and you need to expect that now to happen everywhere. So this is a very sacred job, very important project. I trust this will help meet some of the mitigation that is required, address some of the risks that are worsening by the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And what makes me very, very enthusiastic about this project is that for each function, say for early warning, we have FSI and we have IRS, and for training, we have a full range of institutions. So for every aspect of the program, we have dedicated institutions, and this program actually presents an opportunity for all the institutions to come together, work together, and contribute to the knowledge management, to the enrichment of the practice. So thank you very much for your observations. Now I request Dr. Renu Singh.
Thank you. I would like to make 3 comments. First of all, I would like to say something about this mitigation scheme for forest fire risk management. We see here the prominent word is mitigation scheme. Here under this scheme, I would like to highlight a very interesting point about the relationship between forest and climate change. We all talk about the importance or say potential of forest to reverse the impacts of climate change. If we don't have forests are adversely impacted, then climate change process is increased. We have more climate related, say there are different patterns of rainfall or say rise in temperature and things like that. And it was also stated in the presentation that perhaps climate or say weather is the most important factor which is impacting or causing the increase in forest fire. Here at this point, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that forest, adaptation of forest, that is also very important when we talk in terms of relations between forest and climate change. We all talk about the potential, mitigation potential of forest in relation to climate change. But when we also have to think that forest, they also need to be taken care of in terms of adaptation measures. Because if we are not taking care of forest, we are not taking care of the health of the forest, then of course forests are going to be degraded and they will lose their ability to mitigate the climate change. So under this scheme, I would like to emphasize that we should put some component, something there which talks about this adaptations measures for the forest. I could see 1 or 2 steps were there, like you talked about the restoration of forest. So that is again a component of the adaptation measures of the forest. And there are other components as well, which can be, I think, which should be the important and very crucial components of this scheme. One point is that, and then I would like to say something. There was a point, you talked about the reduction of fuel from forest areas. When we want to reduce the fuel load from our forest area, we need to think in terms of biomass removal from forest. And here we don't have any, say, research or methods or mechanism which tell us how we can do this, how best we can do regarding this biomass removal which constitutes this fuel load. In FRI, we have conducted some projects which I think they are not there. I will speak about those things in my presentation in the later half of this workshop. And I would like to emphasize that there are, when we are talking about the biomass removal, then there are many ways where we should not simply think about just biomass removal. We should also think about how we can make best use of these biomass, because there are techniques and technologies available today, which we think these biomass, they are not of any use, but they are very much useful. With the help of the technologies and modern techniques, we can make very good use of those biomass, or say those fuel load. For example, take the example of lantana. We all know that is a very good fuel material if left there, and it can cause great forest fires if left untreated or it is drying up in our forest area. When we remove this lantana, we can make, say, small handicraft items or furniture, or even so many briquettes also. So many, I must say, technological advancements are available there if we can somehow link the users with this state forest departments and the agencies which are removing this biomass from the forest areas. So this area, I think we should give more attention, and we should think in terms of more research how, what could be the best practices to do this biomass removal from forest. And then I saw so many, and the names of training institutes and research institutes also, but somehow I didn't see the name of my institute, FRI. And I would like to draw your attention here, because we are also undertaking one very important national collaborative scheme on forest fire management. And under this scheme, we are partnering with FSI and CASFOS. And in this scheme, we are undertaking many initiatives which are not there till now in our country. Like one example I would like to say, we talked about the difficulty in collecting and reporting the data. We are missing this part. And FRI is developing national level web portal for this database and knowledge management. All state forest departments, they are given links, and they are also reporting FSI. They have also been provided a link. They are also be hosting their various information. And FRI is also putting our research work and reports related to fire. So people can make use of this web portal also. So these were the quick observations from my side, and I'll talk more about what we are doing in FRI later on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So FRI is there, na? Right there next to NIDM. So actually, I must say that we are also getting acquainted with the wealth of institutions that the forestry sector has in the country. So it's a process of learning.
That's why I mentioned that we are also undertaking, because in this field, research,
Yes, yes,
we need a lot of research in this field as well.
certainly.
And FRI is doing a lot many research related to
Absolutely.
forest fire.
Yes, so we had a lot of interaction with you, and I think there is a significant research component in the program which we want to nurture. So thank you very much. The issue of adaptation is extremely important, and I think we can consider the provision for restoration of water bodies as an adaptation measure.
I'll talk about something, restoration of forest as well. We are developing some models also,
Okay.
restoration of forest types.
Thank you, ma'am. And MoEF&CC is actually writing a national adaptation plan right now. We are contributing to the national adaptation plan, and maybe we can have a discussion how the forestry sector can get reflected in our chapter, also DRR chapter. But you can also address the issue of adaptation. But what is more important is how the MoEF&CC organizes itself to deal with the forest fire on a long-term basis in terms of the institutional facilities, emergency response facilities, and the mitigation and adaptation measures that the ministry must support in collaboration with the wealth of institutions to sustain the forest fire management. So, Rakesh ji.
Yeah, thank you so much. In fact, we are fortunate to have institutes like Forest Survey of India, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Forest Resource, Forest Research Institute, among the premier institutes in our country who are contributing quite a lot as far as forest fire is concerned. So FSI provides different types of alerts, forest fire alerts to the states, and they also provide pre-fire alerts on weekly basis, and they are also managing One Agni portal. On that, these pre-fire alerts are reflected every Thursday. So with these institutional arrangements already in place, the states can utilize the alerts which are given to them and the data which is generated in particular with respect to their respective forest divisions, forest sections, and ranges, as well as the beats. So it becomes very critical to analyze the data or the alerts which are received from the Forest Survey of India. Because what happens, we receive alert, we respond to those alerts, our staff, they go there along with the JFNC members or the EDC members to those spots, we douse fires, but thereafter we forgot what to do after the response to the forest fire has happened. We douse the fire and we just forgot what is there. So next fire season comes, again this cycle is repeated. But after forest fire response given by us in that particular year, we should analyze how many alerts we have received, how many alerts were properly responded, and where we lagged. It is very good to know about the contingency arrangements which has been made in this particular scheme. And the director IGNFA also spoke about the particular arrangement, because many a times it is the arrangement for the food, water, and other allied activities for which the fund is not available with us. One of the major fire incident which is talked about nationally is the Kurangani fire incident which has happened in Tamil Nadu. And during that infamous incident, I was in charge of that area. I was the conservator of forest holding charge of that area, though I was in additional charge. But the kind of response which we received from the district administration, the police department, the armed reserve police, the nearby forest divisions, the state administration was enormous. So we also need to devise district level plan also integrated with the panchayat and the district plans regarding the forest fire, and we should integrate the forest fire action plan with those local panchayati raj institutions, and the kind of graded response we should give during such incidents is also very key to to respond to such incidents. After the incident was over, after the response was over, so we could see that that particular range was one of the most fire hazardous beat which was mentioned in our state forest action plan, but it was not disseminated right to the lowest level. So the dissemination of the data and the analysis which we have done at the state level or the district level should also go up to the lowermost field functionaries in the forest area. So that is one of the important learning, and I think through this program, through this scheme, which has a component of training as well as collaboration with the institutes or the district administration, this kind of training program should be given not only to the forest staff, not only to the community volunteers, but also to the responsible people in the district administration, particularly at the tehsil level or at the block level, both to the police and the forest department, and also to the medical department, which is also a very key. In such kind of scenarios, forest fire and rescue department also comes handy. So they should also be given a kind of training. And Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change also supports the states and the union territories with its own scheme, that is the Forest Fire Prevention and Management scheme. It is a centrally sponsored scheme. But as mentioned in the in this particular scheme, the sharing ratio is 90:10 for the states. In the centrally sponsored scheme, it is 60:40, and 90:10 for the hilly states and the Himalayan states, and forest department. So planning of post-fire mechanism is also very important. Along with FRI, the ministry is also preparing standard operating procedures for 5 different forest types, and it will be released very soon. It will be very handy when we are implementing this scheme in particular, because it has prescription for preparedness as well as response during the forest fire and also post-fire mechanism response. So hope these things will be taken into consideration while implementing this scheme. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And what is most critical for us is the ownership of the program. No, and the ministry must establish its ownership, must give the leadership, and to all the states show the directions, show different ways of extending technical assistance. There is so much that the ministry can offer through its experience, a long-term experience of implementing the forest fire interventions through CAMPA, and which will continue. So we definitely need to pool the resources and continue these interventions and upgrade our facilities and technologies and bring more innovation. So thank you very much. We will continue to work together. Thank you very much. And finally, we should have a state level perspective from the government of Odisha. Please, floor is yours. And just keep it brief. We want to wrap up the session soon. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I represent Odisha state, and as all of you know that Odisha state tops the number of forest fire incidents. If you analyze FSI data, so top 3 or top 4 will be the forest fire, and a few years before, because of Simlipal received more number of forest fires. It became a political issue. The seriousness is very huge, and so does Forest Department. We are very serious, and forest fire management is highly institutionalized in Odisha, and we pioneer in joint forest management. We take help of the VSS, and I think we give incentives to the VSS people, where the VSS involvement, they on their own, if they protect, and there is zero fire, those VSS are getting incentives from state government. And if you compare last 5 years, although we get number of forest fire more, the area has reduced. The impact, the hectares in area, we have considerably reduced. We are also pioneer in innovations, and we use technologies like in Simlipal we have used AI camera, and when we get the notification of forest fire from FSI, we get it after 2 hours or 3 hours. So, but with the use of this AI based cameras, we get it within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and we are the fastest to approach and douse the fire. And Odisha is the only state where 98 to 99% of the forest fire have been attended, and we use the software like Odisha forest management system, where we can trace back the number of fire and who has doused it, and we have a track record. So this scheme definitely will be using the innovation part. We will be needing your help, and Odisha Forest Department has submitted a proposal also. We are hoping for funding, and from Odisha side, and only my submission is that there should be a component of documentation. So that in, for example, when I was posted in field, I introduced ring and strip method of forest fire management. It was a very big success, and across Odisha we followed. For example, what we do is we have geotagged mahua trees. So these mahua trees, the people just douse the fire, they kindle the fire, and just in the evening and next day morning they will come and collect the flowers. So we have identified all those trees, and we in advance, as part of control burning, we do a ring shape in all of the tree, so that it doesn't spread to the nearby forest or any vegetation there. So this has considerably reduced, and such type of, I hope across India, across states, so many success stories should be there, so many best practices should be there. Those, because we have done in Odisha, I know this success story, but similar, maybe this may be applicable to Chhattisgarh, this may be applicable to Jharkhand, because we share a similar topography and vegetation. So each and every best practices, success stories should be documented, put in a place, and it should be accessed by each and every officer, from forest guard to the topmost officer. This is my submission, and there should be some provision, be it FSI or FRI or Disaster Management Authority. It should be open source, freely accessible, and all the success stories or best practices which you have done, be it small or big or large scale, should find a place, and it should be readily available, so that whenever a new forest officer is posted and he faces, because of we have a institutional memory drawback, whenever we go to a new place, we face a lot of problem. So if it is there in one particular place, and it is very easily accessible, that will definitely help us, sir. So this documentation part, it's from my side, it's my humble submission, is a need of the hour, and it should be done, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for underscoring the need for documentation. We already have undertaken a compendium of the best practices in forest fire management. The IGNFA has prepared the compendium for the on behalf of the NDMA. We will continue to, there is a component of documentation research in the project, so we will continue to do that. And we would also like to get more proposals for similar kind of initiatives. As I mentioned, we would issue detailed guidelines for the implementation of the program, and in the course of the discussion right now and later also, please feel free to come up with your suggestions so that our guidelines are rich and very useful, very contextual, and they help various aspects of the project management and implementation. So thank you very much to all the panelists for giving your views, your feedback, and various suggestions. We value them very much, and we will definitely include them in our project management and practice on the ground. So I would like to now close the session.
Yes,
with a
sir.
big thanks
Yes,
to
we
all
have
the
to close the session.
panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
very
you so
much.
much, sir. 1 minute. So I would request Vatsa sir to please felicitate our panelists. Aaju. Dr. Jagmohan Sharma, Director from Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. Dr. Renu Singh, Director IFS from FRI. Shri Vishwanath from Orissa. Mr. Rakesh. Thank you, sir. So we will have a group photograph for the session together. So here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Our next session focuses on gaps in existing technology for forest fire risk assessment. The chair for this session is Sri Rajendra Singh, member NHOD NDMA. And we will have two presentations by Sunil Chandra, deputy, from FSI, and Sri E. Vikram, principal from CASFOS, followed by a panel discussion with eminent experts, including Dr. Chandra Mohan Bhatt, Scientist G, Disaster Management Studies Department, IIRS Dehradun, and Dr. Kasturi Chakrabarti, Head of the Forest and Ecology Division, FED, NESSC, and Ms. Grace Jejo from State Disaster Management Authority, Manipur. Can we have everybody on the dais, please? As we are running behind schedule of the agenda of today's workshop, I kindly appreciate if everybody would please, the panelists especially, to stick to the timing so that we can have a good session. Okay. E. Vikram.
So good afternoon once again, and welcome to this second session. And we have seen Power Pack morning session where what is the scheme. It was explained nicely by Dr. Krishna Vasji, elaborated by Dr. Manmohan Sharma ji, and Mena Renumap. Now it is, the second session is talk about forest fire, risk assessment, gap in existing technology. First of all, that Dr. First section has taken 20 minutes extra, so we have to wind up by 40 minutes time, so that people get adequate time to go return back to their states. And one thing is I want to mention here that risk assessment form the bedrock of disaster risk reduction. If it is not assessed properly, accurately assess the risk, we can neither design targeted interventions or neither effectively send our response team. So how to go about it? We have made the plan. This is the first time in the 15th Finance Commission. Out of the kitty we got, mitigation kitty, we have launched this program. This is just the beginning. In the 16th Finance Commission also, we have got this money, and we say that second phase, because National Cyclone Risk Mitigation, we have started phase 1, where targeted state was 2, then phase 2 we went, another 6 states was added, and totally 4,500 crore rupees we have given to all the coastal states, and we have built cyclone shelters, road, underground cabling, early warning system. The same way we want to start. Now phase 3 we are taking up for coastal states. So this is the same thing we want to start in forest fire also. The phase 1 we will just start, and second phase we are going to already in my mind. But I got a good senior, a lot of expert who are the expert in the subject, known people in their field. So not wasting too much of time, I got a panel of Dr. E. Bikram, Principal CASFOS, Dr. Sunil Chandraji, Deputy Director FGDS FSI. Then I got a representative from my friend from SDMA Manipur, Meghalaya. Manipur, sorry, I always mistake. Then I got Dr. Chandramohan Bhajye, is a scientist G from IIRS. And then Dr. Kasturi Chakravarti ji is from NRSC. ANSEC, okay. Ma'am, your name is very good, Kasturi, great. So now I will request Dr. Sri E. Vikramji to present. We got 2 presentations, followed by discussion with panel, and we'll take 1 or 2 questions if required, and then we'll sum up by 1 o'clock. So my request to both the presenters, they kindly be with the specific and 10 to 15 slides, and please guide the audience to what is the risk assessment and where the gap analysis. It is very, very important. Over to you, Doctor.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I thank NDMA for giving me this opportunity. So I worked in Forest Survey of India for around 5 years, and the state government as DFO and conservator for around 7 to 8 years. So based on my experience in the Forest Survey of India and also in the field, so I'll just try to document what are the things that we are already doing and where are the gaps. and how we can try and plug the gaps. So in fact, the audience is a very apt one. So we have a lot of remote scientists, we have field forest practitioners, we have policy makers. So I'm sure that we can focus on these issues. So this is in one slide, I just try to put down everything. So if you look at the fire management cycle in the country, so it will start from you had previous speakers speak about the cycle. So for the technology aspect, you can say we start with detection. So there's a lot of emphasis on forest fire detection. In fact, we have the near real-time detection in our country, which is a very effective one. And the existing system is the fast version 2.0 from the FSI. And one of the major shortcomings, although it's a very wonderful system, developed with the partnership of NASA, NRSC, FSI, and the state forest departments, the main shortcoming is that it is restricted to the satellite overpass timings. So that is bunched in a window of 4 times in a day currently. If we talk about monitoring, in fact, it's very important to continuously monitor this, especially the large forest fires. So the FSI had designed this, what they call as the large forest fire alert system, which is also a part of the FAST 2.0. Again, the issue is that we only monitor these fires only twice a day. Although it's a huge improvement going from the fire pixel to the fire event. So that is a huge graduation, but still we need to do a lot more. If you look at the third area that the technology can focus on is the burnt area assessment. So right now we've got various studies, different organizations do this, but in a sporadic manner. So there's no integrated manner. And of course, the results that come out of such kind of burnt area studies are mostly textbookish, in the sense that we would get a figure about 5% of forest area burnt. So what does that actually, how does it inform policy or inform actions in the field? So these are the questions that we need to ask rather than just having one statistic. Can we make it more worthwhile? The next would be, we look at this large and serious fire national level database. So currently such a database in our country, I won't say it's absent, but it's partially there, but we need to get there actually. So I'll be talking about some of the examples globally. Fuel studies and classification, currently the FSI forest cover or the canopy cover and forest type data, we are very much restricted to that. And of course, there's a lot of work on land use, land cover studies by NRSC and other remote sensing institutions. But the fuel perspective in these studies are absent. So that is, I believe, that's a very key area that we need to focus on, because fuels are what drives the fires. And next would be the fire danger rating. We cannot emphasize less on this very crucial aspect of the danger rating. If you look at the Western world, they have very advanced and sophisticated systems in place. If you look at our country, we are currently in the, I would say not in the initial stage, but we are in the kind of a middle phase, but we need to move towards leapfrog into the next level. The main emphasis of the FDRS is their use in planning. So that is what we should be aiming at. Emergency assessment, so currently we have nil emergency assessment in our country. Many Western countries have a very thorough program where they look at the emergency response in terms of flash floods, soil loss, watershed value loss, and things like that. In fact, fires are certainly followed by flash floods, because we have monsoon right after. And also the fire affected areas, they are usually infested with weeds like lantana. So what's the technology and the detection system that right now we have? We all know, I think all the informed audience know very well that we have this MODIS and SNPP VIR satellite currently, which have been integrated by FSI with the help of NRSC. The major disadvantage is that we are able to get the data only 4 times in a day. So all the detections are bunched from 10 a.m. Into these 4 different timings, which is 10 to 11 a.m. and 10 to 11 p.m. and again 1 to 2 a.m. and 1 to 2 p.m. So we are not having enough overlooks on the Indian region. So that is one very important thing that we need to work on. But this is just it can only give us a kind of a national perspective. But as the friend from Odisha had described, they have this tower-based real-time monitoring facility. So those are really the need of the day. And even the FSI alerts, some of the earlier speaker had mentioned that that it takes some time to get the alerts in place. So we need to have an app-based alert system, because the SMS-based alert system, what happens is that there's a lag in the receipt of the SMS. It can take a few hours to actually send the SMS, because there are lakhs and lakhs of SMS being sent every day during the peak of the fire season. So if it is app-based, then it can just pop up as an alert on your app like any other app that you use. So that would be a huge advantage. Ground-based alert systems are very crucial because they can monitor on the ground 24/7, unlike the satellites. And these days, there's a lot of emerging studies about the ground-based sensor networks using the IoT technology, using WSN. So that is where I think we need to focus on as well. This is an example of the tower-based network from China. We also have in India. In Odisha is, I think, the pilot state which has started this. We should have this in more states. So this, such tower-based networks can monitor huge areas. The forest fire monitoring, currently the satellite windows are depicted here, but actually we can do much better because we have a large number of satellites which are currently in orbit, but they're not being used by NRSC and FSI. So that's a low-hanging fruit if you ask me. So if you look at, the NOVA 20, NOVA 21, so why can't we integrate these? And especially not for the real-time alerts, but for the large forest fire monitoring, because large forest fire need to be continuously monitored. And that, if you ask me, is something that the remote sensing agencies and FSI should work on immediately. And in the West, they have integrated various other data sets also. So they have integrated Landsat also. They have integrated, Sentinel data also. In India also, we have got a lot of our IRS group of satellites, our own IRS group of satellites. We are not using that. And we also have a rich constellation of the GSAT and INSAT. Probably the data at this point of time is not readily usable, but probably we should work more on the future missions so that we can get this data in place. If we have this data in place, then we can literally have 24/7 monitoring of all the fires in our country. So sometimes we are in the illusion that forest fires are sporadic, they come and go every year, so it's doused and handled locally, but that's not the case. Research in the past, our own data says that there are a few thousand large forest fire events that occur every year. So any given year, you can see that we have anything between 5 to 10,000 events. Even the number of events per million hectare of forest area is something ranges from 200 to 300, which if you ask me is very, very high. And the importance of fire preparedness cannot be more emphasized, because especially in the changing world, we have the new reality that new climate reality. The forest fires are going to get more recurrent and they're going to get more severe. So we should be prepared for it. And in such a scenario, the fire spread data is very, very critical. So for fire spread data, what I mean is that real-time monitoring of the large fires. So we can also use drones. Many states have a huge network they have their own drone capability. I'm sure that each and every forest department has a fleet of drones, but currently they are not being gainfully used for monitoring of forest fires. So that is one area that we should work on. And if we include the terrain also, then we can even model the forest fires. And I had already mentioned about integrating the other satellite like NOVA 2021. So burnt area assessment, again, if you look at the West, how they do it. In USA, they have burnt area assessment starting from 1982. So for any large forest fire event in the continental United States, so you can go and you can download the entire fire perimeter. They have this burn severity data, and in fact they also look at the trends in burn severity, right? So if you have a very huge fire this year, probably it will take 2 or 3, 4 more years for the fuel to build, and then it will get really vulnerable after a few more years. So those kind of data is also available. And our DAG sir from ministry also emphasized a lot about post-fire activities. So the canopy cover reduction using DNBR techniques is something that we have to work on. And if there is a significant reduction in canopy cover, those are the areas that should be prioritized for the afforestation works. And watershed effects, currently we are not speaking about this in our country because fires, they tend to create soils which are repellent to water. The soils get hydrophobic. That can lead to huge runoff and flash floods. We have our own kind of a large forest fire database from the FSI, but it's very limited right now, which is just the events and the number of pixels covered. Another area that I believe is that it's a very important area to work on is the fire danger rating. So fire danger rating, as I mentioned, currently we are in a kind of a basic FDRS. What FSI has done is that they have customized this fire weather index from the Canadians. And in fact, before they started doing that, FSI worked on the Keach Byram drought index. So these kind of indices, they have a huge advantage in terms of long-term plan, short-term and medium-term and long-term planning, in the sense that the fire severity in the upcoming fire season can be predicted 5 to 6 months well in advance if you use indicators like KBDI. So you can see this example here that, you can see that the severity of the fire season is predicted much earlier in early and late February compared to the fire season that we can predict the fire season that is going to approach us in the March and April. If you look at the fire weather index, so fire weather index actually combines various, the weather factors, and that beautifully represents without even going into the fuel, it beautifully represents the fire risk of an area. So this is what currently FSA has been doing, but you know that we cannot ignore fuels. So fuels are to be mapped and studied thoroughly. If you look at the Western countries, in the US or in Canada, so what they have is that they can predict all these 4 factors: the rate of spread, fire line intensity, which actually denotes the amount of energy emitted by the moving fire line, fire front, and the flame length and flame height can also be predicted using this fire danger rating systems. So currently, we are using a very basic kind of a fire weather index, which does not give these 4 critical outputs. So that is where I think we need to move on right now. So how they do is basically using fire behavior models. So fire behavior modeling is a very complex science, but what usually the countries do is that they try to club all the different types of similar types of fuels into one category. So if for the entire continental US, you have just 40 fuel models. Even in the Rothermels model in Canada, they use only 13 fuel models, right? So in our country also, we could also try and developing these fuel models. In fact, I had attempted this when I was in the field in Solent Forest Division, try to look at the fire behavior prediction, because fire behavior prediction is one of the integral component of the fire danger rating system. So how we do that is basically do some burn experiments. So we do some burn experiments and we look at how a forest fire would behave in a given set of weather conditions. So based on the fire behavior of the forest fires, then we try to model them and then come out with what we call as a fire danger rating. They are basically numerical indices about which represent the kind of damage that can be caused in the field in the peak of the fire season. Some photos from the experiments in the field. So this is one fire activity which has been mapped. Like you can calculate the rate of spread, you can calculate the intensity. You have all the 4 important factors here.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. So fire danger ratings, this is my last slide, I'll conclude with this. So because fire danger rating, a lot of times, a lot of work has happened in the past to try and import the Western science into India, but many times they have failed. So this is a photo from, which I found, one of the, from the forest guest house in Solent. I found just behind the guest house, this board was rotting actually. So this was the result of a fire danger rating that was imported from Canada, maybe like 20, 25 years back, which has completely failed. But on the left-hand side, you see that, this grizzly, which is the, mascot of forest fires in the US, how they have been able to integrate and make it as a mass movement across the country. So such kind of an intrinsic development needs to be made by our own research institutes, our ICFR research institutes, and also other research institutes across the country, so that we are able to talk about fire danger rating across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram, for the nice presentations, and you have brought out the gaps little bit, although I don't think any gaps are there, but the only thing I can say is disconnect between satellite intelligence and field level action. That is a very, very important thing, and we have to improve upon it. Now I'll request Dr. Sunil Chandraji, sir, be on time, sir, please. This, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, NIDM, for giving this opportunity of FSI for addressing this issue on forest fire. As one of the alert generating agencies, as the alert generating agency on forest fire at national level, I will just addressing issues of the type of products and services generated by FSI regarding the forest fire alerts, and finally, what are the innovations and gaps in the present system. So primarily this presentation will be on the how the remote sensing data satellite technology has been used for alert generation, FSI as alert generating agency, type of services and products generated. And what is the mechanism for this particular disaster reductions, innovations, issues and way forward I will be discussing in brief. So this is the statistics regarding the forest fires for the last 2 fire seasons. If you talk of the first 2 columns, these are the ranks as per the forest fire detection reported during the last fire season, that is 24-25. So you can find out the states, which are the states, top 10 states, then top 10 states for the last fire season. So you can just compare what are the regions for the possible outbreaks of forest fires, why they are large in some states and comparatively lower in the other states. So just telling about the type of products and services, we are working on pre-fire alert system. That is, prior to any fire, can we identify the regions at this country level which have higher chances of forest fire outbreaks on account of various conditions. That could be the temperature condition, the scanty rainfall, the fuel load accumulation. There are a lot of factors which contribute to forest fires. We are working on near real-time monitoring, that is on daily basis 4 to 6 times based on S&P MOD census. We are generating alerts and we're disseminating to roughly around more than 360,000 registered users as SMS to all the forest fire nodal officers across the country through emails and other mechanism of alert dissemination. We are also working on large forest fires. I will tell what actually we mean by large forest fire. The other information services that are generated by FSI are the data services through OneAgri Geo portal. We are also disseminating these alerts at WMS services. So many states like Odisha we have talked of, they're getting the WMS link from FSI. So as soon as the fire alert are generated, they are disseminated to Odisha State Forest Department, wherein through their portal, they disseminate to the grassroots level. So that's another mechanism of alert dissemination. We have worked on fire-prone forest area. In fact, the information published in ISFR every year. We have done the burnt assessment for 2023-24, and this report is almost in the completion stage. So we have done it at national level. We have done the national level forest fire rejuvenation maps, and this has been shared with all the state forest departments so that could be used in their forest fire management plans. We have done the fuel load estimation and mapping. Again, one important factor, because fuel load is a major causative factor for initiation or spread of forest fire national level. So in brief, I will tell you about these services, and finally we will come to the drawbacks. So this is the pre-fire alert program. This is generated through NDMA. So for every fire season, we are generating this type of alerts. We are sending to respective SDMAs. From there, through NDMA, they are generated they are finally broadcasted through Sachet portal. So this is one of the studies that we are carrying out during the fire season. Now coming to this part, once we get the fire alert, this is comes through NRC to FSI. We have to do a lot of value addition, and with every fire point, we are generating a lot of attributes regarding forest fires, like the respective circle name, compartment, division name. And finally, it goes to all the nodal officers as email and to all the subscribers as SMS alert. So this is the type of mechanism we are working. Now this is the satellite time clock for these gap areas. Again, I will discuss at the last what are the initiatives, innovations taken by FSI in collaboration with the ministry and ISRO institutions. So this is a near real-time alert. Like with every fire alert, we are generating a lot of attributes. This helps the grassroots level field officer to reach to the exit point and generate the information. Now, one important component which in fact I would like to address at this stage is the feedback form. So there are 2 links. The second link in a dark black circle is the feedback link. So this in fact needs to be every SFD has to take a lot of efforts to get this feedback updated from the field officer. So it comes to FSI in the nearest possible time. So this type of SMS alert, and with every SMS alert there are 2 links. One is meant for the fire data, and other is for the feedback. So this is the type of feedback system, and again very effective in case it comes to FSI in this particular tabular form. It will be very effective for removing the false alerts from this fire data. This is the forest fire detections for the last 5 years. So we can compare what are the top 5 states during the last fire season. So in the red we have seen the top 5 states where we received the maximum number of detections. Now this is the SMS subscription details at national level. So highest numbers are for range officers. Persons have registered for getting the alerts at range level. So we are just requesting all the states to have the more number of people, not only from the forest staff, but people from panchayats, from NGOs, from other communities, particularly people living in the fringe areas, so that whenever they notice any forest fire, they can alert the concerned forest staff regarding that particular forest fire outbreak. Now coming to this part, large forest fire, again very important, taking the example of Korangani fires. So like it was felt that whenever we are having 3 candidate fires which are proceeding and may turn into a wildfire, how these fires could be continuously monitored and alert generated to the respective state forest department. So this we are working on, and a very effective program for controlling large fires. So this is how we have done it for one particular area. So this is just the example to show that how a particular fire progresses in the different dates. So using different time series data, we just monitor, and accordingly we continue to send alerts to respective divisions and circles regarding the fire outbreak. Vanagniji portal, again very useful portal wherein a lot of data regarding the active fires, the recent fires, they are uploaded here. And along with the fire data, we are having data on forest cover and forest type. So any user can use this portal, and you can just explore what is the type of fires they are occurring in that area. We are sending real-time WMS services, very effective. It is very effective, like for the state of Maharashtra, we started sending the SMS alert for the first time. So then Maharashtra Forest Department equally locate where the fire has occurred. Parallelly, all those line departments who have access to that portal, they can also access the data. So it is very helpful that in case the WMS services are well utilized by the different stakeholders across the country. Now, burnt area assessment exercise, in fact, the major findings already been published in ISFR 2023. This exercise we have done at national level. So you can find out the national burnt area map for 2023-24, and that is used using Sentinel data. So these estimates already been published in ISFR, but you can find out the national level map is also ready, and we have done this information generated for at state and district level. Now these are some of the field photographs. It is equally important that for any mapping exercise and ground truthing needs to be done. So we have done it for different states across the country. In fact, majority of the fires instances are of surface, means the majority of the fire affected area are surface fires. But you can find out somewhere even the crown and the trunk has been affected. So this is we have done the severity analysis also, and they have been equally validated on the ground. Just an example to show regarding one study in Nainital district last year. So like you can see a lot of fuel load accumulation occurs, and there is a lot of fuel load, and like a particular trigger could affect a larger area. Another example to show regarding the a lot of fuel load accumulation even on the fire season, you can see in the third slide, there has been a fire some 8 days back. But after 8 days, you are finding again a thick fuel load. Just when I remove the fuel load from the top surface, you are finding a scar beneath it. And this is 8 days duration only, right? So you can presume that how fast the dry fuel load accumulates on the ground during fire season. So that is one of the area we have to look into the surface fuel load accumulation on the ground during crucial period of fire season. Now this is the first slide, so that one of the forest staff is a forest guard, is trying to control a fire, so he is highly unequipped for this part. So this has to be looked into. In fact, there have been several interventions by the State Forest Department regarding the collection of fuel load. Now in the second picture you can find out that fuel load accumulation is being initiated by the local people there. This is another instant, you can find the tree in fact is burning. So you require special efforts to control these fires. Now coming to this important part, using certain static factors, certain parameters which are responsible for initiation and spread of forest fires, how we can zonate the entire country into different fire zones. So that we have done at national level. You can find out this fire zonation maps. And in fact, this map already been shared with the respective state of forest department, respective state head of forest force, so that can be used by the state forest department in their forest fire management plans. Now this is another important exercise regarding the estimation and mapping of surface fuel load, because for any forest fire, the initiation and spread depends on the fuel load accumulation. This already we have done. So we have collected fuel load adjacent to the fire affected area. So whenever we observed a fire instance on the ground, we collected fuel load in secondary area in different slope conditions and different forest types. Just to get an idea that what are the areas where we have a lot of forest fires, what is the type of fuel load there. So that exercise already we have done. We have collected a lot of fuel samples on the ground, and based on that we have just tried to predict the forest types. Now this is a sensitization workshop. This year we have conducted 2 workshops, one at Guwahati for the North-Eastern region and one for Sentinel states. So based on that we have just sent the major highlights to the ministry for getting addressed at the country. Now these are the gaps and challenges in existing systems. In the satellite clock we have shown there is a certain gap period between 2:30 to 3 p.m. till 10:30 when we have the next module class at 10:30. We are not having a satellite sensor, and for short duration fires, sometimes this area remains unnoticed. So we have just taken this issue with the ministry, and ministry, FSI and ISRO institution, participation of NRC, IRS, ISRO headquarters and SAC Ahmedabad. We just looked into that issue, and it has been felt that we have to look into other satellite sensors, maybe from the private satellite sensors, who can provide the data for these gap periods. It was also felt that 375 meter resolution, which is present day the best spatial resolution, although at a 12 hours interval, is not a suitable data, because within that 375 meter pixel, we are having multiple fires, but the algorithm detects just one fire in that area. So we need to have better resolution data, and actually we also requested for like that customization, that algorithm also, so that we can find out that fraction of the pixel, which is affected by forest fires. We also required for a high spatial resolution data, because we felt that 375 meters again is very close resolution data. So can we have 100 meter resolution data with a high temporal, that is 3 hours data repeatability. So that will be effective for monitoring small fires as well as like fires which are of short duration. And parallelly, the feedback system, it has to be more robust. Like whenever their link goes for a particular fire instance to the respective field officer, it should be mandatory to fill up that feedback form. So that we already requested in the regional workshops. So we have done a lot regarding this forest fire restoration initiatives. So we have had several meetings with different stakeholders, and what ISRO institution have told us that they can plan for future satellite missions in the coming years. Till that time, we can explore other satellite sensors. Regional workshops have been held, and a year-long calendar for training to State Forest Department that has been like prepared by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And one such meeting is scheduled during August at Andhra Pradesh, and that will be for the 8 southern states, union territories.
Dr. Sunilji.
Yes, just complete, sir. 1 minute, sir. So this is the technical part that we have just requested for improvement in the algorithm, so that we detect that portion or that fraction of the pixel where the fires are happening. Fuel load map already we have shared, but fuel load maps just we have, this is part of that Bundy assessment report. So we will just sharing with all the State Forest Department. Fire regeneration maps already we have shared. In case any further feedback is required by the respective state, they can approach FSI. And at least the people living in the fringe villages, they can be encouraged for SMS alerts, at least those who are living in the fringe areas. So this we have already done in 2012. We have come with the vulnerability India's forest to fires. We just tried to include the poverty data, how that can use for vulnerability. And based on request by the Manipur State Forest Department, we have carried out this exercise for burnt area for the state of Manipur. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunilji. Wonderful job done by the FSI. The portal launched in, Banagni portal launched in 2019. Only few people were aware that there is some portal, such type of portal is there. But 2023 and 24, Honorable PM, twice when we have given a presentation to him on forest fire, he was much worried about the forest fire in 2023 and 24. First time he has appreciated that such type of Banagni geotech portal is also available, and to give a big round of applause to FSI for sending the information accurately, actionable. Only the problem, which is teething problems are there, which will be, I'm sure, in the near future, we'll be able to resolve the issue. Now my SDMA Manipur is there, who are very, very active, supportive to Forest Department. We like to understand or know your, share your views, gaps. If anything is there, please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I come from Manipur, which has a paradox situation of having the highest forest cover as well as the highest fire footprints. And so, and interestingly with the moderate fuel, this thing. I just want to put across 3 points, because this forest fire project, which is launching and which covers 10 districts in my state, is received with a lot of excitement, because the reason being that the forest department have been concentrating on the reserve forests in the hill areas of these identified 10 districts, and because of the land laws there. So their confines and expertise have been within those this reserve forests. So this particular project will give us the opportunity to actually expand the expertise to the Jum belts in the 10 districts. And that is and the first thing which we would like to do from this project is to build the collaboration of all the expertise and the resources available, which will be interdepartmental, because we have also invested a lot in the fire department of my state. We'll be utilizing their expertise, their equipments as well, and along with the NDRF and the forest department's expertise, the SDMA will lead this work in the state to mitigate forest fire in the Jum belts of Manipur. The second point which I would like to share here is that I'm sure it's a learning experience and a very humbling experience for for the forest department, that with very good intentions they have kind of emphasized so much on building green covers and covered all our forests with pines. Now this has become the biggest threat. So there has to be much beyond the project, because the project will limit our coverage to certain areas in the Jum belts. But I also want to take this opportunity to request all the people here to also look into this aspect, which has victimized our forests today and make them very vulnerable to forest fire in the state. So that's one thing which I want to bring to this platform. We will be focusing on reviving our fellow forests in the Jum belts with native breeds, and we hope that this particular exercise can also be replicated by the forest department and take a U-turn from what they were doing initially by experimenting with pine and promoting pine at a large scale. There's a very, very interesting aspect to the project which I want to highlight, is that we'll be setting up a Jum Study Center in the state, in one of the Jum districts, which is not identified yet. We'll be in doing it as soon as possible. So this Jum Center would actually, we would like to invite all the expertise in the room today to also be a part of this Jum Center. To also, we invite your expertise, your comments, your research. So this space will be open to all the institutions, all the agencies, and all the researchers who are concerned about forest fire. And we hope that this will create the synergy and also bridge the gap between the locals and the expertise and the institutions. So these are the main three things which I would like to share here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. No, I just want to ask one query from you. What about the response system? From where you are getting the NDRF, police? What about the community level? Community level, panchayat level? Is the volunteers are available with you or not? Why I am asking? Because we were having one joint secretary, Kunal Satyarthi.
Yes,
During his tenure, I must compliment that man, extraordinary officer. He has started Abda Mitra scheme for 1 lakh volunteers for cyclone, earthquake, flood, and landslide. And today we have completed that scheme, and these boys are doing wonderful job. Now we got a new joint secretary called Rakesh Kumar here. Now it is his job to, because that time forest fire never came in our mind. So it is for next year onwards. I will request you, the moment this Yuva Abda Mitra scheme get into the last phase, that is the time, please start preparing now, identify this 144 district and go at to the panchayat level so that we'll be able in near future, by 2027, we'll be able to create a responsive volunteer force in that particular areas. That's very, very important. This is a task I'm going to do it. Thank you, ma'am. Kasturi, ma'am. I'll take answer. Okay. Yeah, Kasturi, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, I thank NDMA and MoEF&CC for inviting our center. And our center, when I say it is first time maybe many of you are hearing, I represent a center called Northeastern Space Applications Center. It is located in Umiam, Meghalaya. It is a Department of Space, subsidiary of ISRO center located in Meghalaya. So we deal with remote sensing, GIS-based applications, satellite communications, and under a program called Northeastern Regional Disaster Risk Reduction Node. In short, we call out the center NESAC or NESAC. So at NESAC, we have NER-DRR. Under that, we are carrying out several disaster-related activities, and forest fire is one of them. And under that, we have carried out some exercise on forest fire in northeastern region. And when northeastern region, when we discuss about forest fire, it's very unique because it is mostly dependent on the community practices, as Madam has already mentioned here. It is dependent on the community practices, and therefore, in our center, we have tried to integrate that community practice, and we have generated the forest fire vulnerability map at 50,000 scale, which is available for entire northeastern region by taking into consideration the topographic factors and fuel characteristics and so on, and also the factors like community, roads and the settlements. So, and it is found that many of these fires which are occurring are close to some 500 meter from the road or 500 meter from the settlement areas. So when we discuss about the management practices, so we instead of we are considering the entire region, so we can focus our attention in such areas based on the historical data analysis where it is occurring more. So my request is that such practices may be integrated in the management plan. And another important study, interesting study that we have carried out with funding support from Meghalaya State Forest Department, we have developed a Meghalaya Forest Fire Information System. It is available in the Meghalaya State Forest Department portal, and there we have generated the vulnerability map at 1:10,000 scale, and for the protected areas at 1:5,000 scale. So with the improvement in the satellite characteristics, the resolutions, we can improve the vulnerability maps, and that will further enhance the management practices. And there in the Meghalaya vulnerability mapping, we have integrated the jhum cultivation practices. We have the information, the historical information of the jhum areas. So we have segregated the vulnerability map where it is mostly fire is occurring due to jhum practices, and where it is less. So accordingly, our management practice again will depend on the jhum practices occurring in that area, or it is dependent on the forest types. And then on forest type also it was discussed. Meghalaya has so much pine areas, so we can focus on like briquettes and so on. And then community involvement is very important, sir. And then something like digitization of the fire lines, and what I am trying to emphasize is the management practices, zone-wise management practice is very important. And then recently we have got approval from ISRO funded project where the Renu Madam has also informed about the emissions and so on, what we have discussed, and Vikram sir has also mentioned about the severity studies, and Sunil Chandra sir has also mentioned. So we are covering the forest fire severity, and what is that, regrowth in those areas, and also the emission characteristics in the northeastern region. We are taking care of the entire northeastern region. So I'll be happy if such inputs are integrated in the national level plans, and we can also support further in the ongoing practices. And then we are also supporting in the capacity building, CASFOS, several trainings we have conducted. And another thing I just want to request is that recently possibly, based on the recent space policy, there is a scope that users can request for this type of satellites that we want. So from NDMA or MoEF&CC, satellites are also planned, but it can be prioritized if we approach in that
Thank you,
manner.
ma'am. Thank you. But why you said the people don't know I'm in Meghalaya and NRSC? Everybody knows you. Everybody knows your center. You are doing such a good work.
Thank you.
और अगर आप ये कहावत है ना, अगर आप एनडीएमए की नजर में हैं, तो आप सबकी नजर में हैं. ध्यान रखिए आप. Good job.
It's a
Excellent.
compliment, sir.
Now, last word from Chandra Mohan Bhattji, and kindly you sum up the entire thing with IIRSS side and sum up the entire thing.
Thank you, sir,
Not take too much of
for
time.
the opportunity. I represent a capacity building institute, and I like to specifically focus on the theme, the gaps in the risk assessment. Risk, as all we know, is hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And what you require is the hazard. You require exposure, and you require vulnerability. What has, what I think on this particular aspect is that for assessment, a lot of data comes in unstructured format. Large volume of data comes, and it is a non-linear kind of format of data. How do you assimilate all those inputs? We have been, dealing with the regular formats of data, but how do you deal with social media inputs that are coming every day? Every second they are coming. How do you assimilate into your models? And do we continue with our statistical approaches or FDRS that we are dealing with Canadian forest fire rating systems? Or how do we go into the deep learning models where we can assimilate these kind of inputs? So that is the need of these programs. They should also incorporate these line of actions. How do you bring into analysis? And from IRS perspective, we have been dealing in some kind of aspects regarding the forest fire spread using large language models. You will hear more. We have colleagues from IRS. We will deal more. That is one aspect of the analysis. Other is that meteorological data. Meteorological data is very important for any kind of risk assessment. And today we have a lot of coarse data sets. Or the ground also data is very sparse. And when you integrate this coarse data with the high resolution data, you are dealing with 375 meters SOMI NP data, and you are dealing with 3 kilometers or 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers rainfall data. You scale down the data sets. You lose the information or the forest fire of fuel continuity. So how do you have a synergy between these two aspects? And my third observation is there. Today also, a lot of satellite data is not able to penetrate. Most of the forest fires in our forests are undercover. We do not have wildfires like huge or whole forest gets burned up. So how do you assess the forest load or the fuel load that is subsurface? So we have to focus on that. Techniques are coming, single photon LIDAR and other kind of things are coming that we need to keep into our mind. Third is the fourth aspect that I want to bring is that collaborative approach. This forest fire, as I've heard from this morning, it is a multidisciplinary, right from stakeholders to the technology to the person who understands forest fire. There has to be synergy among all the people so that they can understand what satellite person is speaking, what ground person wants. I give something and they want something. There should be a kind of interoperability and synergy among them. Next, my point was there, one point was highlighted that satellites are limited. We have only 2 times of passes. How do we explore more satellites which have SWIR band or which have the capability to penetrate the smoke and detect the fires? And I want to ask for the information, 2 missions are coming. Trishna, it is a thermal, thermal imaging, that high resolution satellite for natural resources assessment. It is at 50 meter, which will be able to give us the land surface temperature, and also it has a SWIR band. It is planned for 2026. We have the NISAR now launched, which will give you from 3 to 20 meter resolution, which will give you a lot of forest biomass information. That can be an input to the studies that are going on. One is that one requirement was that still about the gaps in satellite. Tomorrow we are having a national meet where we are discussing on the gaps and challenges where we can fulfill these data gaps. There is a information that we do not have certain window where we do not have satellites. How do you get those satellites to view the Earth, whether it is feasible? So those already under our national meets, we have gone with a survey, and where we are having those gaps, tomorrow will be that kind of meeting we are having. So maybe in those meetings, we can see and look how we can fill those gaps. And finally, I just want to, not taking much time, visualization, detection, spread, and integrated unified portal. At the moment, we have a lot of portals speaking a lot of languages. We should have one integrated, unified portal which sums up national forest fire scenario. Thank you.
So now one principal is here and second principal is sitting there. Rijvi Saab 3 times he has shown me ki time. So now, Vidusmita, over to you. Come. Mridu, oh, come. Every time you go to principal Saab, listen to us also, Bita.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the panelists for the great discussion we had. Now I would request for the felicitation of the panelists. I would request, sir, to please kindly felicitate all the panelists who have given their speeches. Please bring the mementos, please. Bring together.
Everybody is waiting for lunch.
Can we have a round of applause, please? Yes. We will break for lunch now. And I please request everybody, please assemble here as early as possible so that we can start the next session as soon as we finish the lunch. Thank you so much. Yes. I request everybody to please assemble here by 1:45. We will start this session at 1:45. Ma'am, you give the pen drive. We will put. You can have the pen. Okay. Okay. Yes. This one. you need to, should I open it? You want to check it?
हाँ देखिए ऐसे खुलना चाहिए
Can you save it on your
कोई भी जो है एक
I think I won't get time.
इसका वो कर दो नहीं क्या हुआ स्लाइड मोड में क्यों नहीं आया व्हाट इज दिस नहीं नहीं ये पूरा फुल स्क्रीन में नहीं आता
आएगा आएगा
तो अभी नहीं आ रहा नहीं अभी यहाँ पे नहीं आ रहा ना जैसे आई वांट टू सी हियर
यहाँ पे नहीं
क्योंकि वो देखने के लिए आई विल नीड इट फुल उसमें आना चाहिए ना
FSI was doing that. So पहले So ours was the first in the country.
तो यहीं से आना चाहिए आपका फुल स्क्रीन नहीं ये यहाँ से नहीं आता ना आपका ये है ना आपका फुल
slide
स्क्रीन हाँ स्लाइड में ही फुल स्क्रीन तो यहीं पे आएगा ना आपका ये वाला
स्लाइड में नहीं आ रहा सारा
नहीं तो ये ऐसे ही क्यों आ रहा है वही
इनका सेटअप आई थिंक वो डिफॉल्ट सेटअप कर दिया है
नहीं किसी
Can we please ask everybody to come forward for our session to begin? I would appreciate everybody to please come forward, move forward, please. Kindly please move forward. We have to start the session. It's already 1:52. We were supposed to start at 1:45. All the backbenchers, please move forward. I know in colleges and schools. Please move forward. I would request everybody outside to come inside the hall, please. As this session will be chaired by Hasnain sir, who is from army background, I am strictly instructed to start on time, but I am already behind schedule. I would request, please, everybody to please assemble. We now begin session 3 of today's workshop, a multi-layered response of forest fire gaps and innovations in institutional and equipment capacity. The chair is Lieutenant General Retired Syed Atta Hasnain, member NDMA. The first presentation will be delivered by Sri Nishant Verma, CEO Kempa, MoEF&CC, while the second presentation is by Sri Vaibhav Singh, IFS DFO, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. The panel includes senior experts from NDRF, Sri Prashant Lonkar, Advisor Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guards, Dr. Arijit Roy, Scientist, from Disaster Management Science Department, IIRS, Dehradun. We welcome you, sir. Sir, I request to start the session.
Okay. Good afternoon. Jai Hind to everyone. A wonderful workshop going on the second time virtually in a year in a very important subject, and I'm told the time is extremely short. So for me, just 30 seconds of introduction to tell you that this is a domain which is troubling the whole world. So far, at least in India, we are fortunate that it has not come to that level where residential areas, etc., in the hills particularly, many of the mountainous states have not been adversely affected so far. But you're seeing what is happening in Los Angeles, you're seeing what's happening in Turkey at the moment, and also in Greece. These are the countries which are severely affected. Spain on one side, Indonesia on the other side, all have been severely affected by climate change, the rising temperatures, etc. And it's not long before we are going to find almost the same thing happening in India. Mercifully, we have, I think very early in India's lifetime, from 1947, we established one of the finest institutions, and that is the Forest Research Institute of India. Right? I happen to be, why aware of it is because I spent some good time in the same climbs at the Indian Military Academy and the Forest Research Institute, and we enjoy virtually a common campus together. So it's something worth visiting, as Safi Saab said in the morning, is always something which is really worth visiting. And this domain of forest fires and the threat of forest fires as a disaster, the essential challenge today is that of awareness, if you ask me. We are creepingly moving forward at the moment. Workshops, very good. This is increasing awareness of some people. We need to reach out into the entire country, into all the states which are deeply affected, institutionally go down to them. We are fortunate that the NDRF at the moment has got 3 teams. This is based on a study which I did along with the DIG Shahidi Saab. We did this study to equip the NDRF with equipment for fighting forest fires. Earlier, as you are aware, NDRF responsibility was not extending to forest fires at all. Now it has been extended to it, and hopefully more and more units will start coming into this domain in the near future. I was looking for someone from Mizoram. Is there anyone from Mizoram here? No, no one from Mizoram today. Mizoram is the only state where we've had a great achievement in terms of the Lungle Fire Station, having won the Subhash Chandra Bose Abda Prabandhan Puraskar in 2022, carrying 50 lakh rupees and a parchment from the Prime Minister of India for their singular achievement of fighting a major forest fire. And this is something which keeps happening in the Northeast. I can see there are representatives from Manipur here and places like that. Most of the Northeastern states have this major challenge. And before them, Nagaland also. Similarly, in southern India, in Nilgiris, and of course, the entire Himalayan states, as you are aware. Yeah, just keep it. So, we've got this particular session essentially as a session on response. And it's starting with the 2 presentations and 4 speakers otherwise. I think now we've just got 4 speakers otherwise. We don't have anyone coming from the Air Force. I'll speak on behalf of the Air Force, although I'm not a pilot or anything like that. But I'm aware of what the Air Force does in this field. So we will start with these 2 presentations essentially to showcase what is our response capability. And I'll start by requesting Shri Nishant Saab to come and give his presentation, although 15 minutes have been given to each presenters, but I'll request them to cut it down to 10 minutes each because of the shortage of time. Over to you, sir.
Respected chair of this session, Hasnan sir, member NDMA, the eminent panelist of this session 3, Director IGNFA, Director FRI madam, and other senior participants who have come and participating in this workshop on forest fire reduction, innovation and strategies. I am from the state of Uttarakhand, so I'll be just presenting some of the case studies, some of the innovations and strategies that we followed in the state of Uttarakhand with regard to forest fire management. And as the time permitted by our chair sir, I will be finishing my presentation in 10 minutes only. So just starting with the presentation, I want to say about what is the status of Uttarakhand vis-a-vis forest fire. So as we all know, it is a highly it is a state with highly rich biodiversity, more than 71% of the area under forest, and more than 45% of the forest cover as per the latest India State of Forest report that was out in 2023. If you see this forest vegetation map, it shows the red portion in the middle. So these in the middle Himalayas, the cheed pine dominated forest, which is responsible for most of the forest fire incidences in the state. And these 6 districts, 3 in Kumaon zone and 3 in Garhwal zone, they are the highly sensitive vis-a-vis forest fire. And because of the fact that of the cheed dominated areas, and sir, I want to just bring home this point that these 6 districts have been taken up in the NDMA forest fire management project that has been initiated by NDMA after due diligence and consultation with the states and union territories. So in our state, we have a multi-layered strategy starting from the prevention activities. With regard to prevention, every district has to prepare a district management plan, and district magistrate is the in charge of the Jila Vanagni Prabandhan Samiti. About the preparedness, we do extensively the sensitization programs and the training and capacity buildings program for our forest officials, not only forest officials, but all the officials who are linked with the forest fire, like officials from SDMA, officials from PWD, officials from SDRF, and we have extensive training program because we understand that forest fire dowsing and mitigation is a very skillful activity. And we are moving about procuring modern equipment. Our response, we are focusing on unified command. Previously, what used to happen, sir, it is only the responsibility of the forest department, but now from the directions from the Honorable Chief Minister, our Forest Minister, just like any other disaster, in our state also IRTs have been activated. So incident response teams are there, which are constituted at the Tehsil level. So all the SDMs are made in charge of those teams, and it is a unified command, shared responsibility with all concerned departments. And in the post forest fire season, we are going for eco restoration and reforestation activities. Under campus scheme, sir, we have taken up the the soil and moisture conservation work, aiming at increasing the moisture regime of the areas which are very sensitive and vulnerable to the forest fire. So this is in short our 5-pronged strategy. We focus on the preparatory measures, then we work on how early we can detect the forest fire incidences. Then after detection of the forest fire incidences, then how the response time can be minimized. And the fourth one is how we can best use the modern tools and technology in forest fire. And the last is Samudayak Sahbhagita, which is the most important, community participation. We have a huge network of community institutions, sir, in our state, starting from 1 panchayats. 11,217 one panchayats are there, sir, in the state of Uttarakhand, and they have a history of management by a committee. Only the technical support is being given by the forest department, otherwise they have their own micro plan, and slowly we are funding those one panchayats for taking out the forest conservation activities in their managed areas. This is a snapshot of the Uttarakhand state, giving us the idea about the total fire incidences vis-a-vis the forest area affected. So as is seen in other Himalayan states also, sir, it has a cyclic pattern, maybe by the accumulation of the fuel load and other meteorological conditions. After every 2 to 3 years, we are having a maximum peak actually for the forest fire incidences. We have a system of fire lines, sir, in our state, as is there in other states also. 100-footy fire line, 50 feet, 30 feet, but over the years, if we see in the hilly regions, because of the ban on green felling, sir, these fire lines are not acting as fire breaks. So we moved one IA also in the Honorable Supreme Court and got the permission of clearance of fire lines. So for the first time in this year, we have cleared, we have given some lots also to Forest Corporation for clearing the fire lines, and 1089 kilometer has been cleared, sir, in the hilly areas also. We are focusing more on वृहद स्तर पर, सर, हम लोग जो है जन जागरूकता कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं. So it is just a snapshot giving that for the forest fire season 25, we have conducted 5,078 programs, sir, taking into consideration at the local level, sir, Gram Pradhan, BDC member, Jila Panchayat Sadasya. So idea is basically to motivate them and to involve their participation in the forest fire management. Uh, but we are facing some gaps also, sir, in the equipment side that we are focusing on. Traditional tool reliance, lack of personal protective gears for our frontline staff. But I will be telling in very briefly how we are tackling this issue of personal protective gears. Then shortage of mobility tools, portable spares, and as we have a hilly terrain, so there is an issue with the fire tenders that we engage normally from the fire services department, UFES department. So we are having in a process of procuring some customized vehicles for. Very briefly, sir, I will be focusing about 4 innovation strategies that we have started since last 2 years, sir. First is this mobile app, sir. Mobile app and dashboard that previously this app was there only in Rudraprayag Forest Division, but now we have implemented this app in all the 41 forest divisions of Uttarakhand. And second strategy is, sir, we are incentivizing the Cheed Pirul collection, because this Cheed Pirul, sir, a lot of women self-help groups are now engaged in collection of the Cheed Pirul, and we have increased the rate also. Earlier it was 3 rupees per kg, now it has been increased to 10 rupees per kg. So that has become a game changer. A lot of people are involved in collection. At the same time, it is reducing the fuel load also and enhancing the income generation of the local people. Third, we have conducted an MOU also, institutionalized a MOU with IMD. So the idea is to have a real time, and very specific weather forecast about, and we in that MOU they are giving us the forest fire danger rating system also. I mean, so that we can pool up our resources in the most probable areas also. We got help from IIRS also. I want to place it on record. They are also giving us the forest fire danger rating. And there is one community-centric model, sir, which has been operational in Almora. It is in the Shitla Khet village. That we have started replicating, sir, trying to replicate in other parts of the Uttarakhand, so that community themselves, they become, they do a lot of things aiming at prevention of the forest fires. So this is a snapshot of the app, sir. Currently, total 9,125 registrations have been done for this app. The idea is basically to have all the FSI alerts that we get, sir, from SNPP and MODIS. They are fetched into this app, and it allows the tracking the real-time action and response time also. It is we are able to analyze the response time also, and it is showing, sir, 4 types of these tabs on the dashboard in the Android mobile. It is giving at any point of time, sir, we can monitor, or the person who is there in the field, he can monitor how many active alerts are there, how many alerts are being held. When it is being attended, the color is changing into orange, and then when it is closed, it becomes green. So it has become very handy, sir, for us. And now we have enabled, we have integrated 20 vehicles also to start with in a pilot way, so that we can monitor the movement of the forest staff also, who are there going to the area specific site for mitigation of fire. Second thing is we have one, sir, integrated command and control center which has been established at the forest headquarters, Dehradun. Previously what used to happen is, sir, we had toll free number for each activity, like human wildlife conflict की शिकायत है तो एक अलग number है. But now forest fire का है तो एक अलग number है. But now one integrated helpline, and it is helping all kind of complaints or issues with regard to forest department. It is coordinated with, it is integrated with SEOC also, sir. SEOC in the state and DEOC in the districts. This is about the cheed pine, sir. We are focusing on more and more collection of the cheed pine, and many entrepreneurs have been invited, sir. And at present we are having 9 pellets and briquette units which are in operation. And also we have done MOU, the forest, the department, the DFOs also have done MOUs with the entrepreneurs. And one MOU is there with Century Pulp and Paper and Pulp Limited also for the collection. So this year it has increased to 55,321 quintals. And transport is a big issue in Cheed Pirul. So what we have aimed at is, we have procured some mechanized balers also, sir, for compacting of the pirul, so that it can be easily transported to the units where these pellets are being manufactured. And these pellets are being used in the domestic, sir, stoves also. We have given to some schools where the midday meal program is going on. So they are a good substitute for LPG also, sir. This is regarding the exposure visit on Shitla Khet model. Earlier this model was in operation since 15 years now. So what we have done is, before the onset of the fire season, we took the community representatives and took them to those areas, they interacted with them. So one of the major activity that do is, because lot of incidences come from the stubble burning that they do in their agriculture field. तो एक ऑन दिवस मनाते हैं सर कि ऑन दिवस में 31 मार्च के बाद there will not be any stubble burning. This is the kind of sankalp which is taken by the village representative. So under that lines only, the other areas also, like in the Gadwal forest division in the Adwani area, they celebrated this on Divas, and this is also and the Honorable CM also declared this model is to be followed state-wise. And one of the best things, sir, that was done this time with the help of NDMA. I want to place it on record that NDMA conducted this community-centric forest fire mock exercise on 14th of February, sir, before the onset of the fire season. It actually helped in ensuring the preparedness of different departments, ensuring their infrastructure capability, equipments, all these equipments also, they were, maintained, updated, so that in times of need, all the different department representative officials, they come to help for the forest department. This is regarding the MOU. Just last slide, sir. Under there is one You Prepare project, which is World Bank funded project. So under this project, we are slowly, sir, procuring our personal protective gears for the forest fire crew. We are in a process of developing some customized vehicles, sir, Bolero pickup mounted with mini water tender, so that these customized vehicles having a storage capacity and a pipe, so that they can cater to the fire which are near the road heads. And then focusing on the communication equipment also, there are some rain shadow areas where these dedicated repeater sets are to be installed. So all these things, we did some mock drill also before finalization of protective gears. So just this is the demonstration of customized utility vehicle. This is, and slowly, sir, the state government and the Ministry of Environment Forest also, they are investing a lot of funds also now. Previously we used to get less funds, sir, but under the state schemes and central sponsored scheme, and NDMA also has selected our 6 fire prone districts. We are extensively using the social media, sir. We have our own Facebook and Twitter handle, WhatsApp groups. So all the activities that are taken place at the field level, sir, we are off and on, we are posting them so that the real picture can come, and these efforts can be widely disseminated also. Yes, sir. These are some of the pictures, sir, sensitization programs. Fortunately for us, we have one NDRF battalion also stationed at Gadarpur, so we did orientation program also for them, and they are also helping us in times of need. This is all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive, very exhaustive. I must compliment the government of Uttarakhand and the SDMA particularly there for some of the yeoman work which has been going on here. I'm aware of your mock exercise.
Yes, sir.
Because we had sent our people here to conduct it. I think Commandant Aditya Kumar had come there from the NDMA. And this became almost like a model exercise. A lot of people have appreciated this greatly, and a lot of good feedback has come on it. Your state is also one of them which fought a very successful forest fire in Almora last year, where I still remember the lady DC there was personally on the ground, leading the entire effort, and in communication with the helicopters which were coming from Bareilly Air Force Station, picking up water from the Nainital Lake, and then I think 13 sorties were used for putting off that fire at that time. So these are some excellent examples that you have given. My only one doubt, you have quoted about 1906 as your app, 1906 as your helpline number. I'm not sure if you are aware that the Honorable Prime Minister of India has given a direction that every single disaster situation will be reported only on one number, and that is 112. And all 112 has been linked to state emergency operations centers by us, by the NDMA, through a 42 crore project which we have done. So it's worth looking at it. Are you duplicating it? If you're duplicating it and if it's working very well, nothing like it. But this is a direction from the Government of India, from the Central Government of India, which you may just like to look into. Right? Having said that and complimented you for that, my call-up... please play. Please play.
जो और्ण जो है हम अपने खेतों की झाड़ पताड़ काटे हाटे सब काट के एक जगह पर इकट्ठा करते हैं, फिर उसको जलाने का कार्य करते हैं। तो वो आग कभी तेज हवाओं के कारण जंगलों तक पहुंच जाती है और बहुत सारा नुकसान हो जाता है हमारा। आग बुझाने का काम महिला मंगल दल ने सन 2003 और 4 से आरंभ किया है। हमें सूचना मिलती है कि वहाँ आग लगी है करके अपने अड़ोसी पड़ोसियों को बताते हैं कि वहाँ आग लगी है, चलो चलो करके बुझाने के लिए, ताकि वो उस पर जल्दी कवर कर सकें, हम आग ज़्यादा ना फैले। जो ज़मीन पे लगने वाली आग है उसको तो हम पिरूल को साइड करके उसे आग को झांप से मार के उसे बुझाने का प्रयास करते हैं। पेड़ से पेड़ पर आग लगती है, उसे हम फोर्स लाइन क्रॉस करके बुझाने का प्रयास करते हैं। तो आग बुझाने के काम में फॉरेस्टर वालों का और जंगलात वालों की मदद करती हैं।
We need a huge amount of manpower to handle the forest fires. We need a quick response, and quick response can be achieved only if we have good support from the villagers.
और दिवस हमने 1 अप्रैल को मनाया था। उस दिन हमने ये निर्णय लिया था कि आज के बाद हम और नहीं जलाएंगे। कहीं पर आग लगती है उसको बुझाते हैं तो हमें बहुत हर्ष का महसूस होता है कि हमने ये काम किया है, क्योंकि जंगल हमारे हैं और हम ही को इनकी रक्षा करनी है।
Thank you, that was really good. Community involvement is the ultimate. Since I happen to come from the Garhwal Rifles, also a Uttarakhand-based army regiment, I am very well aware of this, since one has been only visiting, all one's life, one has been visiting and living with people in these areas. It's a great challenge, there's no doubt. May I request, I think Mr. Vaibhav Singh is online. Is he online? Who is managing that? He's supposed to be coming online. Is he coming on? You having a problem? Okay, we'll link him up later. So then we'll go to our panelists, and the first among the panelists is Mr. Mohsin Shahidi from the NDRF, the DIG NDRF. One of his greatest qualities you should know is he is one of the top marathon runners of India also, okay? And he runs the most extreme races. He goes to Jaisalmer to run 100 kilometers and that kind of a thing, right? So a very apt man to get involved into fighting disasters all over the country. And over to him there.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would like to say that that was a very good presentation from Uttarakhand, and it is heartening to note that they are taking steps in the right direction. So what all we saw that the constitution of the IRTs, the 5-pronged strategy, the programs, number of programs that is overwhelming 5,000 plus. These are steps in the right direction. So I think we all should follow that. Some of the gray areas which I could discern with our deployment during last year. This year it was in fact better off compared to last year. So we have now one NDRF team which has been earmarked for Uttarakhand, but what I want to say is that this forest fire handling is manpower intensive. So one team would hardly be able to do anything. And that is why, in fact, we have made up a case with MHA to earmark another team for Uttarakhand. So we can have 2 teams, but that would be just about 100 odd persons. That is why we feel that there is a requirement of earmarking of SDRF personnel as well. So earmarking and identification is very important. Otherwise, at critical juncture, those troops, they may not be well trained, and the focus and the concerted effort which can go in that direction, that will not be there. So my request is, and we have already raised this issue, because there is another thing, very good thing, which NDMA has done, is that they have prepared a escalation matrix, that okay, what is the stage at which various agencies would enter the arena in this handling of the forest fires. So there is a stage at which SDRF will enter, the forest fire personnel, then NDRF and other things. So if the various agencies are not there and they don't have earmarked manpower, then this will be very difficult, and it will be actually, on ground it will be a chaos. So this is my request, that this thing may be, given due attention. The other thing is like equipment. Mr. Nishant has said that some of the new equipments, they are in the process of procuring. So naturally, I would say that we should look forward, lessons from the incidents which are happening across the country in other countries, and see what good equipments they have and what we can procure. Maybe indigenize those equipments, because maintenance is a big problem. And maybe there can be a common pool as well, because like NDRF is there and states are there, we can have a common pool. And again, I would say that in this, the Ministry of Environmental Forest has consolidated a list of the equipments which are being used across India, a list of 86 equipments. So we can all see what is the equipment which is not available. That list will provide, it is a ready reckoner, and that can be very useful for the other states to see what is important for them to buy. And we have got a IDRN website, where in fact IDRN should be optimally used, because this is where a lot of equipments, the heavy machinery, other things which we did not buy actually, because that is at the disposal of the administration, that can be gainfully utilized by other agencies also, and this is also a disaster. So these are the points I thought I would convey. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think you conveyed some very important issues, and in the time frame, I think you didn't take more than 3 or 4 minutes, and that's really the way one needs to always participate in these kind of workshops, where you give your points in a very, very focused way. So my compliments for that. No doubt you actually reinforced the whole thing, that this is a manpower intensive disaster handling. You have to just get people involved in this, and therefore the more the number of people who are trained in this, particularly our Abda Mitras and community, at the community level, many of our civil defense volunteers, home guards, etc., will have to keep getting involved in this. This can't remain at SDMA level, or even at DDMA level. It has to go down to panchayats, and that's something which Uttarakhand is doing extremely well. Having said that, yes, a commonality of equipment, this is a very important point. Since Uttarakhand is leading this thing also, it will be a good idea if the NDRF and Uttarakhand can get their act together, and maybe the NDMA can kind of coordinate this entire thing. My last point on equipment is, from a strategic point of view, ultimately you are looking at what we recommended in the study group to the MHA. You will have to get the Indian Air Force to perhaps purchase 3 large transport aircraft. You can't fight these forest fires with water in the future. They will have to be fought with chemicals, mostly. And chemical spraying is going to be the thing, which is what is done internationally at the moment. My recommendation was at that time that 3 separate transport aircraft should be bought. One parked in Bangalore, one parked in Nagpur, and one parked in Guwahati. And these are the 3 areas from where these are the quickest responses you can have to the concerned districts where these forest fire threats are normally alive. So this is something which will happen in the future. Obviously they have accepted it, but at the moment the funding for it and things like that is still being worked out. So thank you very much, Mohsin Saab, for your intervention. May I now request Prashant Lonkar Saab for his points on this, as coming from the Fire Services Department. This is ultimately and originally a fire services responsibility. It's only 3 or 4 years ago that fighting this also became the responsibility of the NDRF, which is still evolving in this. So the core agency still remains fire services. Over to you.
So, very good afternoon to all. Honorable Chair, General Syed Ata Hussain, one of the most decorated officers in the services. Sir, it is a privilege and honor to be with you today. This definitely fire services role is very important in forest fire services. I would like to put you in like that. Ki, we are dealing with state fire services. Recently, we have given a 5,000 crores to the 28 states, and it has been all money has been dispersed, and many of the states, they have utilized the first installment. So huge amount of money has been given for the state fire services because it is in public domain. कहाँ पे fire होती है, वहाँ पे अगर एक casualty भी होती है, तो it has been known to everybody. So that is why our state fire department is always getting a lead role, or there's been widely known about the fire hazards and all industries and all. They're increasing day by day with the industrializations, technology development and all. So fire hazard is increasing multifolds in our cities. But forest fire is lesser talked. If there is a fire in Bangalore, we will know next day. But maybe a dense fire in Dehradun forest, you may not be aware. So that part is not focused. So on the direction of the Honorable PM, NDMA is doing this task, and recently we have known that around 800 crores has been given for mitigation strategies for forest fire. Why it is so important? It has been told by many of the speakers because it has involved socio-economical problems it will create. And again, we are losing jungles which has been created for many years. And out of this, in our India, 36% of forest is been declared as a high hazard forest. As far as the forest fire is concerned. And it comes around 3.74 million hectares. So definitely in responding fire services or responding fire calls, detection is very important. If you detect fire early, then definitely you will save a lot of things, manpower, your life you can save, your property you can save. But now this FSI is doing great work, but it has its own limitation. With ISRO, they are also doing great work. One of the speakers from ISRO was there. So, and one of the speakers has mentioned at least it is taking 2 hours to communicate the fire. And many of the times it has been not detected because that satellite has a vision in twice a day. 2 बार होता है, एक दोपहर में और एक रात को होता है. वो जब घूमता है तो 2 ही बार उसको डिटेक्ट होता है. तो ये प्रॉब्लम हमारे साथ है. तो why we should not go for a separate satellite for forest survey, which can help in many other ways, not only for detecting fires or this heat pockets area, especially this climate change area, because as you are aware, the temperature has reached, normal temperature has increased 0.7 degrees Celsius in last, as compared to the 1901 से comparison में आज 8.7% temperature बढ़ा है. तो ये because of all these things, we need to have a robust detection systems. So we should think of having a separate satellite for detecting this type of incidences. Second thing is that, so what has been, you must have been, you're all from this department, so 90% of the fire is because of the human errors. There are very natural forest fires, very less. And most of the fires is because of the human errors. So how we can engage the community, that is a great task. So now community engagement is important to how we can engage. First of all, we need to gain the confidence of locals. जैसे अभी एक वीडियो दिखाया, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे कि कम्युनिटी के लोगों का ही वीडियो है, उन्होंने ही आवाज़ दिया है उसमें. और how they are taking pride because they connect themselves with the forest. Because I learned this subject in textbook, but they are living this. So that is the difference with locals and villagers. So they need to be associated, because they have an intuition power also. They know कि कहाँ पे जंगल में कब होता है, क्या होता है, and they can predict the things. मतलब I hope they can. And the second thing, the barrier between department and the locals should not be that. As of now, I feel, because I also resides a dense forest area, so the community has a little bit, थोड़ा सा डर लगता है forest department से कि फनाना punishment हो जाए, because they are dependent on the forest. तो थोड़ा डर भी रहता है, it is also required. तो ये जो factor है, हमें उनके close जाना पड़ेगा. और कैसे हम क्लोज जा सकते हैं कि हमारे पास इतनी सारी स्कीम्स है. सो वी शुड एंगेज सम ऑफ द स्कीम्स with our intention to have this fire prevention and awareness campaign and volunteers campaigns, their involvement, and apart from that what we are giving to the community. तो कोई भी आदमी को आप जब वॉलंटियर बनने के लिए बोलेंगे गांव में, तो बिकॉज दे हैव उनको हम क्या दे सकते हैं. So if you have some schemes where we can also give up to the community will definitely respond to us. And they will become the volunteers, because हमारे पास इतना force तो है नहीं, thousands of acres of forest area है, तो how much forest officer or beat level officers can monitor this forest? It is definitely a very difficult task. So with these peoples and with the modern technology, establishing communication with the forest department and the village parties. Now again a concept is that equipment की बात आती है, तो हम equipment पे जब state fire service को 28 states को हम 5,000 करोड़ देते हैं, तब हमारा 10% 15% का जो इक्विपमेंट का गैप है कम होता है. तो आप सोचिए कि फॉरेस्ट फायर में कितना बड़ा गैप होगा. तो फॉरेस्ट फायर में तो गैप ह्यूज है, तो इसके लिए हम बहुत ज़्यादा बीट लेवल पे और यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ और इक्विपमेंट्स तो सब जगह नहीं दे सकते. सो व्हाट वी कैन डू इन फायर सर्विसेज, वी हैड डिड दिस इन विलेज, वी कॉल्ड इट विलेज फायर पार्टी. तो विलेज फायर पार्टी को हम क्या करते हैं कि वो रिमोट विलेज है, वहाँ पे कम्युनिटी को हम डेवलप करते हैं, उनको शॉर्ट ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उनको बेसिक फायर फाइटिंग के इक्विपमेंट्स देते हैं, और दे बिकम अ सेल्फ सस्टेन्ड ऑन देयर ओन. और उनको एक प्राइड है, सम मोटिवेशनल प्राइसेस, दे विल रिकॉग्नाइज एट सम स्टेज, ऑनर्ड एट सम स्टेज, and without any matlab monetary benefits, they are happy and take pride to become that party to that our village party. So every pockets we identify 35-40 people, and these people, they have been trained, they have been equipped at gram panchayat level, and at a small fire or chota mota fire kuch bhi hota hai, so they take care of itself, because city se gaadi jayega and it take time. So village fire party is also very important. Then third thing is most of the fire they are started because this biomass and waste is generated. There are many more techniques that biomass can be converted. Ritu ma'am was mentioning that can be converted in some other products, and it was shown in this presentation also. So definitely that can be reproduced करके उसका उपयोग भी किया जा सकता है. But we have some of the government schemes like Manarega and all. So why we cannot integrate these schemes for such work, so that, yes sir, yeah, so we can do that things, and this problem can be sorted out. Again, community awareness is one of the key area, major area. This is where we need to focus on. And again, a last point, sir, emergency management plan. Actually, I believe most of the fire department, they don't have emergency management plan for a disaster management plan for fire and all. It is not there. So at beat level and what you call it, आपका जो group बनता है या area बनता है, उस level पे एक disaster management plan बनना चाहिए, छोटा सा plan हो कि what action they should take at the time of emergency. There should be standard operating procedures, whom to call, what to call. There should be focal point identified with the fire services. किसको आपके बात करनी है, उसका contact person क्या है. You should establish contact once in month, or मतलब mock drill sort of things you can do it, so that number changing and all you will aware. And there should be a full-fledged plan with your headquarters or your beat level कि पानी की sources कहाँ पे, हमारे पास कितना सामान है, कितने लोग train हैं, and that inventory should be there. And a regular training of maybe a day or so, that will also sufficient at the initial stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very, very comprehensive, very well covered. Is there anyone from NRSC here? You are representing, okay. Because I personally feel NRSC is one of the very, very important organizations for what you're talking about. You know, early surveillance, early warning and intimation about sparking of forest fires in certain remote areas, particularly in Mizoram, Manipur and places like that. This is very, very useful. You are absolutely right. You have a problem of the revisit of satellites because you don't have dedicated satellites for it at the moment. The second issue on drones, I don't know how much where we have drones as far as the forest department is concerned. Maybe Ajit Roy Sahab, you could just tell us a little bit about that. Community, I'm happy that you mentioned so much about community. The NDMA is seized of it because last year the PR and AG department of the NDMA undertook a whole mission into Uttarakhand. We sent mobile teams, mobile cinema, mobile video teams all over Uttarakhand to try and make people aware of this. That's one of the ways of doing it. I was reading up on the net. Odisha is doing a tremendous amount of street plays, lots and lots of things related to song and drama among the tribals. It is these kind of community activities which are going to be very, very helpful. Over to you, Dr. Ajit Roy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. At the onset, I would be very obliged and to thank NDMA for inviting IIRS and of course ISRO to be a part of this important discussion. So when we talk about multi-layered response, basically 4 points come into my mind, and since I represent the scientific community, so I will be basically talking about the institutional and innovation which is the institutions can derive, and not focus much on equipment because that's not our forte. So when we talk about the gaps in the innovations and the institutional framework, the most important is the early warning systems. And one of the easiest and most cheapest access to the early warning is basically the Earth observation based models, which includes fire weather, fire regimes, which is the area which we are yet to explore, especially the research community. And once the fire has occurred, a robust spread modeling to identify how the fire will progress in the next 24 hours. And also a good amount of research in what will be the impact on our forest ecosystems due to the climate change. The second point are the alerts. The active fire location alerts, which are provided regularly by NRSC. Of course, most of the fire detecting satellites are basically of foreign origin, like MODIS, SNPP Viris, NOAA series. We presently do not have any dedicated Indian satellite for forest fires, especially because the type of what we call sensors which are required for it. See, when we talk about satellite sensors, there are two types of getting the data or the reception of the data by the sensors. One is the solar reflected energy, that is the sun's rays which are reflected back to the sensor. And when we talk about fire, it is the emissivity or the heat which emanates from the fire. Now, when we talk about emissivity, the amount of energy which is required to get a positive or get a significant response in the sensor is quite large. So for that what you need is a bigger footprint. That is why you have most of the fire detecting satellites having quite a big footprint. So if we have to have a high resolution fire satellite, it has to be in the low Earth orbits. But the problem with the low Earth orbit satellites is that it will one single satellite can have a single observation on a day. So we need to have a constellation of satellites. So that is what has to be planned for detecting or alerts of the fires. Another area which I think we have missed are the incidences of anthropogenic activities inside the forest. In this particular area, I would suggest NDMA to also involve Department of Telecom. A very good example is that you can use the network of cell towers to identify through triangulation the number of mobile phones which are active in a particular square kilometer. So Department of Telecom can play a very important role in this aspect, wherein moment you get a flag that the number of cell phone activities are irregularly large in a particular area of forest, you can activate your resources. Because most of the fires in India are mainly anthropogenic origin. The third aspect is the accessibility. See, fire when it gets out of control are the areas where the accessibility is very less. Most of the areas where accessibilities are high, the local community basically comes into play and tries to douse the fires. So that is an area which has to be looked into. And the fourth is the communication, which I think many of our previous panelists has also flagged. So to sum up, what respected member NDMA has already told is that we need to institutionalize the forest fire management. And for that, the role of each institution is very specialized, and we need to work in tandem, not just together. Because what one institution can provide, the other institution, even if they try, will not be able to do it because they don't have that legacy and the expertise to do it. So basically what we need to do is that we need to complement each other, wherein we will be able to plug the gaps and have a robust institutionalization of the forest fire response. I'll rest my case here. Thank you very much, sir.
How long is this video? This presentation? Maximum, you can tell him maximum 7 minutes because we don't have time. Okay, just say, go ahead, please.
Sir, I'm from DRDO, and I believe because in the morning it all started up with the whatever things are being done by the different institutions. They should be shared, and so that everyone is on the same platform. We are working together for managing the forest fires. So in light of that, I would like to apprise everyone present here that I come from SIFI's lab of DRDO, which is based in Delhi, and it is one of the charter of this lab is for fire safety. And in that direction, under a project that was sanctioned onto us by FRI Dehradun only, just we have developed fire protective gears, and they have been approved by FRI. And because the presenter here just said ki they are procuring personal protective equipments worth some 12 crores and all. So, sir, I have a request that since it has been developed and it has been approved by the users, may the procuring authorities please take due consideration of this development. Because when we transfer the technology to the industries, their first question is, where is the market? And we say there are n number of users because there are forest fires in India and firefighters are not equipped. But when they don't see the market and we are going on procuring the things from abroad, then we are not able to satisfy our industries to take up the technology which we have developed.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. But I would advise you, madam, like any other field, this is a field of business. Okay?
Yeah.
Unless you sell yourself, no one's going to buy your stuff. Right?
Yes.
Sitting on my right is the man who will buy it. Right? The NDRF is the one which is going to be the organization which is going to equip itself fairly rapidly. Similarly, governments of Uttarakhand, the northeast governments, Tamil Nadu and places like that, all of them are going to, unless you reach out to the SDMA.
So we are trying to sell through DLIC and
what I will
NDMA and
strongly
NDRF.
recommend is, we will try and integrate and have an institutional event sometime in the future in which all the SDMAs again involved in forest fires come together, and we will set up a kind of an integrated symposium for this. Not a workshop, but a symposium, where you can then sort of talk about this a little more. We'll try and do that in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You can call in Dr. Weber, but tell him now his time is only 5 minutes. Okay.
Ronald, could you play that? Mr. Vaibhav, you can start your presentation.
Right. So, a very good afternoon, everyone. And to begin with, I would like to thank the authorities at NDMA for giving me this opportunity of presenting my work about forest fires in Uttarakhand. So, just a bit of background about the problem, because I've been associated with forest fires. I've worked in the Middle Himalayas in the district of Rudraprayag, dealing with fires. So friends, from the perspective of forest department, when there are a large number of fires, obviously we suffer from a lack of resources, especially when the number of fires or the intensity of large fires increases in the district. One of the problems that we identified during my work in Rudraprayag was that there are many stakeholders which are related to the work of forest fires. We have the district authorities, we have in Uttarakhand, we have a lot of revenue forest, police, then NDRF, SDRF, and then we have the Gram Panchayats, Van Panchayats and volunteers and so on and so forth. So one thing that I realized was that when there is information about the fire, we thought that maybe we can have a common platform where we can connect all the stakeholders on one platform, and we can just share information about fires, on a real-time basis. So that is where this idea came. So can I have the next slide, please? Yes. So this is the work that I started in Rudraprayag back in 2020. So we started with a small pilot project called the Mobile Application-Based Fire Danger Rating Alert and Decision Support System for Mitigation and Management of Wildfires in Uttarakhand. This was in 2020 that it started as a pilot project, and then I've been working on this project since the last 5 years continuously now. Next slide, please. So just a brief about the stages of the project. So when I started this project, we had divided into 3 phases. In the first phase, essentially what we did was, we thought if we can map all our assets which are critical for decision making and firefighting on a single, kind of an interactive map kind of thing. So we mapped all our Van Panchayats, we mapped all our plantations, all our crew stations, Gram Panchayats, and all the data on a single platform, and also on the app. Next slide, please. So in the second phase of our project, what we thought was that we all know that the primary source of forest fire information by and large is still the system of FSI, which sends the SMS to all the people who have enrolled, and all forest officers and volunteers, those who have registered their mobile numbers, they get SMS about the location and fire whenever it is detected by the MODIS and the SNPP sensor. So in this case, what we thought was that if we can somehow connect our app and the dashboard directly to the mail which is sent by the FSI, because sometimes, what we noticed was that SMS, first of all, SMS, it is just a number, latitude and longitude, and to the field officer or the beat guard or a Van Panchayat Sarpanch, it is just a data in a way it is a number which does not convey the spatial information or location about the fire and things like that. So what we thought was, maybe we can do away with this thing and directly connect our app with the FSI system. And the middle picture that you are seeing on my slide is the kind of a drop down message that the user gets whenever a new fire is detected. And on the rightmost corner of the slide is a snapshot of the Forest Fire app that all the users see. So can I have the next slide, please? So the third idea about this project was, all the advanced countries of the world, they have the system of fire weather index or fire danger rating, and it is actively communicated to all the communities members, and it is like a system of graded response that we have. So all the communities, all the authorities in most of the advanced countries of the world, they keep a track of the daily fire danger rating, and they put in place restrictions or watch and ward instructions based on the current day's fire danger rating. So in this case, what we thought was that FSI has already started giving us fire weather index through the One Agni Geo portal, but that information is largely, it has to be accessed through the website of FSI. And so what we thought, that if we can somehow decentralize this information and communicate this information to the public at large. So that was the third part. So this is just a schematic diagram of the project, wherein we intended to connect all the sources of information and all the things that we feel are relevant for firefighting on a single platform, the app and the dashboard. Next slide, please. So this is a screenshot of some of the similar apps that are being used globally. On the right is the British Columbia Forest Fire app that is used in the province of British Columbia in Canada. On the left is the South African Fire app. Most of these apps that are being used globally, they are informative in nature. So we took a lot of cue from this, and then we made our own app, which is kind of interactive. So this is how the components of this system look like, the one that I started in Rudraprayag. On the left is the dashboard, which is maintained at the forest headquarters and the divisional level, and on the right is the screenshot of the Forest Fire app. Next, please. So this is the most important, just to briefly highlight what are the main features of this system. So on the dashboard, as I told you, first of all, we mapped all the forest types, ground densities, sensitive area, and all the assets. Then we linked the FSI SMS system directly to our dashboard and the app. We also started in Uttarakhand in the last fire season tracking of forest fire vehicles. We started with 21 vehicles. And then since Uttarakhand is a tourist state, so a lot of people come during the summer breaks, and most of the times when they see fires, they don't know which is the, somebody calls the police or somebody calls the other authorities. So we gave this feature that if any person who sees the fire, they can simply click a geotagged image and then push it on the app, and the information about fire is received at the control room. Then the other important feature of our system is that we do monitoring of the status of all fires. Like I'll explain in my subsequent slide how the system works. The other thing is that the app is also designed where the field staff, they continuously update the status of the fires. As I told you that most of the advanced countries, they use, there are many apps globally, but they are all informative in nature. Our app is different because it is interactive in nature. So all the forest staff, forest guards, Gram Panchayats, they are connected through this app. Then another important feature
Dr. Weber, you will have to wind up in 2 minutes, please, because we have run short of time very badly. Don't explain too much, just take us to the important slides.
Yes. So can I have the next slide, please? So this is the brief how the system works. As I explained earlier, that can I have the next slide, please? I'll go switch to the analysis part. Such kind of thing in their app. So we divided the at any point of time, all the status of the fire, whether it is doesn't have around 10,000. Can I have the previous slide, please?
This one?
Can I have one before this? The one before this? The other one, please. Yes.
Training, media, and extension. Right, this one?
Yes.
Okay.
The other one with the 2 photographs, that is quite important. Yes, 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 yes. This one, this one, this one, this one. Please, please move ahead. Move ahead. Yes, this one. So this is just an analysis of the system and of the process re-engineering that we did. So we did this analysis during the last fire season between February and June. We got around 2050 fire alerts from both the MODIS and SNPP. And with our forest fire app system, in almost 68.9%, roughly 1400 of the cases, by the time we got SMS from the FSI, we had already reached and addressed to the fires through the mobile app. So this way, we decreased a lot of our response time by making this simple intervention. Next slide, please. So this is just one example of one such case. So on the left bottom, we can see that the time of the SMS is 11:49 in the night when we got the SMS from FSI about the location, about the fire alert. And on the right is a screenshot of the same day on the app. So because we had already connected the FSI mail to our app, so by the time we got the SMS, our team had already responded to the fire and had attended the fire. Next slide, please. Next, please. So, yeah, so we have around 10,000 users of the app till date, and about 6,000 of our staff, full-time staff, right to the beat level, are connected. We have around 200,000 volunteers which are connected with the app. And for the next season, because we have already done a lot of work on the app, we are also planning to integrate the FSI pre-fire alert. We have an MOU with the IMD about the fire specific weather forecast. So we want to integrate all those things with the app. So I think because we are running short of time, I would end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weber. Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive and very innovative. Thank you very much, and compliments for all the excellent work that you are doing in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, that I think brings us to the end of this portion. I'm sorry this had to go over. We started about 8 to 10 minutes late, but we've just about completed it in a little over an hour. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope we could convey a lot more than what you knew before you came here. Thank you very much.
So now I would like to request Hussain sir to felicitate our panelists with a memento from our side.
Thank you. This was the 25th time you must be getting this. Yes, I think we will change this. Thank you. Very nice, very nice.
Thank you, sir. So we will move forward to our next session, as we are way beyond schedule, as like I am being pressurized. So it's like I would now, this session is chaired by Shri Saifi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor Mitigation NDMA, and this session is on mitigation strategies and innovations. We have presentations by Dr. Renu Singh, Director, Forest Research Institute, and Ms. Prachi, CCF Karnataka Forest Department, followed by a panel discussion with our distinguished experts. They will be on the dais. As we understand, the session is after lunch, post-lunch, so it's a real difficult time for everybody. But just after this session, we'll have a tea break. So please be attentive in this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mridu. So if everybody wants to wake up, I can wake them up, and we can start asking questions to the backbenchers. And we can point out the lady in the pink, the gentleman in the blue shirt. Can you tell us what you heard in the last 3 seconds? So if everybody can wake up, it will be really nice, because we are going to try to do this in 45 minutes, because we'd like to keep time. At 5:30, Habitat has warned us they'll throw us out, because they have a function here at 6:15, 6:30. So we don't want to be thrown out. So we will request Dr. Renu Singh, who has a lot of excellent ideas to share with us. So we will request her to take the stage, show her presentation. After that, we'll have Dr. Prachi, and then we'll have comments from our expert panelists. Ma'am ka presentation lagaiye.
Thank you, Chair. As we have already been told not to take much time, we have to finish by 5:30, so I won't take much time. I will try to give you some highlights, what we are doing in the field of forest fire management in FRI. And we have, in the morning sessions, we have listened to several speakers, and we have come to know that different state forest departments, different research organizations, institutes, in their own way, they are doing, they're developing and doing this fire management in their own way. They are having different mechanisms, different protocols, different schedules, and things like that. So it was realized that there is an urgent need of having a national level standard operating procedures to tackle this problem of forest fire in the country. So we have, in FRI, we have developed standard operating procedures which can be used by all the departments, and in this standard operating procedures, we have tried to develop some mechanism through which different agencies and different research organizations, whatever research has been done in this field, they can coordinate and collaborate. So I will show you some of the highlights of what are these procedures, because if I go into detail, it will take a long time. And it was told in the morning session that these SOPs, they are with the ministry MoEF&CC. We have submitted these, and they are examining, and very soon they will be published and they will be made available to all the state forest department and agencies. So we all know that it has been discussed that 36% of India's forest, they're quite vulnerable to forest fire. So we have concentrated on these forest types where we need to manage our forest in a way that we can manage forest fire in these areas based on these SOPs. So these SOPs have been developed for the first time in India. Here you can see these are, in the country we have 16 major forest types, and these 5 forest types, they are the most vulnerable forest landscapes. So we have developed SOPs for all these 5 forest types. If we know the problem, then I think we can handle the solution in a better way. So first we have to, we tried to understand what are the different causes of forest fire in different areas. Because in India, you see, we experience mostly this ground forest fire. Very few incidences of crown fire have been seen. So we need to understand these anthropogenic causes of fire in the country. So you can see here different forest areas, they have different reasons mainly. Like if we talk about subtropical pine forest, then this pine needles, they provide very good source of fuel. So, and likewise, this burning of forest floor, this is being done by farmers or villagers there to get good grass. If we see what are the reasons for this tropical dry deciduous forest, then you will see this mahua and tendupatta collection is the major causes of forest fire. And tropical moist deciduous forest, you can see this slash and burning agriculture and even hunting in local festival, hunting of animals. Then public for these festivals, they put fire. So then again, it results into larger areas of forest, they come under this fire. And similarly, in East India region, we all know that this jhum cultivation, that is the major cause of forest fire. And here, beside these region-specific problems, we do have some general causes of forest fire. We can say that one, nowadays, most of the regions, we have seen that nowadays people, they are going to forest, camping are also being done and visitors are also going. So sometimes because of their negligence, then forest fire, they are also initiated. Especially in Uttarakhand, it was observed by the forest department that increase in this tourism activities, they are leading to increase in the forest fire as well. So what we have to do, we have tried to develop these SOPs in 3 parts. We can say we have to manage pre-fire season activities that is mainly related to preparedness of the agency dealing with the forest fire management. And then second stage comes, what are the activities which need to be taken up during the fire season. And in the third stage, we need to assess post-fire activities. So these are the 3 important steps of these SOPs. So when I talk about these pre-fire season activities, we have to see that all the forest divisions, they have to prepare their fire maps for their division, and they should demarcate fire-prone areas of their division. And then along with this map, each forest division, they need to have a fire action plan detailing the overview of the areas which are more vulnerable than other areas, and then they have to make analysis of their range or fire crew station level, what are their resources available, and other resources. When I say, then they have to get them prepared to tackle these forest fire during the these fire seasons. What are the available firefighting equipments or medical aids, medical kits? They need to assess, make an assessment of that, and then they have to give details of these fire control rooms or fire crew station in these their division level fire action plan. And then they have to indulge themselves in some of the pre-fire season activities. And one of the very important activity is maintenance or say creation of fire line and burning of these fire lines before the onset of the fire season. And control burning needs to be taken place, and then some of the soil moisture conservation activities, they also have to be in this pre-fire season. Weed management and things like that. At the same time, they have to take stock of their forest weather station if they have done there, if they are having some these kind of weather station. If not, because most of the forest divisions, they don't have these kind of forest weather stations, but there are many states where they are establishing these weather stations to monitor the weather and predict the nature of the fire in that particular season. And then most important thing is the involvement of local communities, their participation. So they need to carry out some awareness activities, communication with the local communities, and along with some other, there are many joint forest management committees, they are there. So they have to do some kind of mock drills or some kind of precautionary activities with these GFMCs, and they also have to involve district administration also in these activities. Then during fire season, of course, we have to take care of this. If there is some fire, we have to take care of how we are going to douse the fire in that area, and at the same time, mobilize how we are going to mobilize these firefighting team and things like that. And we have also developed a kind of escalation matrix which can be used for during this fire season. Talking about this escalation matrix, we have taken the guidelines of NDMA and NDRF. So in the previous session, DIG NDRF, he talked about this escalation matrix, and following that matrix, we have, here you can see there are 5 levels, and each level it tells where and at which stage the other agencies, administrative units or NDRF or the other kind of agencies, they need to be involved, they need to be invited, and their help can be taken by the forest divisions. Talking about this for post-fire season, then restoration and assessment of the burnt area becomes very important. In these SOPs, we have also provided a kind of coordination mechanism between different departments, and right from division level up to the center level, coordination among different ministries, that is also needed. So we have provided a mechanism which will provide this coordination between different agencies. We have given a calendar of operations and level of execution for these different operations, this pre, during and post-fire activities. For example, I have taken an example here for this tropical dry deciduous forest, and what are the pre-fire season activities? They have been listed in those SOPs, like you can see here. What is the particular activity, in which month this activity needs to be completed, and what is the level of execution? Which level, whether it is DFO or range officer or ACF, what is the level? Who will take care of these activities? It has also been provided there. These are, you can see the different activities and season. And all these 5 forest types, they have got different season-wise activities. These here you can see what are the activities, and during fire season, what are the kind of activities they have been to be taken care of. Similarly, post-fire season activities also, they have been listed. Month-wise, actually, we have given here the time by which these activities have to be completed. And FRI, we have also developed some firefighting hand tools with the help of IIT Roorkee. You can see some of the examples here. And in the previous session, there was a video where women in the village, they were using branches of some trees, small twigs, to douse the fire. We have, that is, we call in local language jhapa, or say some jharu also. Different states, they have different different name for that particular thing. That is the most useful thing, and that IIT Roorkee, they have developed with the help of local material, and that cost only around, say, 2,000 rupees. And we are giving a specification for these equipment also to different agencies. So these, with the help of local material, all these equipment, they can be developed. And we have also involved DRDO in developing this fire safety gear. There was one representative from DRDO. She has already explained what kind of suites and gears have been developed. And these hand tools and these safety gears we have for testing. we have given to 6 different states, and very soon I hope that they are going to give us the feedback about these equipment and hand tools. We have also developed these restoration models for the 5 different forest types. When we talk about this restoration after the post-fire season, we need to think restoration not only in the terms of restoring vegetation of fire affected area, but we also need to think about the restoration of soil. Because when fire takes place in any forest area, soil also it gets impacted in a heavy way. So we can also see here, briefly I can say, that all areas which are affected by the fire need not to be given that much attention, because we have to think what are the areas and what kind of resources we need to put in those particular areas. Depending on the severity of fire and damage done to that particular area, we have divided areas into 3 categories. You can see slightly affected where not much fire was there. So only some of the little bit activities, they can be done, like assisted natural regeneration. And where moderately affected areas, we have given parameters also on the basis of which you can identify what kind of category is there, what kind of area falls under these different kind of activities. And you can accordingly, we have given the measures and the recovery activities which needs to be taken in that particular affected area. Similarly, severely affected areas, the most adversely affected areas where you need to put in more resources and more work needs to be taken care of in these areas. We have also given a lot of different structures which can be developed in those fire affected areas. I won't go into much of these details, I'm just showing. And for restoration of soil health, all these measures needs to be taken we need to do these kind of treatments, and we have also given how you can create vegetational barrier also in those areas to check soil erosion. And then comes very important question, what are the different kind of species which we need to plant in different forest types on the basis of the impact on that kind of vegetation. So under these models, we have given what are the good species in particular forest types which you can utilize in those areas. So this was very briefly I have touched upon, because this is quite long document, and I've just tried to highlight some of the points. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Renu, that was very comprehensive in shortest possible time, and I thank you for keeping the Tom Cruise clock in mind so that the bomb doesn't go off. So we have only 25 minutes left, but you've given very good ideas, especially on the SOPs. NDRF is sitting right here. We've been trying to make an SOP for a long time, and we were so unsmart that we didn't reach out to you and not figure out those 3 kinds of SOPs divided into 5 different types of forests. We'll definitely reach out to FRI, take copies of that, and maybe steal them from you and publish them in our name. If you're unable to publish it before we do, we'll publish it, okay? Is that okay?
Very well.
Okay, so we have permission. Now we'll go to Dr. Prachi, who is from Karnataka, and she'll give us a presentation on Karnataka and what she sees on the field. She's representing stalwart of the Forest Department, Dr. Meenakshi Negi, but I have been told that Dr. Negi might be trying to fill in her shoes. She's such an A-class forest officer. Please carry on, ma'am, and please worry about Tom Cruise. The train is about to blow up in 24 minutes.
Definitely, sir. So respected dignitaries on the dais and my esteemed guests, a very good afternoon. I represent a state which is sort of pioneer in having a near real-time monitoring, forest fire monitoring system. We had a web portal and an app-based system for monitoring forest fires, for risks, for assessing the areas prone to fires, for sending alerts within a time span of 5 minutes, for then uploading the compliances and monitoring further ahead. So I would just, in fact, I wanted to run through the portal and to show, sir, what are the specificities there, but then nevertheless, I have incorporated a few screenshots of the portal. So I would not go through all this. We have been already involving communities and all for forest fire, how to handle those forest fires. We have been doing fire lines, we have been engaging fire watchers. All this thing is already there. We come to the, yes. So we have, as I told, we have a web portal and a app which sends forest fire alerts within a, just within a span of 5 minutes to everybody, from beat watchers right down below to the highest holding the charge of that circle. And these are based on these alerts, the staff is sent to the respective areas to douse those fires, and when the staff reaches those areas, on that mobile app only, the staff is supposed to upload the pictures of the doused fire, and then once that is done, that is reflected on the portal as well. So this is the way we are monitoring the entire cycle of the fire, catching the forest catching fire, and then how is it doused. So this has reduced our response time to on an average of 8 to 12 hours only, and 99% of the forest fires we are able to douse within 24 hours. Also, that is the reason Karnataka hasn't we didn't have crown fire after 2019 Bandipur incidents. We have not had a crown fire incidents. So as I told, and then after this, what has happened? This web portal and a mobile app was is been in existence for now almost 20 years now. But we were having on and off incidences of crown fire as well, and that is the reason we established a control room. This control room works 24/7, and we have our forest personnel as well as technical personnel placed there. And their role is basically to alert the staff if the forest fire is not doused. After 8 to 10 hours, we start giving them personal messages and start calling the concerned divisional heads that what is the reason that your staff has not reached the spot yet and has not doused the fire. So this is also a very effective way, and it has actually proved very helpful for us. This also works as a system in place where villagers or anybody in public can also inform us. You know, smoldering is not been we are not able to detect it through satellites. So that also, those incidences also, we get it through the information, we get it through the public. So this control room works as has been very, very, very effective in controlling what web portal and app could not, addressing those issues. So as I told, we have a forest fire monitoring cell. This is, then there is a geoportal and mobile app. This has been developed with the help of Karnataka State Remote Sensing and Applications Center. And this portal, web portal, has all the information pertaining to forest fire alerts. And we also have a system in place where we assess forest fire area vulnerability. So you can go, and this is on the basis of so many parameters, as so many other speakers have addressed. What are the parameters which might lead to fire incidences? On those bases, there is a vulnerability area assessment also, and divisional heads or anybody can access those that information and take, if possible, take certain precautionary measures. Then there is an online feedback system to record and confirm the dowsing status, as I told. We'll see in our subsequently in few slides. So these have been the incidences of forest fires from 2000 for the past 5 years. I have placed the figures on record here, and the affected area. And I can say that in 99% of the cases, we have been able to douse fires within 24 hours. It's not moving. Okay. So this is the portal that I mentioned, which is there. Forest fire alert information system is there. Fire spread vulnerability models are there. So what we do is once in a week we generate these vulnerability area reports and then we send it across to all the divisions. This I could have shown if we would have ran through the portal, but this is basically what the portal is all about. And these are the equipments we use for dousing the fires. So this is the monitoring and reporting protocol mechanism which is in place in Karnataka and which has been actually very effective in Karnataka. So as I told, we have a forest fire monitoring cell in association with CARSAC. Then we have an integrated geospatial portal, as this also I have told. Satellite remote sensing based fully automated Karnataka forest fire detection and alert system is in place. Then we provide, as I told, customized forest fire alerts. And this is within, the information is disseminated within a span of 5 minutes. Then we also provide information and monitoring on critical and large fires. So the cell which is there, it keeps on monitoring. So any fire which is not addressed within 24 hours, that becomes a critical fire for us now, and then that gets a redressal, that issue is raised with the higher ups as well, and then that gets redressed. Online feedback system, as I mentioned. Then we have the weather information also. Everything is available on the portal, which gives details on the wind speed, wind direction, etc., rainfall. Then this I told, weekly we generate these forest fire vulnerability forecast maps. There is a, then the other good thing that we have done is we have taken into consideration a buffer of 500 meters from the forest boundaries. This is for the fact that because of the stubble burning in agricultural fields, many a time that fire percolates to our forest areas as well. So those also get depicted on our portal, and for those areas also the alert is sent to our system, to our staff, and the staff goes to the field and they try to control that as well, because that might also get, that might reach our forest areas. Then we have a post analysis on fire affected areas and its severity. This is done on a monthly basis. Then consolidated report system generation. Okay. Then how do we redress it? As soon as the alert is received, the department sends the staff for dowsing. We do take help of, we have taken help of IF also for a few crown fires. Then there is a fire emergency services which is under the police department. We take help of them for dowsing these fires, especially in the inaccessible areas. Then there is an online feedback system, as I told, then fire cell. These are the preventive measures that we take to control forest fire. As I told, the forecast maps. We do hold meetings with the Gram Panchayats, VFCs and everybody, so as to create awareness about the forest fires and also to seek their support for dowsing the same. We have equipped our staff very well with all the equipments and all. Then we have also started using drones, especially for assessing smoldering, areas affected by smoldering, and also for assessing the status and the extent of fire in inaccessible areas. There are certain areas which are actually inaccessible, so we use drone to assess if that fire would be spreading or not, the status of the fire basically, and then if required, then the staff goes to those areas. We do have some additional allocation of funds for forest fire mitigation measures. These drones, as I told, they are with the RGB and thermal sensors and 60 minutes of endurance. Okay, so these are the images from the drone only, and these are a few images of our forest fire fighting staff. These are the capacity building. We do have a series of meetings and consultations and awareness generation, Nukkad Nataks and all with the village communities, school children, village communities, all the stakeholder consultation, coordination with the line departments. So thank you so much. I think I have been able to maintain the time.
Yes,
thank you
Thank you so much. That was great. We are most obliged. So that was a good view from the field, and we have been lucky that this season has not been a bad one for all of us in the country. And whether we should thank ourselves or El Nino, we need to really consider that. It is unfortunate that we are having to squeeze all our speakers because we have one culprit in this sitting right at the back called Dr. Ronald, who works on our forest fire, who insisted on squeezing more and more people per session, and I used to keep fighting with him, but he always wins. So now we'll go to our former ED of NIDM, who was ED up to 2015. And sir, again, that small point about the clock, and we have total 4 speakers left, and maybe we can get 1 or 2 questions. So for you, please.
Thank you. I'll take only 2-3 minutes. So first of all, I'd like to thank NDMA. They invited me for this occasion, and I've been involved in forest fire since 1997. My first posting was in Ministry of Environment and Forest in 1997 as AIG Forest Fire. Then I continued in working for forest fire management and disaster management as ED and IDM, SARC Disaster Management Center Director. I was there. I worked in almost 15 countries with food and agriculture organizations and Asian Development Bank and UNDP. So there also I worked for forestry sector and agriculture sector and forest fire management also. So based on my learning from these countries and from India, just I wanted to highlight 4 priority areas based on Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction that needs to be carried out on this work is required. As mentioned by Dr. Renu Singh also and other speakers also, there must be an action plan, and this action plan must be based on 4 priority areas. That is risk assessment. So here also innovation is needed, all technologies should be used. Then strengthening governance, that is very, very important. And one very important point which our IG NDRF mentioned is about IDRN, that is Disaster Resource Network. That is very, very useful. I think that should be used because we don't have sufficient resources with forest department. So resources from other departments and public sector should also be used, and they are available in IDRN website. That is a website we developed at National Institute of Disaster Management. Then third area is that is investment in research and development. That is very, very important because research and innovation is very much required, particularly nowadays. Artificial intelligence, drone, robot, etc. that can be, and particularly in hilly terrain, what our experience has been, and which we brought in our documentation also, that it is very difficult to use the other equipment for forest fire management in hilly terrain. So there different type of equipment is needed as per the requirement. Then preparedness for effective response. That is also very, very important, that how we respond and in what way we respond, and particularly for that coordination is very much required. So key message of this workshop, and most of the speakers have emphasized on community involvement. So community involvement is very, very important, but community involvement, my experience, particularly working in different countries and Bangladesh experience, I'd like to mention here that Bangladesh, we were working on climate change project, but nobody was, it was very difficult to convince the people about climate change. So we were very much puzzled. Then we consulted, we have a workshop, and then the outcome of that workshop was that we should use the folk songs and folk drama that is very popular in Bangladesh. And we used these type of technology. Certainly, it worked like anything. So here only my message for this all the audience and particularly our NDMA people also is that it should be whatever, because community involvement is very, very important, and community involvement can be done only through if we speak in their language, if we come out with some good things or such type of things which they easily understand. and in which I will like to mention one 4-line poem that is from Delvi Sahab, one shair was there, that अपना कहा अगर आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, अपना कहा अगर आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, मजा कहने का जब है एक कहे और दूसरा समझे. So it should be in the language of the people. अभी 2 लाइनें और हैं इसका. अपना कहा अगर आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, मजा कहने का जब है एक कहे और दूसरा समझे, कलाम मीर समझे. But the most of the people, the problem with our policy makers and problem with our scientists is that whatever investment, whatever research is being done, that is in their own language. So इसके बारे में कहा है कि अपना कहा अगर आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, मजा कहने का जब है एक कहे और दूसरा समझे, कलाम मीर समझे. कलाम मीर समझे और कलाम मीर्जा समझे, मगर इनका कहा या तो ये समझे या खुदा समझे. So thank you very much, and
thank you so much.
A lot.
And the point you made about research and development is so important. Dr. Renu had also shown certain experiments they've done and certain developments. Those 3 slides were very interesting. We'll send these presentations to all the participants if that's okay with the panelists and the presenters. Yeah. So these are very good points that have been raised. So now we have very little time, but we'll go to Shri Supong, who's the only Forest Service I know, service officer I know who's not a doctor yet. Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Since I'm from the Northeast, and as we all know, the Northeast is community-oriented ownership of the land as well as the resources. Everything is centered around the community, so I can speak from my experience only because I didn't have the experience of working with the other states. But I think there is something that we can learn from the community orientation where we involve the community because they are the main stakeholder, and if they know that they happen to get a lot of benefits from protecting the forest and the resources, then they wholeheartedly they get involved in the protection of the forest. And that is where the department as well as various stakeholders, the allied departments, we support them, and we have a collaborative effort like organizations like state disaster management, the fire services and all these. We collaborate together, and I'm just told that we are developing 60 weather stations by the end of this year through the SDMA, and by 10 o'clock every morning we will be getting the IMDD data every day. So this is one collaborative effort, and an integrated alert app is being developed by the end of this year, where we will have the data like the weather data, the rain data, and all these data will be integrated with the fire alerts which we receive from the FSI. So that is one thing that we are working on, and these are strategies and measures that we are working on the part of the state. So as community involvement is much high in the Northeast, I feel that there is a lot of trainings, and there is a lot of awareness programs that are being undertaken through the help of the department, the panchayats, and we involve the communities through the GFMC programs. We have a lot of projects where we are volunteering, and when we are engaging volunteers to look after the forest fires and all, fire alerts and all. So this is one thing, one of the strategy that we do. And one thing which I have experienced as a forest fire nodal officer is one important aspect is the resource management. We do regularly get resources, the fundings from the ministry, but at times many of these resources are misplaced at the wrong time. Like for example, this year, usually the Northeast, we get a monsoon a little earlier. By April, the monsoon had set in. We had a start of the rainy season starting from April, but when the sanction came from the ministry, we had somehow, we got information that we are to create fire lines and maintain fire lines and all this. So I thought creating a fire line during the rainy season and fire watches during the rainy season was not very appropriate time. So we requested whether we can convert that into infrastructure development like watchtowers or creation of other infrastructures or not, but we were not allowed to do. So this is something which we have to keep in mind. The proper timing of the resource allocation is also very important. And if by the end of this year, we usually have the Zoom farming and all this. So if those resources could have been allocated during the end of the year for fire line creation and all these, or fire watches and all, it could have been much more efficient. So this is something which we should keep in mind. Thank you.
Excellent. When we prepare the minutes of this, we'll try and make a booklet out of it. We must highlight this and several other points. I hope you're taking notes. No. Okay, so recording, yeah, as if he'll listen to the recording. He'll just go back to you and say, give me your presentation, and so we'll go to our scientist on the panel right now from IIRS, Dr. Karnad, and if you could make some points, especially on the science part, especially on what they said about some satellites not being used like Nova 1, Nova 2, something about the spatial resolution.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, NDMA, for giving me this opportunity. Here I would like to mention about few innovations and emerging technologies which can really help you to innovate in the forest fire mitigation. One important technology what I would like to mention here, which is we have already started to use, is like a generative AI, natural language processing and all. We have seen the power of ChatGPT. Last 2-3 years, it is dominating, it is leading the internet world and technology world. So now, as we have seen, all the states are developing their dashboard, their mobile app, data is coming out, lot of structured, unstructured data. The question is how we are going to interpret this data, how we are going to use this data for our own planning, taking the actions. So here there's time to start exploring these technologies like generative AI, natural language processing. For this purpose, ISRO has started to develop a chatbot approach to basically to analyze or interpret this data in natural language. As one of the panelists was mentioning that the scientists are talking in their own language, and it is not converted as a knowledge or as information to the society. So for this purpose, so now we have the technology, so we have to start exploring this technology, especially for this disaster management and especially for the forest fire. And early warning is another area where a lot of satellite-based innovations are there, a lot of sensors are emerging, like NISR, we are waiting for the data. So definitely it is going to help you for the early warning or maybe early detection of fire, identification of the risk areas, especially forest fire risk areas, because we are able to get the knowledge about the fuel contents and the possibility of the fires. So already our team is working on the risk assessment, and we are targeting to provide the forest fire risks on daily basis. Most likely we are connected with the NDMA, and this product will be available. And then we have another important technology where we are going to focus. In fact, all the foresters or the managers need to look into this, is a IoT-based sensor network. And you know that the SpaceX is coming up with the internet through the satellite. And that's why now the connectivity will not be an issue. Inaccessible forested regions will have the continuous internet connectivity with very high speed rate. If you deploy your sensors, you will able to get the real-time information from these sensors to your control room, so that you will able to continuously monitor the fire condition in the inaccessible areas. So that's why if you talk about the satellites, you know that satellites are having their own limitations. It cannot give you like a video coverage or continuous monitoring of the large fire or any fire conditions. So for this purpose, the integration of the technology like ground-based sensors and the space-based sensor, we need to integrate together, then only we can get the continuous observation of it. Then if you look for the future innovations, there are another area which is emerging, is like a robot for next generations. Can we think about to develop a robot system or robotic system which will be really useful for mitigation purpose? So this kind of technologies, now it is a time to explore. And there are many space missions or satellite missions what ISRO also is planning, where the innovative technology will be used. And now the products, earlier we used to provide the satellite data, but it's a time to give the knowledge, directly information to the communities. So these are the areas, sir, what we feel that we need to explore and start using in our resource management, disaster management, especially the forest fire where the inaccessibility of the regions is very, very critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a very good reminder that about the SpaceX satellite that is coming up, and we will keep a close watch on all the developments. But I would like a note from you on what you said, because there are some 2-3 points we'd like to really follow up on. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we go to the other Forest Service officer who is a doctor, PhD, I checked. And he's Dr. Abdul. He's from Andaman and Nicobar. And that is one side where we don't hear much about with regards forest fires. So if you can just give us a briefing on that. And that bomb has gone off, so.
Sir, I'll take 3 minutes, sir, at most.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, NDMA, for inviting me. I'm Dr. Abdul Qayyum. I've been invited from Andaman Nicobar, but I'm from Ministry of Ayush nowadays. And I'll be talking about the state of Arunachal Pradesh. So this work we did almost 4 or 5 years ago, and incidentally this project got National Award for e-governance by Department of Administrative Reform and Public Grievances. So I'll be talking about the use of technology, which I think the scientists from the IRS just talked about. But before that, although I understand that the crowd is already sensitized, but I should not miss the opportunity by sensitizing it a bit more. This year, in 2025 only, just last 6 months, we had fire damage to the extent of 1,020 lakh hectares across the world. Out of this, it was half of this was only in African countries. Incidentally, luckily, this year, India, as rightly sir said, did not witness so many fires. But how far or how much we can remain dependent on luck? So this is the right time in era when climate change is happening rapidly. Rampantly, the forest fires, if I can quote another stat, in year 2005 in India, there were around 8,400 fire incidences. But just after 15 years, in 2021, we have witnessed more than 1 lakh fire incidences. Last year only, it has crossed around 130,000 incidences. If I quote further, incidentally, out of this, we had studied a bit more. So there are only 6 states, especially states like Uttarakhand, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. It constitutes to the incidences of around 75%. And therefore, I feel this is the high time to look for an intervention, basically at preventive scale, where we are in a position to get the information in advance. So I'll be talking about preventive interventions. So what we did, we studied a lot of direct, indirect factors which affect forest fire incidents, such as the community dependency on forest areas, the temperature, rainfall, humidity, forest type, forest vegetation, and certain other parameters we took it into account, and we mapped for state of Arunachal Pradesh. Then thanks to Forest Survey of India, we took their data also, one decade data, and we compared our mapping with the FSI data when it was mapped on the same geographical location. We found that our study was as good as 83%, it was correct. So after doing all this, it was done in remote sensing and GIS atmosphere. So we studied around 5,200 villages. Out of 5,200, we were able to predict it accurately to the extent of around 560 villages. And the recommendation was that these are the 560 villages where we need to have strategic intervention. The limited resources of the government should be spent around these villages. So the project was all about what to do, when to do, and how to do. In other words, we tried highlighting that what should be the key factor and where we should intervene. Now we are working further on it. We are developing a national mapping for this. We have recently developed for the state of Haryana, and we are working on state of Punjab and trying it to take it further. The idea is to have information in advance. And more importantly, just to modify the model further, we developed a mobile app also called eForest Fire. So because due to eForest Fire, and this is also linked to a WebGIS portal called, you can browse that also, webgis.co.in. So all these are interlinked. The moment we get input from the public through a citizen-centric approach, we are calling it. So we are getting some feedback from the public, and it is connected to that GIS portal, so we can modify the model further. So these things were done for the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and we noticed that in 3 years' time, there were significant reduction in number of incidences. I feel that is the high time to use technology, and sir rightly said that in the time when ChatGPT has become so common, why not use AI and ML further? So since we have huge data, we get free of cost from FSI. Why not use AI further to at least have better predictive model? And the moment we have information, I'm sure the planning can be better, and we can be able to reduce forest fire linked disaster to a great extent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So happy to meet a forest service officer who's also a PhD and has a touch of sense of humor. And you've done a lot of work at Andaman Nicobar, Arunachal Pradesh, so you're a cross-country person. But we'd be interested in that report if you could send it over to us. Any interesting new technology or reports, please do fire them to Dr. Ronald's email, and so that he can't get up from his desk for 5 days. One point about ChatGPT is that the feedback I got from the officers, probationers in Dr. Jagmohan's academy was they were talking of AI dark areas on the planet. So anything that is not on the internet is not on ChatGPT. So an example of what they did was, what they told me there when I went for that sports quiz, which we came second in, by the way, or maybe first. So they were very nice to their guests. So there they did a game on ChatGPT, but they did it for photographs of trees in that 500-hectare campus that FRI has. And those trees are not on the internet. So they took 4 or 5 photographs, and then they kept it in their archive, and then they asked ChatGPT the question that if this photograph is uploaded by various teams, where does it belong to? So it was a very interesting concept. I'm sure I'm not being able to explain it properly, but resilient AI is a technology that the young probationers there are already talking about. So that is something which we really need to look at. So new tech, good old technology that has been used, as in Renu ma'am's area, and how Karnataka has been able to keep its fires down. All these little case studies need to be looked at, and we are very happy to contribute to coordinate. So thank you. That bomb went off long ago. So Madhu, we can give off the...
Please bring the mementos. Dr. Renu Singh. Ms. Prachi. Dr. Satyendra sir. Thank you so much for attending. Sri Supokshi from Nagaland. Dr. Abdul. And Dr. Harish Karnatak, scientist from IIRS. Thank you so much, all the panelists and our chair. Sir, could we have a photograph together, sir? We will break for tea now. Kindly reassemble at 4:10. So, yes. I request everybody outside having refreshments, please assemble in the hall. Okay. So welcome back, everyone. As we are running, we need to also start the session because one more session is ahead. So that's why let's begin the session. Okay. Our next section focuses on the restoration of impact forests. It will be chaired by Rizvi sir, but as he is outside for some time, our JS, Mr. Rakesh sir, will chair for the time being. Sir, could you please come to dais? And the presentation for this session will be delivered by Dr. Jagmohan Sharma, Director, IGNFA, and the panel includes leading experts from The panel includes senior experts, Dr. Ravi Chandran, Director, IIFM Bhopal. Sir, could you please come to dais? Dr. Hayarmat, Principal Coordinator, Forest Collaborations, NCBS. Dr. R.C. Sundaryal, Scientist from National Institute of Himalayan Environment and Sustainable Development. And we have Mr. Jain from Chhattisgarh. Varun Jain, IFS, he is the Deputy Director, USTR. He is from Chhattisgarh. We welcome you, sir. So I would request to start the session.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I think after the lunch and then followed by a tea, most of you all look very refreshed. So we will start off with this session, which is a very important session, as we all know. We are dealing with forest fire, and we are dealing with forest fire at a big scale. While the fire happens and we try to manage that up, and we have in the earlier sessions we have discussed about the technologies which can help us actually prevent and also address the problem of fire when it happens. But then the real issue remains as to, or the most prominent issue that remains is the areas that are affected by fire need to be restored back. So I am joined with me with an eminent panel here, which I think needs no introduction. I have been asked to actually chair this session till Rizvi sir is back. He had to rush for something very urgent. He's communicated that he should be joining shortly. Now, without actually, like he said, the time bomb might go off any time round. We are already late with the scheduling of the whole event. But we would love to now hear the views from Jagmohan sir. So may I request you to address and deliver your presentation, please.
Presentation needs to go full screen, and it actually is showing this is a different system. let me start by saying a few things about disturbance, because fire is a disturbance.
Sir, just move slide.
No, full screen. This would not be seen. Go to PDF. It has option for full screen as is CPPTs. Fire is a disturbance. And there are natural disturbances, and they help systems evolve. Fire is not such disturbance. When elephant moves inside forest, it causes disturbance. It also, don't bother. I'm already talking at the top of my voice. Elephant moves inside forest, it creates disturbance. And when that disturbance is created, a number of things come into life. Process starts. The species, the grass that is crushed, or other things that have happened, soil that is moved, all of that is disturbance. And nature is capable of taking all that disturbance. It restores itself. And those ecosystems where there are only natural things, including even flattening of trees because of a hurricane, is part of disturbance. And if there is no intervention from humans, then the system has capacity to come back. Lot of things that happen inside forest as a matter of routine, as you find elephants moving first and then they are followed by the Indian bison and other species, the disturbance is created, there is a succession of species that happens or movement that happens. But all of that is part of natural system and it evolves the system. Fire does not evolve a system. Fire arrests a system. And hence we have the idea and thought that fire stabilized systems or fire evolved systems, because system would respond. And if there is a frequency of fire, in this country you do not have natural fires. You have natural fires, say suppose in Americas, and they happen over say once in 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, those cycles I'm not aware of. But then there is a resting period after that and the system regenerates. So natural disturbances are not a problem if there is no human intervention. Fire is not a natural intervention in this country, in this part, but tropics, because normally lightning is followed up by rains and you do not get that kind of fires, right? So what we are dealing with when we are talking about fire is that some loss has happened. Fire, we have tried to articulate the management principle that fire is a good servant and a bad master. We say that after fire, the percentage of XYZ element in soil increases and hence you get certain benefits. You try to count that certain seed coats, because they are very hard, fire helps them crack and it is helping the system. But whenever you are doing that, you are only counting the positives that you are able to see. It's not that you required fire for all of that, right? So fires are bad for forests in India. You don't need them. You are using them for a tool at very low scales, 100 hectares, 200 hectares, 250 hectares. But nature works at a higher scale. And you are required to now talk about restoration, because restoration helps bring the site to its natural potential. Natural potential means a site is not degraded, it is a normal site, and it's defined primarily by soil, because that is the substrate that is giving rise to the kind of vegetation you will have, alongside factors of weather, climate, temperature, and whatever else you might have, sunshine. But fundamental thing is soil, right? So restoration is restoration is an effort that you are wanting to restore the natural potential of that area to hold those vegetation and the biodiversity in that area. So that's what you want to do. The purpose of doing restoration is that. I do not have very many things fresh, and those from forest sector, they know this very well as to what restoration process is, because they on everyday basis do only restoration work. When they plant a tree, they are restoring a site. When they undertake soil moisture conservation work, they are restoring a site. Their all works are restoration. When they protect an area, they are trying to help the area to restore itself, because nature has autonomous capacity to restore itself. Nature does not need us. We are an intervention. And now we have articulated in literature, if you see nature-human integrated system, we have made humans inseparable part of nature, while you were not. You have glorified, given yourself that position. So first, downgrade your status from there. You are not comparable to any element of nature. There is no symbiosis between you and nature. It has enough elements to have that symbiosis. Fire is not welcome. It is never helpful. It is an injury to an ecosystem. You count several injuries to forest, fire is an injury. You would want to not let it happen. If it happens, you want to treat that area. And that is why talking about restoration. Right? So we're talking about the biophysical restoration. We are talking about the biophysical restoration of a forest site which has been impacted by fire. Because it has impacted soil, it has impacted vegetation, and thereby it has changed the conditions of light and temperature and water. That is desiccation. It has become a very harsh site after the fire. If you leave it to itself, it will heal, but it will take a lot of time. And meanwhile, there will be lots of disturbance. And hence, to counter those disturbances, you want to take some action. Let us first understand the damage and loss that fire causes. You may like to note that damages are biophysical and losses are socioeconomic. I'm just making a conceptual presentation to you, as otherwise you know every area will require very specific assessment and treatment. And you can't do all of that here. But if you try to find out what is the overall from the literature, what people have studied, quoted, and is available for anybody to consider, then I'm just putting forth to you that extract. So damages are biophysical. So habitat is changing because the structure is changing. The functionality changes. Invasion by non-native species can happen, and productivity is depleted. The soil changes in physical and chemical properties. The species numbers change. Biodiversity gets impacted. Edge creation happens as a result of fire. Canopy alters. Carbon storage potential changes. Animal dispersal is impacted because of fire. The overall resilience capacity of forest changes because the health of forest changes. This is all biophysical part of it, and it is damages. It is direct hit. Alongside it happen the socioeconomic losses, the implications of it, which is in terms of ecosystem services, water quality and yield through the seasons. Otherwise, in this monsoon-based country, you will have water, lots of it, during 4, 5, 6 months of the year. And thereafter, you will have no water in the rivers. Right? You have rivers in water because you have forests. Right? Then the lower biomass availability as ecosystem service, the loss of soil, the local climate amelioration, that all changes. Loss of life and property happens as a result of fire. Crop raiding and cattle kills, those instances can increase. Household incomes are impacted, and there are social implications, because if income is gone down, then a person has to either move away from his place, that is migration, or his social status may change. Person may get into poverty and can be at the mercy of the powers that be at village level. The household, the female members of the household, they have to take more burden of it, because of which rearing of children and everything else is impacted. Children cannot go to school, so there are a number of social implications all coming out of fire in an area on which they were dependent. If that area was contributing 30% to their income, and now that becomes 10% or zero, then two things are happening. One, they have to find alternative sources of income, and two, they have to, in turn, because they are not able to find immediate livelihood substitution, that their dependence on that area further increases. So lots of social implications. Fire is not a simple thing. The disturbance which is increasing in scales now is not a simple thing. It has implications. The household income loss and social implication, the health implication for proximate communities. People are putting masks in America because there are fires in Canada. The visibility is low, flights are not able to land. There are lots of economic losses that are happening because of this, at the scale which fires are happening in other parts of the world and can potentially happen with us tomorrow. Forest product supply changes, so whole chain of custody, chain of supply, it is impacted. Local culture and traditions are also impacted if the forest is burned, which are connected to such forests. There are governance issues. Fresh negotiation will happen in the within the community because the resource has depleted. So lots of implications in terms of the losses. And then there is a need for investment in order to restore that area. So it's a very complex thing. It's not easy. Now, if you ask a question, can a burned site restore naturally? If there is no human intervention, then possibly yes. Easily in case of where you find wet forests. More difficult when there is dry forest. The pace in any case is very slow. The possibility for restoration to its natural potential is very low because the conditions are harsh. The site is captured by other species which are more opportunistic, invasive species. And there is a lot of anthropogenic disturbance which does not let a site to work with autonomous restoration process. The policy action that you might think that we should close the area and let it restore, that's a policy decision. Can it happen? We need to ask that question, and we know answer to that question. Most of the time we cannot do that. If we are talking about the principles in restoration, then the purpose is overall to enhance the habitat's capacity to remain resilient. That is the purpose for which we are restoring a site, and we want it to be so healthy that it can take care of itself from small disturbances, as humans are able to take care from small diseases. If your immune system is fantastic, you are more robust, and that's what is the case of forest also. The method is to promote the native species there, but you understand there's a process of succession. First you will put species which are hardy, which can sustain with the harsh conditions, and then they'll be gradually substituted. But you may not be wanting to wait for that day because there are invasives which are lurking in that area and can capture the site, and hence you might want to go for fast growing species immediately, which is perfectly fine, and we should be doing it. It's a nurse crop which you will substitute gradually. It will prepare the site for holding better vegetation in future. That's a technical step, that's a scientific step. It's a valid thing. And then the means, you have limited means, and hence you may want to have minimum intervention because intervention costs money. So this is an optimization exercise. There are lots of pressures on that site. The framework, if we consider overall, we find that we must have a robust science and technology of restoration, which means the information should be available, technologies should be available. The governance is very important in restoration area. There are several people, several groups that have claims over that area or usage of that area, or even if they are not directly using, they are depending in whatever manner, but they are at a distant place. So, or among them also, agreement has to happen, and particularly so among the proximate communities to such impacted areas. You require funding for restoration. You have everything, and if you do not have trained personnel and with the skills that are required to restore an area, again there's an issue. You have capacity, you need to have capacities for restoration. The institutionalization of restoration, because it's not going to be one-time event or occasionally happening thing. So how do you institutionalize it? There's a report which was done in 2018 by the ministry with the help of World Bank, and they were suggesting that as part of working plan, we can have general principles for restoration of sites that are impacted by fire. The approach to restorations, the foresters gradually are coming from the earlier approach to clear filling the area and 100% regenerating it through artificial regeneration. We now want to optimize the forces of nature in that area and want to have minimum intervention, and hence assisted natural restoration becomes the option that we need to take. In that process, we need to first identify the sites. All sites that are impacted by fire may not be necessary to be taken right in the first year for restoration. We need to make an assessment as to if restoration intervention is necessary, and if yes, at what point in time. So what are the parameters that we should have on which we make that assessment is the question. We need to evolve them. Karnataka Forest Department, through EMPRI, there's an organization, they have undertaken a study studying the spots for that were burnt, single fire incident, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, and their status of restoration in different agroclimatic zones. So such information needs to be generated. Then we need to classify those sites, as the protocol from FRI is also suggesting, that we need to first understand if the area requires restoration, yes or no. Then we need to synthesize some model to undertake it. And technology obviously has to be used, particularly in the context of climate change, because we must understand as to which species have the best chance of sustaining itself under future climate. So climate and species zonation models are able to suggest. We have to do sense making and make a judgment there. What species we choose. It comes as a part of protocol also. There are suggested species. So in my area, I will try to identify as to what is the likely future climate to be and which species is likely to do better, and from among those species also, the provenance that is closest to the future climate that I'm expecting there to be existing. All of that needs to happen. And evaluation and monitoring obviously is necessary in order to understand if the action taken was appropriate or requires any modification. The steps in restoration are like evolving the site-specific strategy, and hence you cannot be prescribing that you do only this after any fire incidents. Then select the appropriate species, which is very critical point. Develop intervention as to how much money you have to available to restore the area, what design you will adopt. And I'm going to, as last slide shows, a design which we have tried to put together quickly. The quantum of earthwork, because it is earthwork, soil only to an extent of about, say, 10 millimeters, 15 millimeters normally is impacted in a fire incident of the kind you find in this country. Unless you put a log there and log keeps on burning and the heat may penetrate up to, say, 10 centimeter. Those cases are rare. It's only the topmost layer of soil that gets impacted in a fire incident. And then you also need to understand what cultural operation I undertake in such area. This is the last slide, wherein an area of about 3.14 hectare is tried to be treated with the help of 15 thalis of 20 meter diameter being created. the cross section of such a thali is at the bottom, where you have single tree and you have trench all around. Rest of the area is covered by herbs and shrubs, because you need to protect this area. Can you close a 20-meter diameter circle in this density in 3.14 hectare? The area comes little more than 1 acre. The time is up. Thank you so much. This is just for your consideration. Take a mental picture of this and let us try improve it. This is just the first cut. It tries to minimize the expenditure. Effort tries to maximize the possibility for creating nuclei. The trench is all around, circular trench. So you can close such, you can create those nuclei, you can secure these areas. Your per hectare investment cost is low, the work intensity is low, and the overall future vulnerability is lower. Rest, this site expectedly will be able to recover itself. Thank you so much. But please note, 75% of humanity's water supply comes from forests.
Thank you very much, sir. That was indeed a very detailed rendition of how to go about restoring the ecology. In fact, you had turned the concept of the traditional forestry, where we deem forest fire as an innate part of forest ecology, completely reversed it by saying something very counterintuitive into forest fire being a completely loss-creating event. So which I'm sure would actually create much of thought process in the minds of the foresters who are here. And this is a new concept that even I have heard after a long time. Thank you for your talk and the presentation, sir. Now we are joined by Dr. Ravichandran sir, Director IIFM. We are aware that IIFM has recently as well had a Center of Excellence for restoration of forest ecosystem. So we would like to hear your views on that, sir. Just before we go into that, I'd request Rizvi sir to please relieve me of this burden. I understand the time bomb only works when Rizvi sir is here. Up until that, it was not working. Thank you very much, sir.
I didn't know forest officers can be so smart. I thought they were straightforward forest dowsers beating around the bush. Yes, so where, yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, Dr. Jagmohan sir, for giving us an excellent presentation on restoration of fire impacted areas. Being a practicing forester and an academician, last 1 year was an eventful year for IIFM. We conducted 5 workshops on forest fire management across the length and breadth of India. I happened to meet all foresters, scientists, technologists, and administrators. When it comes to forest fire management, we put it in 3 stages: detection, prevention, and suppression. When we talk of detection, prevention, and suppression, if you look at it, at all these stages, the number of stakeholders involved, the kind of technologies being leveraged are enormous. But when it comes to restoration of fire impacted areas, it is the foresters and the community. No other agencies are involved, and it is up to the forester and up to the community to restore the fire impacted areas. If you look at last 2 decades, if you look at the forest areas lost due to forest fire, Madam has given the example, Rakesh also thrown some data. Nearly 115 million hectares across the world were lost due to fire. In India, in the same period, nearly 36,000 hectares of area was lost, tree cover lost. And what is that we have done to restore that area? Some states have done excellent works. Some states have left to nature to take care of its restoration process. Like in Madam's lecture also, she put this restoration in 3 categories: severely affected, moderately affected, and less affected. And she has come out with some prescriptions. But what is needed for restoring these impacted areas effectively? You need to have a framework. If you look at the forest fire management plan, many states have divisional level plan, range level plan, even beat level plan. Some states are having SOP at beat level. It is a 2-page document. But if you look at that document, the restoration is not at all finding a place in the fire management plan. So what is needed is we need to include this post-fire operation as part of post-fire operation. The restoration framework needs to be included. Sir has elucidated nicely the all aspects of forest fire impacted area restoration and recovery. What is that we need? We need to assess the damage through remote sensing or through field survey. Then you come out with the planning process. Whether you want to restore the area to its original status or you want to have a separate objective and plan it accordingly, then implement it, then monitor and develop a mechanism for its sustainability. And the underlying principles for this framework should be the ecological integrity of the forest area needs to be kept in mind. The structure, function, services of forest area needs to be restored. That is one principle. The second principle, I beg to differ with Director IGNFA. Forest fire should be considered as an ecosystem process. If you consider that, then the impact, the prevention, detection will be much more effective and efficient. If you look at it as a disturbance point of view, then the restoration will have its own impact. The third thing is, look at the landscape level and the context. Madam spoke and Rakesh also said, and some other speakers also said, the context needs to be set. The last thing is, we should not forget the ecosystem services which we expect from these forest areas to be delivered for the humanity.
Yes.
So if you address all these things, that is the best thing. And IIFM, based on the last 1 year engagement with different stakeholders, we have come out with a framework for ecological restoration, and the framework is already available. I will give it to ma'am also to incorporate in her work.
Thank you.
And for others also.
Thank you.
So with
Thank
that,
you.
I stop it here.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you.
And since we are running at minus 10 minutes, and we have 3 very erudite speakers, we'll have to make a little bit of a change now, since we are going to be thrown out of here at 17:30. We have 40 minutes, we have another session, and in that session we have 3 panelists and 2 presentations. So 5 more speakers, and we have 3 speakers, 8 speakers. We have 40 minutes, and I want to take the liberty from Dr. Krishnavatsa to convert this into a question-answer session with the 8 speakers, these 3 and the 5 from others. And with great apologies to the 2 who are going to present. Who are the 2 officers who are going to present in the next session? Dr. V. Thiru. Yes, he seems to be a nice guy, he's already smiling. So if you can just intervene on the mic, you know, we'll be able to save time because we just want to save ourselves from the humiliation of being thrown out. Please don't mind, okay? And we know who to beat up. That's Dr. Ronald. He should have planned all this better. It's not his fault. It's actually my fault. And Dr. Jiten. Dr. Jiten. So Dr. Ronald is sitting right behind you to apologize to you. So we are now converting this into a merger of session 5 and session 6. Session 6 was community engagement, and we are currently on restoration of impacted forests. So if you can set this to 40 minutes, Mridu, Avni, can you set this to 40 minutes, please, so that we keep our time? And we have 5 minutes for each speaker. So ma'am, we'll go with you next.
So I would like to just begin by saying that when I first started to work in forests in Karnataka, I was very much of the opinion that Dr. Jagmohan Sharma has put forward, that fires don't really have a place in our forests. Other forests in other parts of the world are fire adapted. But our work challenged those views for me personally, because we found that, I went in thinking that lantana had carried fire into our forests, and then it caused it to burn, and then lantana came back. But monitoring over multiple years, looking at at fire occurrences as well as, thank you, sir.
She's reflecting past forest land.
So looking at fire frequency, some rusted vocal cords.
You're just nervous.
No, it's by the end of the day, I think my vocal cords are rusted.
And it's
so
Delhi,
please bear with me. So looking at patterns of fire frequency and patterns of lantana at a landscape level, we actually were very surprised to find that where fire frequency had been greater, there was less lantana, and where fire frequency was lower, there was more lantana. So that really challenged my collaborators and myself, and so it forced us to go back to reading and trying to understand fire more. And what it led us to see was that if you look at the paleoecological literature, if you look at current ecological literature, there is growing evidence that fire and fire-prone ecosystems actually have been part of the Indian landscape and have also predated human beings in this landscape. And if you do transcontinental comparisons across Africa, Australia, Latin America, then the climate envelopes that that are linked to savannas in those continents very much exist in India as well, and things that we have thought of as different types of forests, a lot of them are actually misclassified and should be thought of as savannas. And savannas, as we know, have evolved with fire. They show adaptations to fire. Savanna species have thick bark, subcutaneous meristems, large storage roots that allow them to respond to fire. So without wanting to be impudent, Dr. Jagmohan, just a slight difference of opinion here. So based on all of this, I would also like to go back to Dr. Jagmohan's talk in the morning, though, because I was very moved by something he said about forest officials or foresters being blamed for the occurrence of fires. And I think that reflects on lack of public knowledge about the role of fire in our landscapes, in our ecosystems. But another point he made in continuation of that statement was that developing countries, with all their extensive resources that are many orders of magnitude of what we have here, have still been unable to beat these extreme wildfire events. And so that brings me to what I want to say in the context of restoration, which is that maybe we need to look at changing paradigms in forest management that we are seeing in other parts of the world, that the kind of fire risk prediction, fire suppression, firefighting that we've been talking about all day today has to go hand in hand with also integrating it with reintroducing or restoring historical fire regimes to reduce fuel loads, to increase the mosaic patchiness of landscapes, and therefore to also prevent fire occurrences, because just an approach of fire suppression is actually, postponing the large fire event that is bound to happen as fuels build up over time. And evidence is now accumulating from other parts of the world. So I think if one looks at the damage caused by fire, which is, large areas burnt, vegetation devastated, huge carbon emissions, erosion, apart from the economic losses and tragic loss of lives. If you look at that compared to, say, these controlled burns, so in Australia, for example, controlled prescribed burning at the early part of the dry season before a chance for those wildfire outbreaks later in the dry season, there's accumulating evidence that carbon emissions are much lower compared to those large wildfires later in the season. So I think there's a lot to be learned from all of this, and I think since we're talking about innovations, something to consider. I mean, we don't have the knowledge in India to say, okay, this is the prescribed fire regime for this kind of environment. I think there's a lot of research that needs to be done there. In parts of the world where traditional ecological knowledge is still around, people are trying to work with indigenous communities to also incorporate their fire management knowledge into this integrated management. We could possibly do that here as well. I'll just end on a cartoon icon saying that, that says, if you don't burn the forest, it will burn. So maybe something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very disciplined of you, like a researcher from NCBS. And so we'll now go to our representative from Chhattisgarh. And yes.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just talk about the initiatives which we are taking in Chhattisgarh to tackle the restoration of the fire-affected areas. Although we are not directly targeting the fire-affected areas, but there is one scheme which is called Narwa scheme. Narwa in Chhattisgarhi language means the rivulets. So what we are doing is to restore the rivulets, and we are carrying out a massive watershed development programs, which includes the area treatment and the line treatment. So in area treatment, what we are doing is we are focusing on the entire watershed, and we are building small structures, like there are loose boulder check dams, there are contour trenches. So what this watershed development is doing is we are maintaining the moisture regime of the soil so that it can extend to it can retain the moisture till February or March. Because in Chhattisgarh, majority of fires, we have two peaks of the fire. One is in February, which is the Mahua collection season, and other is in April, which is the Tendupata collection season. So if we can at least save till February or March, then it's a win situation for us. So this Narwa scheme, it was started 4 years back, and it has started giving good results. So this is what we are doing. And another thing which we have seen in our tiger reserve, I am the deputy director of Udanti Sizani Tiger Reserve. So there we have witnessed, like wherever in the area the forest fires are very large, the lantana and eupatorium, these weeds starts growing at a much, they expand to a large area. So what we are doing is, like, we are uprooting those lantana or the weeds, and then we are supporting the area with the local grasses, the native species. Because if we are not doing, if we are not tackling the menace of this weeds, then actually Chhattisgarh also have a major rainfall area. So whenever the rains come again, it will turn the area into it will lead to soil erosion. So what we are doing is like we are uprooting the weeds, and we are supplementing the area, assisting the affected area with the local grasses and some plant species which are good copicer in nature. So these are the direct interventions which we are doing to treat the affected area. Besides, we are also carrying out some indirect means, like we are engaging with the charvahas, the shepherd community. So we are telling that, see, if the fires will spread like this, then the fodder for the weeds will generate, and it will reduce the area for their local cattle, and it will reduce the fodder for them. So we are engaging the local communities and the gram sabhas. So this is the indirect step which we are taking.
Thank
so
you. Excellent.
Thank you.
Dr. Sundrial.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be speaking on the Himalayan aspect because I served in GB Pant Institute, that is under Ministry of Environment and Forest, for 29 years, and thereafter for 5 years I was with the Central University as Professor of Forestry. So I'll be just sharing those experiences. There are 10 states and two union territories which covers Himalayan region, and they cover 1/3 of the forest area of the country. And that's why that is very, very important. Second thing is that in rural landscape, 50% of the livelihood of the people living there, that comes from forest, directly or indirectly. So that's why forests are very, very important. But then restoration and forest management is highly, highly governed by the legality, who owns it. Maximum reserve forest under control of the forest department. So they take care of it. But in northeastern states, for example, Arunachal Pradesh, some other states, more than 60% is under community domain. Uttarakhand, 16% under Ban Panchayats, another 14% under civil swayam forest. So community aspect is very, very important. Forest department, they have resources. They have been doing active restorations. But traditionally, the restoration of the forest in the most of the community forest is passive kind of restoration. If I give example of Uttarakhand, I mean, we used to have Ban Panchayats, and there are more than 11,000 Ban Panchayats, and they are there for over more than 90 years. But till date, we don't have even a single Ban Panchayat, which is a model Ban Panchayat, till date. That means community domain, it's not been the part of main focus that has been the researchers. Well, that is very important, that if we have to control fire, because the intensity is very high. I mean, if we take data of 2011 to 2020, 16,000 events in Uttarakhand. The density per 100 square kilometer, somewhere from 30 to 160 events in per 100 square kilometers. That means we cannot do it without the participation of the community there. The community has to be involved. And that is the key. Here we see most of the foresters and people from that background, but community aspect for this particular project, which is planned. So my first submission is that please take that into note. Another challenging aspect which is coming up, if you look the forest on the western side of the country, particularly I am talking of Himalayan region, in 1 hectare, you will hardly get 9-10 types of species. But as you go towards northeast, we investigated over 130 species in 1 hectare. That means the regeneration of those particular species, you need several hectares to regenerate one particular. We hardly know their regeneration potential. We hardly know about that. So if that forest fire prolongs in such areas, and we hardly know the potential of such species, country is going to lose huge repository of this one. So my point is that take villages into this thing, make more community centered, and also, because recently I was with the university setup, the country has launched new education policy. And there, if NDMA and this particular thing, if we can make forest fire type of conservation issues in NSS type of thing, develop models which are successful, which can be replicated, and develop modules, training modules, other modules, because we see a lot of differences. Maximum time, yesterday only I was talking to some of the officers, they were saying we can give training to 300 people in one day. Simply speaking is not going to. So modules should be very, very good. So if this project comes with such kind of models which are very pertinent, institutionalize it with universities, with Forest Training Institute, through NSS, give some credits. Now NEP, our new education policy, gives some credits. If students are going to those, give some credit. I mean, that way you can really, really institutionalize all these things. Thank you very much.
So now we'll do a quick changeover to the next session. Participants can come here, and we'll give the mementos towards the end to everybody together. So Dr. Vatsa, please, if you can come on stage and replace me. And Dr. Thiru, your presentation which has replaced you. And Dr. Jitendra, you're also a bit slightly replaced. Principal CASFOS Bernihard, representatives from Tamil Nadu, and Mizoram. Please come. No, sir. Just leaving you with the clock. Here, these are the names. Session 6. Thank you.
So how many panelists do we have? Only 2 of us, or we have more panelists here? Yeah, you are also. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I mean, we are in the last session, and I think the issue is the community engagement and capacity development, and I would like to hear from all of you. So one thing I would like to say that, of course, we have been talking about community engagement for quite some time. It's important. They have the local communities are a force multiplier. They provide lot of support to the forest firefighters, and they also kind of help in conserving the forest in many ways. They are also giving so much of information on early warning, on various other means of forest fire management. So they are a force multiplier. But at the same time, I was also I recently was reading an article in the New York Times how the forest fire fighting is fraught with so many health hazards, and a whole lot of people who participated in forest fire management are actually facing a lot of health hazards. So it's a very recent article. So I think this is an area which requires a lot of training, and we cannot just say that the community should participate in forest fire management. This is an area full of hazard. I think the training should be, and this was pointed out by one of the previous speakers, that this is something that requires professional skills. So the point of community engagement, community support, and community participation is very, very well taken. But at the same time, it requires a lot of orientation, training, skill augmentation. So this is something that we should take note of when we are, it's not just another volunteer program. This is a program which requires professional skills. So I have here 3 speakers, and we are under time constraint, but at the same time, we will make the best of it and contribute to the discussion. This is the final. So you can have express your thoughts, and maybe, yes, 2-3 minutes, yes, please. Thank you. Yeah.
respected chair and the respected distinguished delegates from various places. I will just quickly finish up within 3-4 minutes. Everybody is talking about the technology, but ultimately the community is going to be there in the field and to extinguish the fires. My outline is only 3 things: community engagement, a case study, then what is the capacity building which we have done so far for the various categories, and the proposed capacity building program. I will talk about one eco-development study in Kalakada Mundandari Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu. This is the southernmost tiger reserve in the state of Tamil Nadu. This is the southernmost part of the country. It is one of the 5 tiger reserves. It is one of the oldest tiger reserve. It is the biggest area of 895 square kilometers. We have started an eco-development program way back in 1996 because there are a lot of social pressure on this program. It was funded by so many schemes. And the objective of this scheme is the following: that is the biodiversity conservation, women empowerment, and alternate employment. So many things are listed out. And this is the structure of the organization of this eco-development program. And we have one DCFs and CF at FD level, and the DCF at EDO, eco-development officer, and 5-6 ranges. The most important thing is the 895 square kilometers from the boundary of the forest up to the 5 kilometer spread. We have 262 JFMCs have been formed. That is called eco-development committees. They are actually doing the operations. So how it is being done? It is by selection of village awareness program, microplan, and the other things. And the most important thing is the sustained awareness program through local arts, local programs. That reaches actually the villages. So this is the program. We are doing it for the last 30 years. So this program has to evolve over a period of 30 years, and it has done its job. I would say this totally, the 2 things that's more important in this program. One is the microcredit, another one is awareness program. The microcredit which was given to these committees, now it has developed into something around 22.27 crores for these 262 committees. And the sustained awareness program conducted by the NGOs and the field staff. And what has happened, this is the most important thing, When 1996, we are 5-year durations, we have calculated the fire. In 1990, 2000 to 2005, it is 45 fires. Now it is 10 fires over a period of 10 years. What is so important about this program is, it is not that the government is paying something for the community. The community is paying through the microcredit. The community as such goes and does the fire. And they own the organization, they own the forest, and they go themselves and douse the fire. We have so many examples for this. That is why it's almost nil fire in this particular place of area. That is why when we talk about the technology is most important for the prevention or detection and everything, but ultimately who is going to douse the fire? This is the community. We have to engage the community in a better manner. That is what I wanted to express. Now, that is why this eco-development model of the KMTR has got so much of thing in community biodiversity conservation practices. They are also a coexistence model of buffer management, and also the biodiversity conservation rural livelihood improvement project has given Government of India has recognized a full learning center for this project. So what I wanted to tell everyone is that the community has to be engaged properly, and they have to be paid properly. And sustained way what would be that? It was full of fires, full of poaching, full of tree cutting and all such things. Today, everything has come down. Now these people own the forest, and there is no problem with that, and everybody is sleeping happily during the fire season. Now, the second part of my presentation about the capacity building, what we have done for this, we have conducted the trainings for the NDRF and the DCFs and ACFs and FROs by CASFOS institutions. There are about 9 trainings have been conducted. This curriculum for the NDRF for 15 days and some 13 topics on the classroom sessions and 10 days in the field, and very good response we have had it so far. And this is the photographs of this training conducted. And for the in-service training for the DCFs, ACFs and FROs, that is about 5 days program which we have conducted for 2 days, 3 days in the classrooms and 2 days in the field. It's the whole gamut of the forest fire aspects have been covered in this training. So what we are proposing for this under this project is forest fire and prevention for NDRF and SDRF people for something about 6 days training model for departments, and 10 days training model for NDRF and SDRF personnel, and establishment of forest fire management training cells, regional workshops for sharing best practices across regions, strengthening and training facilities in CASFOS academies, and publications related to forest fire through video and print mode. That's all in my presentation. Thank you so much.
So well presented. I think, it was an inspiring presentation that you have accomplished so much. You have made such an important difference. And I think going forward in the program, you will have a lot of contribution to make. So we are really enthused. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking this effort. Thank you.
इसी को आगे बढ़ाना है? This one? Okay. Respected Chair, all the senior officers, I would like to emphasize my presentation centralizing what we are doing in Madhya Pradesh to combat with fire. As we know, Madhya Pradesh is the highest stakeholder in the forest area. Our geographical area is about 1/3 of our state in the forest. So it's highly important for us to manage and combat with this fire. Last year's data is with us. We are having ups and downs, and last 5 years we are definitely going to down, but this year we really got some fire points. It was when we go through with this, we find there was some another situations came to this, that why these fire points came to, and the basic was the Parali was the main key role was there, who really make the number of fire points greater in this regard. And the main focus is the communities. Definitely without the help of community, we cannot prevent fire, and what the strategies we have to follow is totally depends upon the community members. Madhya Pradesh have about 15,000 JFMCs all around in the vicinity of forest with 5 kilometers areas. We have captured all the villages and make their forest protections committees. And the target which NDMA has given to us, 23 districts, we have lots of JFMCs working with this in these areas. What basically our approaches are this, definitely we get the informations for our FRIs, datas and MODIs and whatever are large fire, how we combat from this with the help of our community members. The basic starts from the training and how we connect with these community members. This is the more key points for us. For this, the main thing is, so first of all, we should mobilize our staff. First of all, staff should be trained how to make combined with this forest communities peoples. So first we start training to our staff. After that, our staff and we joined with our community members. We give training to them. The basic part is how to make a reach with these community peoples. With very short, with the range level, division levels, and beat levels, we use dialogues with these community peoples. Last year, around 2,500 meetings we have held with these community peoples all around this our state. We try to mobilize them, just giving all the efforts, making oath to prevent the fire and making all the efforts. And to strengthen their capacity, we give them the basic safety measures like helmets, fighting kits, fire extinguishers, all whatever we can do, we provide them and make them well equipped to fight with this. We make a crew stations. We keep these people, community peoples, for a better their campings. And these are the equipments we allow them to combat with this fire. They are very helpful to us in whatever the basic preventions we use, cutting, burning lines. We always engage these peoples to this. The basic problem comes here. We have to give them a betterment of their socially they can give up contribution. The basic contribution given by forest is their mahua collection, tenupatta leaf collections. For this, our field officer goes and make a dialogue with them how to collect mahua without having a loss of forest with fire. We always try to mobilize them, and to support, we also purchase their mahua on our MSP prices. Our wing is there to collect them so that they can get a better price for mahua. Yes, in areas we always try to aware them by making pamphlets and giving all precautionary measures to them. We use PA systems also. Now, another thing, why community peoples make with us? Yes, for this, we make some rewards also to them. What kind of rewards? Yes, making what the basic needs, if we can fulfill, is that sometimes they want their need of hand pump, they need a yatri pratikshalaya, and some other things. So we try to give these facilities to them also. Not only that, we mobilize their children also to come with us by making some sports organizations, and how they people come together with us, we always emphasize for that. And if somebody is individually could give their best, we also reward him individually also. And the new generation is always be our key points. So for that, awareness in our new generation is also going on. Our new program we have launched in Madhya Pradesh to aware our new persons, new generation for the forest. What is that? We have an Anubhuti Karikrams. For that, last year, we have 957 camps for our young children's, taking about 1954 schools, persons we have involved, and about more than 120,000 school children's we have gathered and make a dialogue with them and aware with them for our forest protections. Yes, FSI registrations, we Madhya Pradesh have done more than 1 lakh peoples, we have joined with them, and our target is in this year we will cross 1,50,000 peoples with this FSI website. For that, messaging system is there. And other points is also, we are going to get reducing our response time also. These are the basic key points we have collected. और लास्ट में कि फायर है हर साल आएगी, उससे डरना नहीं है. सागर की ये फितरत है, तूफान तो आएगा, वही शख्स लड़कर जीतेगा जिस शख्स में हिम्मत है. तो हम अपनी पूरी हिम्मत के साथ इस फायर को जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे. थैंक यू.
Thank you for that inspiring note, and it was such a good presentation. You showed us the importance of JFMCs, various awareness methods, and so many reach out to the communities, very, very inspiring, and I'm sure this approach will continue in the new program as well. Ma'am, you have the last word now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, from our Thiru sir's Principal CASFOS Coimbator's presentation, sir has already presented about under the mitigation scheme what the CASFOS academies are doing, and in Barnihard also we have already imparted 2 trainings for 2 battalions of NDRF, Baradasi and Itanagar battalions. And under the national collaboration scheme that Madam Renu Singh was talking about in the morning, under that also we are imparting training of our forest personnel in CASFOS academies. And we also plan to have 3 more trainings of NDRF battalions in this year itself as per this scheme. But when we talk about this community engagement and capacity building, I think we need to extend this capacity building to cover the communities. And why I'm saying so is that although India has a very long history and even very rich history of community participation and involvement in forest management, as we have heard of Ban Panchayats in the Himalayan states, and even in the Himachal Pradesh. I'm from the Himachal Pradesh cadre. So there also, since very long time, we have these Kangra forest cooperatives and all. And then we have these Van Rakhas that look after the fire alerts, fire watches. So we have very long history of such community engagement, involvement. And even in the Northeast also, we all know that our forests in the Northeast are under the direct control and ownership of the local communities. And Jhum cultivation has been a part of their socio-cultural practice or cultivation or agriculture system. And we have this customary kind of local informal systems in place. But it's only that the recent legislations have only strengthened such kind of community engagement in the form of institutionalized or formal setup. And not only recently, but Indian Forest Act of 1927 itself has the village forest that talk about this collaboration or involvement of people in the forest management itself. But despite having such a rich tradition or history, why we have difficulty in mobilizing or motivating people, local people in the forest fire management itself? Now, I think it has much to do with our changing lifestyle and rural way of living. Now, it's transitioning to a very urbanized, or you say like develop our in the journey of our progress or development, we say. It has much to do with that. So I think to tap this, the much needed force that we really require from the local communities themselves in firefighting has, I think, in this scenario, I think our training academies should be doing, and this scheme should cover this capacity building and of these local communities in this project itself, in this scheme itself, as well as in other schemes also. And with this capacity building over the due course of time, I think it will bring the much needed direction, I suppose that. And then one more point is that communities are also at different places, they are engaged in the best utilization of the forest biomass, maybe pine needles or lantanas in form of handicrafts, even the furniture making, and then briquette making, even pine needle fiber making and all. So all these technological advancements, they are doing at very small scale now. So scalability of this in disseminating these technologies to the communities involved in that, I think there also our training academies can really play a good role there. And last point is that for community mobilization, or you say motivation, we also need to have forest fire and importance of role of forest, not only for the conservation of forest, but forest fire as such need to be integrated in the school syllabus also. So these are the 3 points that I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in a very short time, we have got so many perspectives, particularly from the point of view of getting the community support, community engagement, the importance of training, the importance of organization. All these issues have been highlighted. Do we have, before we close and we have the orders to close the session, but before I close, would any one like to have any salient point, before we close it? Yes, please, please. Yeah, thank you.
This is primarily for the forest officers, those are here. So with regard to fire, we are asking a question. If we say that fire evolved ecosystems, then we need to ask if such ecosystems continue to observe succession or not. And if not, then the question is, are those systems fire evolved, that is fire altered and reached a stage, and after that they have stabilized at that stage because there is fire whenever it is occurring with whatever frequency, or fire arrested systems. So the point whether fires are good or bad needs to be scrutinized. And Dr. Ankila's paper, which was when she had started her career, I would think, those were the years, I have gone through them. And I would request her that she continues to scrutinize that question. The community, the accumulated literature might be suggesting something because it is repetition most of the time. It's not that people have originally conducted the experiments. The Lantana case, we need to understand if those results are universal in application or those were the results you found in a specific situation. I need to understand that. But for the forest officers here, particularly the youngsters, we are not taking anything which has been told till date as fixed in stone. There is nothing like that. We need to question that. We need to change the way we look at things. And fire is one of them. How do we understand it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's a very critical note to end the session. We need not accept anything at face value. Things are changing. Ecology is changing. We need to adapt ourselves, and we need to find new ways of dealing with this huge issue of forest fire management. I think we devoted the whole day to discussing various aspects of forest fire management. I think a whole amount of knowledge is available. We will try to include that in the project management, yeah, do you have any point to say? Yes, please.
That I have already said, but sir is asking me to say again. So as just a request to all the users present here, that we as developers, we are developing something to be used by you for your protection. Give us the chance to protect you. Thank you so much.
Okay. And do we have any other question here before we conclude?
Just one observation.
Yes, yes, please. Yes, please.
I just want to mention that in case of ecological restoration, the Bandipur Tiger Reserve has done exemplary work. Way back in 2019, there was a catastrophe in Bandipur. invasive weeds. So he removed them, and after that he started in a systematic way. He seeded the grass, then bamboo, then trees. Now today, the active restored areas are hosting nearly 196 species of floral diversity. And those areas are again colonized by wild animals, including ungulates and other species also. So what we have done is, we have been to that area and we have written a case study on that with the help of Stanford and capacity building commission. And this case study is considered one of the top 5 case studies in the country as of now. So
What happened to the passive?
In case of passive, yes, restoration, the areas are getting recovered, but only 26 species have been recorded in that area, and still a lot of weeds are there.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's a great case study to know about. Yes, please, Johnny.
Like in Nagaland, we have a beautiful natural valley called Zuku Valley. In the year 2020, that entire area was burned, both Nagaland side and Manipur side. Now the community people are asking and sharing, saying that burning of the forest is very good for that valley, but we have already stopped. Now, since we have not burned that valley, there used to be a natural lilies, the varieties of lilies. So by May, June, it used to be a wonderful valley with full of flowers. But now that valley is dominating by, the tiger grass, where we make broom out of it, the tiger grass. So that species is now dominating the entire natural valley. So maybe perhaps we need to also look at the advantage, natural advantage and disadvantage of the forest fire. Maybe perhaps we need to also look at controlled burning so that there are natural manners coming up. Maybe so this project, since it's the first time we are doing, there will be many good lessons that each state will bring home. Maybe in the next phase of, second phase of this forest fire projects, I think we would be having a very robust systems coming from the emerging technologies to different research or knowledge, community level, natural base. I think that could be one area that we can look out for.
In many cases, forest fire is considered good, I mean, it's a way of regenerating itself, but what we are talking about is that when the forest fire exceeds a certain scale, when it becomes a threat to community, it becomes a threat to ecology. So we are talking about that. I think everyone in the room understands that forest fire is something which is natural, it happens, it occurs, and it has its advantages, its benefits. But here we are also talking about the forest fire going beyond a certain scale, something that is attributed to climate change, rising temperature, and anthropogenic activities. So these are some of the things that we need to deal with. And it is going, as you have seen today, the incidence of forest fires is increasing in India, and it is something that is very alarming, and that is why we need to deal with it.
So I have one proposal, sir, to the NDMA. Maybe when we talk about the satellite constellations, there are a lot of private companies now. We may not be able to take the entire services of the satellite constellations. Maybe perhaps during the forest fire period, we may use the services so that we are able to map every second in the event of the forest fire.
We are definitely considering that. Thank you for the suggestion. So thank you very much. I think we had a very, yes please.
Good evening, I am Durgesh Pant from Uttarakhand. I am rather intrigued to share two very interesting, maybe success stories with regard to forest fire. One is, there is a district, Champawat, a bordering district, and there is this Bhimrala village. So what has been done is, there is this women self-help groups, and IIP, Indian Institute of Petroleum, they have established a unit, briquetting unit. So what has happened earlier, while there used to be forest fire, there used to be many issues, now the women, they have got involved, and about 80 women, not only they are helping, in terms of developing those briquettes, but at the same time, this market linkage that they've developed. And for last 1 year or so, there has been no forest fire. We can check it also, this Bhimrada model. Now they want to spread it across to the district first, and then to the other areas, especially those mountain districts. Second one is rather interesting, and this is Sitlakhet model. Again, this is in Almora district, where again community based, they have developed communities, they have developed women again, and salutations to them. They have developed ANR, these ANR based forest. And what has happened, this is significant. And in fact, from FRI, from forest officials, and they are all visiting this Sitlakhet. There is no forest fire for last many years, in fact 4 or 5 years, there is no forest fire, absolutely. And it's quite a huge one, mixed forest, ANR. So there are success stories, of course, and collaboration. And this local community, what they have done, they have implemented a small technological intervention, WhatsApp group, and one woman informs to the other group. They are part of it. So every time around, while it is affecting wildlife, to this, to flora, fauna, everything, but again, with the help of community, while they become part and parcel to this entire system, it really not only in terms of innovation strategy, but it does a lot of good.
Thank you. Thank you. That really brings out the importance of community engagement.
I fully agree with this one. The project should have upscaling such kind of people. So that should be always with their state-wise, or to upscale all those success stories.
Very relevant. Very relevant. Thank you.
The ANR, as he discussed about the ANR in Uttarakhand, in some parts. So it's a very good venture that we should increase the ANR practices in the area where villagers want
What does
that
ANR stand
assisted natural regeneration.
Oh,
Actually, what is happening nowadays, that oak is being replaced by cheed, pine, in Uttarakhand, in many of the areas. So the villagers, they don't want cheed in their vicinity of the villages. So always whenever we went or we go in villages, so villagers always talk about that what is the technique of replacing cheed with oak. Because oak is very important species. It's a native species of Uttarakhand. And pine is exotic one. It was introduced in past in Uttarakhand by the Britishers. And oak, that it conserves moistures and also conserves the soil. So these things should be addressed in Uttarakhand by the Uttarakhand Forest Department, and we should encourage the assisted natural regeneration practices of oak wherever oak being replaced by cheed.
Thank you. Thank you again. Great. Anyone else before? So thank you. If there are no other points, I think we had a very good session, lot of participation, lot of insights, lot of suggestions, which we will include while we are issuing the guidelines also. And we will practice them. It's very important to include some of these things in the way the program is implemented. So thank you all the participants, all the panelists, all the speakers. You really have contributed so much to the proceedings of the day and made it a very, very enriching experience in terms of knowledge and practice. So I would like to thank each of you here for wonderful presentation, for your suggestions, and I would also like to thank all the participants and experts here. It's a great community, lot of experience and lot of knowledge, and we are actually getting more and more exposed to it. So we will continue this discussion and keep learning from all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, for the final felicitation of the session, sir, I would request. Can we have a round of applause, please? May I request our panelists from the previous session also please come forward for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir. May I request the previous panelists of the session, could you please come forward? Rizvi sir, could you do the honor? The workshop is anyway getting over. Please have a good round of applause so that we appreciate all of us and have a good evening. I would also request everybody present in the hall to come forward. We'll have a group photograph together. So sorry, sir, we just missed it. Anyway, we all are a family of Forest Fire Department as such. Please move forward.